Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today, we are celebrating the 25th anniversary of Chrono Cross. Before we get into it, just a few quick reminders. GDQ 2025 will be live from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania from January 5th through 12th. Registration and hotel bookings are now open. You can go visit GamesDoneQuick.com and check out the AGDQ 2025 important dates section to learn more. Registration is like 2.5 weeks until close, so if you do want to register, make sure you do that. Also, Games Done Quick's next all-women and femmes speedrunning event, Frost Fatale 2025, will be live from March 9th through 16th. Submissions are open from now until tomorrow evening, so Sunday, tomorrow night. Go get your submissions in. You can go to gamesdonequick.com/FrankFatale for more information. With all of that said, I'll hand it over to our runner commentary here. Let them introduce themselves.
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm Super Handy. I mainly go by Handy on Twitch. Mainly an RPG speedrunner, and I guess even more mainly, I'm a Chrono Cross speedrunner, usually grinding for world record times in it. I'm here with my two commentators if they want to introduce themselves.
Hello, I'm Izala. I'm also a Chrono Cross speedrunner, though not currently active, but always following the community and trying to find cool new stuff about the game.
And hi, I'm Amart. I'm also a Chrono Cross speedrunner, and I run other various RPGs, mostly in the Final Fantasy and Chrono series. But yeah, great to be here and hope to have a good time today.
Alrighty, yeah, with all that said, let's go ahead and get started. I'll give a countdown after when we're getting ready to start. Okay. All right, start in 3, 2, 1, and go. Alrighty. Yeah, so to get started, you'll notice that we did name Surge to S. It's pretty common in most, I feel like a lot of RPGs at the time where having a little bit of a less long name makes the text that much faster. We're going to do that for a few characters throughout the game, not all of them. Depends on when we get them and how much text they have after we're able to rename them. But, yep. Going to start off in the dream sequence here. Basically, pretty standard throughout here. The only thing that really changes in the beginning here is that it is random as to which third character comes up between, not all of the characters, but a pretty big pool of them. I'm going to wait for this bat to go. These bats are the bane of all runners' existence. They are random, so... Was this really a dream or an alternate timeline? It was. I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be meant as a dream. So the big thing with Chrono Cross, in terms of speedrunning the game, is probably the biggest draw to it is probably the battle mechanics. The battle mechanics are really deep. It makes running the game and learning how to improvise really neat. I think it's what I hear a lot of the most runners talk about really enjoying. We will probably try to, which is why I have two commentators, we will try to cover as much as we can to explain what's going on, kind of behind the scenes as to why we're doing certain things. But there is a lot that goes into it. I think that usually besides just experience and doing runs, learning more about the mechanics of the game is usually how runners improve. It's the skill in and of itself. So probably not going to be able to get all of it covered in one single run, but we're going to give it our best shot to explain as much as we can. I'll probably end up tossing it to Izala and Amart whenever it comes to really digging into it while I'm in the middle of a fight.
Yeah, so there is quite a bit of mental math that goes into a lot of these fights that the runner is responsible for keeping track of. And so it kind of happens pretty quickly, so it's tough to kind of encapsulate it all at one time.
Yeah, and it will probably try not to dump it all at the same time, because then it's going to go over everybody's head, but we'll probably drip a little bit of the knowledge through as the fights go, especially throughout the beginning here. Because like whenever you first see the screen, especially if you've not someone who played Chrono Cross even casually, there's a lot that pops up on the battle screen right at the start.
Also, as we'll probably see, a bunch of RNG involved, so a lot of the fights have a bit of a dynamic nature to them, and having to adapt to stat levels, different roles, and stuff like that.
Yeah, exactly what Azala just said. And that kind of goes back to experience just being one of the biggest things in like improving at the game is there's so many things, even now, there's still things that I occasionally see that I'm like, oh, I've never seen that before. I've never seen that exact scenario before.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so we just wake it up after this dream that we just had. And now, for the most part, for Chrono Cross speedrunning, there are no like major skips or anything like that. So we are going to basically be going through the entirety of the game that needs to be done, like linearly, and just kind of doing it as fast as we can and as optimal as we can. So that involves coming over here, talking to Lena, and starting the quest to go get the 3 Komodo skills that we need. As all right, Mart, if y'all want to go ahead while I'm going to go do this menu and start the fights, if y'all maybe want to give like a brief introduction about like what is going to be seen in the battles, y'all can take it away.
Yeah, so the start of the game here, we're going to be going over to the Komodo Beach, and there's a couple different materials that we're looking to kind of get in total, some of which are random, but fortunately the scales that are actually required for the quest are guaranteed drops. What we're hoping to see from the random drops is a feather and I believe 2 humors and a fang. Some of these there's workarounds for not getting that cost either a little bit of time or some extra money, which won't end up really being a big deal yet. But we'll be looking for those from the drops, and we'll also hope to get our first +1 strength off of the Mama Komodo fight.
Or if we're really lucky, at +2.
That would be amazing.
It would be amazing, but the superstitious part of me is like, oh, that's the game will be taking back somewhere.
Yeah, so we're gonna set up we're gonna set this trap for the little dragon pup to run into so that we can catch it and get into our first fight here.
Yeah, another an RNG thing that we're going to see right off the bat. So we got a good formation here, but like okay, we got landed one of them, nice. The formations that we get are also random. There's like a preset of like 5 different ones that you can get at all places, but any random battle has a chance to give you like a different variation of the fight. There are ones that are more common. This is the most common one for this fight, and that's what we want. So here we're probably going to get a bone, but we really are looking for the 10% feather. We have a couple of chances to get it. We didn't get it, that's fine. So if we don't end up getting the drop from one of the Komodos, we will be doing a backup to get the feather. And that's fine, it only costs about 16 seconds, but it's out of our control. We're just hoping that we get it. Hopefully this guy stays up there. If he doesn't, that's fine. Okay, so we just have to fight some beach bum at some point. I'm skipping this one too. If I don't get one here oh, that's nice. If I don't get one here in Lizard Rock, I will get one in Cape Hal. I don't even know what formation we got. Okay, so this is a 3 formation. It's not really what we want. We also got 0 rolled. If you would like, someone would like to explain what a 0 roll is? Oh.
Yeah, so basically every enemy has a set number of like base AP that they can roll. I'm not quite familiar with the formula. Maybe Azala's better with that, but basically a 0 roll means that they take their initiative before you get a chance to. So
yep. Yeah. Okay, so I got through that fight. I can actually touch on it a little bit. Like, so in almost all RPGs that like you've probably played, you usually see something like an ATB system where like FF9 or FF7, where there's a bar that moves across to show enemy speed and or like even ally speed when they're gonna go. Chrono Cross also has like a speed stat like that that's not shown to the player, except it's determined by action points. It's how many actions that a player takes before an enemy gets to go. If they start at something like 7 and you do 7 AP worth of things, when they hit 0, they will go. Bosses cannot 0 roll you at the start of the fight, but regular enemies can. They can just start by going. Also, I should clarify, so we also have, this is where it gets kind of complicated into describing which one is which, but we also have, if you see underneath my health where it says stamina, or STA 7.0, that's how much stamina we can use in our turn. Here, we're trying to hit all of these 2s and roll a 49 on the fireball. Don't really get the choice of like making sure that it does, but if it rolls 49, then we will one cycle this. If not, we'll just go on the backside. But things drain a different amount of stamina than the AP that it correlates to. That's a little bit of a mouthful, but mainly it does line 1-to-1. Like if we do a 3, that's the fierce attack. It also costs 3 AP. But stamina is the one that's weird where it only costs 1 AP, but it drains all of your stamina. Nice. Okay, so we did get the Fang. We didn't get the Feather. And we don't have any humors yet. So we'll get the backup Feather. And then I'll fight a Beach Bum in K-Pal. And so all of this will be basically for us to forge the weapons that we need way earlier than we are supposed to in Termina when we go there for the first time. So this is all to kind of set us up. I think the beginning of marathons are like usually the hardest part to kind of get through everything because there's so much like of an initial explanation that needs to go into understanding the battle mechanics. It feels very front loaded.
It took me a little while to get used to it when I was first starting to run this game.
Yeah.
But once it clicks, it clicks.
Yeah, I think once you understand it and like really understand it, then it becomes kind of very intuitive to kind of figure things out. But there's just a lot that kind of goes into learning it initially.
Yep, absolutely.
I feel like you just have this moment where like, oh, I suddenly understand AP now after perhaps a couple runs of like, well, I know that this exists, but I'm not really sure what it's doing.
Right.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah, like when I'm running this game, I'll actually like count to myself the amount of AP I've used in actions. That way I'm like keeping track of that mentally. It's like a much easier way to just understand like getting through the fights and
right.
all that.
No, that's exactly why I always try to bring commentators whenever I'm doing marathon runs, because there's a lot of mental, like you said earlier, a lot of mental math that goes on during the moment where it's like, it's hard to both commentate and keep track of like AP, stamina of all your parties, like all people in your party whenever you need to. There's a lot that goes on, and keeping up with like what you're supposed to do at what times.
Like,
because we haven't really. Oh, good.
Go ahead.
I'm passing it to you, Mark. Go ahead.
Okay. Like something that took me a while to like click was like the fact that elements only use 1 AP, but they use 7 stamina. Like that, for some reason that didn't like click with me.
Yeah.
But once it did, it was like, oh, that makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, I've always tried to like, when I'm introducing it to people who come from other RPGs, whether it's speedrun or whatever else, and like I'm using the ATB example with like a bar, I kind of treat it as like elements are really quick in a fight, like very fast, but they are just like heavy on like your resources. They drain you a lot.
In a way, it's like basically giving you a cooldown.
Yep, basically, exactly that. So as a little, just like a quick synopsis outside of the battle mechanics of what's been going on here, we did collect all the Komodo scales that we needed to. We did went and met Lena at the beach here. And then all of a sudden we got washed away by a giant wave and we've woken up and Lena's just gone. I'll also, if I get the chance, try to touch on more of the intricate part of the lore when I can, because I think that Chrono Cross is a game that is meant to be played, I think, a couple of times. The story can be very convoluted, but it is very much a sequel to Chrono Trigger, and like the entirety of Chrono Cross's story is built off the basis of Chrono Trigger. So I'll try to touch on it whenever I get the chance. Nice, got that cycle. That feather right there was one that if we didn't get the drop like we did, because we didn't get the drop that way we were looking for, we had to grab that one there. It's about 15, 16 seconds, but in a marathon run, it's not that big of a deal to grab. You probably end up grabbing it about 50% of the time. And now we're gonna go ask Lena, wait, what happened? I think if I don't get both humors, if I only get a fight with one humor, I'll probably end up fighting the car salt and pepper fight like normal. And if I, for some reason, get the really bad drop, I'll just go ahead and eat the time loss of going and fighting another beach bum with the whole party after.
Sure.
Because there's a lot of backups that we can do for a lot of the materials that we need. Some of them take a little bit of time, where if you're trying to do like a very top time, where it ends up kind of being a reset point at times. But for the most part, it's just like minor time losses here and there. But ideally, we want to be able to make the the iron swallow and the iron dagger in Termina. Okay.
Wow, the kid stood still.
Yeah, I was waiting for her.
Every time I'm running down through there, I get blocked, and I'm just like, just say things that you probably know what I'm saying.
So this is one of those times we're getting this. We didn't want this formation because. Oh, all right. Well, so welcome to Chrono Cross accuracy.
Yeah, any XCOM fans in the chat?
Hope you like percentages.
Yeah. Wow.
It will be unbelievable at times, but the percentages for the hit chance that it displays in the game are actually accurate.
Yep. Okay, so here
it will be worth reminding.
Here we are going to hope to get our humor. We have a 90% chance basically to get this, but sometimes Chrono Cross, especially to me, says no. All right, cool. We got the one we needed. We at least need one humor drop. I can do the backup for the other, assuming I get the other common drop from this next fight. If not, then I'll do the backup I mentioned earlier. Oh, I guess we also didn't mention it. But so Chrono Cross is a game where experience is not really a thing, and we will not be taking regular encounters like that, except where it's like absolutely necessary. So for example, we had to do it to push the story to get the Komodo scales for Lena. There we did it because we needed, to make the materials that we need for the weapons in Termina. I'm trying to think of other places. I guess like any place that you see us having to take encounters are usually actually the most RNG centric splits for runners. So like the beginning here is also like very RNG heavy in like PB attempts. When we get there later, Gaia's Naval will be... there's a lot of... Like, any places that we have to take regular encounters and not boss encounters are usually where it's like, okay, there's a lot of RNG. Whether it's just, like, misses like what we just had, whether it's... Usually it's, like, formations. Formations are the big one.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't the battle system explained in the manual? I have actually not read the manual, so I don't know exactly how deep it goes into mechanics, but I can, like, 100% guarantee that... it doesn't go into the advanced part of the mechanics that we're going to be taking advantage of in the speedrun.
Let me open my manual and see if it does.
We haven't touched on it yet either, and we'll get to it. But there is a mechanic called stamina pushing in the game that we use in the speedrun that probably not intended, but it's not a glitch either. It's just kind of taking advantage of the way the system works. So here we're going to defend because we can't technically actually do real damage in this fight until Salt attacks Surge and the text happens. Unfortunately, we're kind of getting... That was a little bit slow, but it's fine. Okay, lots of misses already. All right, so at least Kid rolled a 6 on that too. So even though we haven't seen her stats yet, we know that she at least got the first strength. I'll know if she got the magic here if she rolled a 19 or a 20. Okay.
Nice.
So I'm gonna do a 1, 2, 3, and if this hits, he dies. Nice. And then I'm gonna do because I know she got the magic. I should be able to just do a fireball here. This will put a red on the field, which will help her damage on her physicals and, her fireball as well. And usually a 2 fireball with her having that magic stat is enough. This should kill. I'm not sure that a low roll exists where this doesn't, but I'm pretty sure this kills. Oh, that's unfortunate. I was trying to get some stats there, or some stamina back there. So we'll do 2, 3. Unfortunate miss. And then we'll do 1, 1, 2, 3. Do not Dragon Rider me, please. All right, we should be able to kill before his next turn as long as we don't miss everything. Yeah.
Nice.
All right, we are looking for a specific drop here. Nice. Okay, we got it. It is the common one, so we shouldn't be that surprised. But, you know, you run the game long enough, you see enough bad drops. And yeah, what Yolo Swaggin said, Bedroad, unfortunately, the most optimal route for the run is one where it's like mainly being mean to Kid over and over and over.
Yet another RPG speedrun where being mean is the fastest.
Yep. Rename Kid here to K because she is someone who gets a lot of text and we get her really early, so it is worth doing. And now to try to
Dialogue is the most stressful thing.
I was going to say, and now to try not to kill the run from saying yes to Kid. Unfortunately, she does ask you 3 times. And in a marathon, you're going to usually go pretty slow and make sure you don't hit it. But it is a Chrono Cross speedrunner rite of passage to accidentally not be paying attention and mash through this text here. So like here's 1. We're 1/3 of the way done with this boss. 2/3, we were almost there. And we did it.
Hey, let's go.
Breathe.
At an instant reset point, we cannot take Kid. It is very important that the characters we get from saying no to Kid here, it is very important that we do get them. Because we end up getting Lena. Pashal's like not that useful really. But Lena is going to be very important for like hour 1 through 2. Well, I guess after hour 1 through the end of hour 2. Also, I guess I actually usually forget to mention this, but for anybody who is Chrono Cross savvy and you've played a lot of the game casually, you might be wondering, why did we not get Pashal like in the village? You know, because you can go get Pashal really early. But the reason is it's kind of a hidden thing, but Chrono Cross has a mechanic where if it's just Surge in the party, which this is kind of the only time you can have that happen, bosses and like all enemies have half HP. So it ends up being faster to just have Surge in the party until we absolutely have to get people here. Also, we're not renaming Lena and Pashal. The text is not worth it. And getting partial here, the reason that we needed that drop from that last fight I was talking about, which is a piece of armor, is we can't actually leave no armor on a character. So to be able to swap out the armor here for partial, that partial starts with, we have to get the other drop to be able to switch it out. And what that does is when we get to Termina, I can disassemble that armor and get the other humor that we need. Also what Ray said. It ends up just being beneficial to not pick up anybody until necessary.
So just from a plot point of view, this part of the game is really weird because you come to this other world, find out Surge is supposed to be dead, and then after the whole fight at Cape Howell there, you just go to what was his house, but it's definitely somebody else's house there. You're just hanging out.
Yeah, he tells you to please leave. He doesn't have time for kids.
Yeah.
I gotta wait.
It's a bit weird.
Okay, nice. So what just happened there is kind of indicative to a skill, a little bit less of a, it's not like that big of a deal when you're learning to run the game, but over time you learn how to ideally dodge basically every encounter that you don't need on the world map. And it's usually things like that where we're trying to squeeze by spots that we can get by. This will also be another tutorial boss where we have to defend until text to be able to actually do damage. So here we're going to defend once and he'll immediately go. And whenever this, depending on when this strengthen happens, that's a 0 roll. Okay, so, or I guess that's a 1 roll technically, but we can't really do anything at this point, so it's basically a 0 roll. So we're gonna do 1, 2, 1. We need to get to level 3 here. So because of that, what that means is I'm gonna have to do a 1 pause 3, 3 with partial and hope that partial lands all of it to be able to kill. If not, it's fine, but we also will see an extra pepper attack because of that low roll. Oh, well, never mind. Maybe not because partial crit. Still got it. I actually kind of didn't like that crit because I didn't get the refresh that I was wanting. 5. So we'll do 1, 1, 2, 3. Partial's hitting everything though. Let's see if Surge can follow suit. I'm gonna do a 1 pause. This is a risk of an AP, but yeah, we'll just do 2, 2 here. Yeah, I didn't think I needed a 3. So you might be wondering what I was talking about with an AP risk there, but we basically have a value that we know enemies can't roll underneath. And for Pepper there, it was 8. So that's part of me counting. But enemies can roll like Charity. They can actually roll a little bit above that. I'm not going to go into the formula for that exactly. But just know that like even though we know that their AP there rolls or reads as 8, it can be like a 9. So I went for the AP risk expecting to not be 8. It wouldn't have been that big of a deal if not otherwise. But I did that because I would like to do that 1 with partial. Because the way the accuracy works in this game is when you land an attack, it increases the odds of your following attacks to hit. So instead of just walking up and doing a 3, 3 with partial, I did a 1 pause 2, 2. We can talk about the pause part in a minute. But basically, I wanted to make sure that the following attacks that I needed to hit had a higher chance of hitting. So I risk reward, I kind of just weighed the options and risked the AP to increase my accuracy. That is a large part of running this game at a high level, is kind of in the moment, because the scenarios will change like all the time, is like weighing risk to reward. Like sometimes you can play risky and it works out, but overall it's still not worth it because of like what you were risking. And then other times it's always worth the risk because the risk is like not that big of a deal. We just would have saw 1 extra pepper a turn is what I was risking there.
So I don't think that we had explicitly mentioned it yet, but as you might expect, you have the 1, 2, and 3 options for the attack, and comparatively, like the higher up you go, the lower the chance of hitting, but the more damage it will do. So, 1 is the highest chance to hit. So because of the accuracy mechanic, you'll often see a lot of patterns where it'll be like 1, 1, 2, 3, or 2, 2, 3, because it's just trying to build up the accuracy before using that heaviest hitting attack. The other big difference that will be relevant, especially later, is the only attacks capable of critical hitting, at least randomly, are the 3s.
Yep. Also, this is the one time we are nice to Kid. We actually do accept her here. She will be used for a little bit. And she is at 8. Usually at highest, I don't know if I've ever seen her at 10 here. I guess theoretically she could be, but I've seen her at highs of 9 here. So 8's fine. I am going to focus on doing this menu coming up, but if one of y'all would like to maybe give a brief explanation as to like the stats that we're talking about, and I guess kind of touch on the fact that when I said there was no experience in the game.
Yeah, so basically what you might hear us refer to as star fights or stars. Each like boss fight and that you fight in here has the opportunity to give you a star. There's also going to be mini stars in certain areas where if you're fighting the enemy that gives you like a mini star, let's say you get a strength on this mini star fight, you'll know for the next star fight that it will give you that strength stat for the star fight. So yeah, it's kind of a neat mechanic. We don't. I'm trying to remember how many exact mini stars that we get, but they'll become more important kind of later in the run than earlier. Kind of like more towards the dragon section of the game.
Yeah, like Amar was saying, we don't do that very many mini stars because it usually requires doing regular encounters in between those, and it's almost never worth it. But yeah, also, so there you just saw that we went and got the Profiteer's Purse, which is hidden behind the stairs there. And funnily enough, it gives us the iron that we need to be able to make the weapons that we're not supposed to have already, like really early. It like works out like perfectly from a speedrunning standpoint. Also, if it looks like sometimes the menus are going a little bit slow, Chrono Cross is on the Western version is very. The menus feel like molasses. That is not something that exists on the Japanese version of the game, nor on RDE, but on the Western version they do. So a lot of times if you see getting stuck in inputs, it's because the menus can feel like you're battling them sometimes.
Mm-hmm. So we got Pierre.
Yeah, I guess also for anybody who is aware of the Chrono Cross story, you played it casually, you know that there are 3 different ways you can get into the manor here, and it depending on which character you decide to pick up is like how it dictates that pathing. Pierre is actually kind of the worst of the 3 that we could probably use as a character this early, but his route ends up being the fastest, and he will serve one key purpose that'll come up here in a second. He has one major role. Besides the fact that he kind of just lets us go straight to the front gate. Hope the question is okay. How many characters do you acquire in the speed run? I actually don't know the total. Yeah.
I want to say it's like 15 to 18, somewhere in that area.
Well, no, because how many?
Well, we don't acquire any optional
Yeah,
ones.
so I'm trying to think how many optional. Because like we get,
unless you consider the ones where you have to make a choice optional, but I think everyone that we get are just the ones that we're forced to.
Yeah, no one optional. So we do Dario. Do you get Riddell automatically?
Yes. Because you get Riddell before Dario.
Automatically, like you get to decide after. I couldn't remember if that was part of the actual quest.
Oh, that I'm not 100% on.
It's been a while since I've done everything casually, like all the optional stuff. So I can't really for sure tell you things outside of the run. I know a lot about things that are inside the scope of the run, but some of the...
We will be getting Glenn, yes.
Yeah. So like I guess, but like I guess when we're talking about optional characters, we're talking about like we don't go out of our way to get fun guy or whatever. But like we make a choice that we're forced to make at like saying no to kid, and in that way we get partial, right? So in that way, partial's I guess technically optional, but it's a split choice that we're forced to make. There is an all-character speedrun of the game, though, that takes about 9-ish hours. So, welcome to the Pierre show. Hopefully he does his job correctly, but this is his most important role.
Everyone say hi to Ketchup.
No, Pierre? Okay. Okay. He can dodge all 3 hits there, and it actually is kind of bad. We want him to die. And the reason we want him to die is because of this. We would like this revive to go on the field because the white actually helps not only like white elemental damage, but it also helps Surge's physical attacks damage. And the alternative is a Cure Plus because no one's dead. And not only do we not get the white to help Surge's damage, we also have the blue get on the field, and that actively hurts Kid's damage because she's red innate. So I'll probably have to do a 2 here with Kid. Yep. So we're trying... Oh, wrong way. We're trying to proc Flame Knock, so we need this 2 to hit. Nice. Can't stand push that, unfortunately, or I would do a 2-2. Which I guess we still haven't explained stand pushing. I feel like probably a good time to do that would be right before the Marcy fight, where there's a lot of dialogue.
I was going to say Marcy is kind of the one where it really, really matters too.
Yep. Fun fact, we can get a free stam refresh here. This is one of the places I can just defend twice. Boom, boom. Surge is at full stamina, and the guy didn't go. The guy being Ketchup. I kind of don't want him to go here because he had the chance to kill Surge. Nice, okay.
Good fight.
Yeah, it was a really good fight. Especially because we were not at 13, so I couldn't do the fastest version of it. Also, coming up, for anybody who has watched a Chrono Cross speedrun before, you kind of already know, but let me split there. Coming up is one of the few exceptions to the rule of whenever I said there are no skips in the run of Chrono Cross. And it's not even really a major one. It's about a minute of a time save if we get it first try. But we have a trick called guard skip coming up. And basically, these guards that are in front of the door, if you get anywhere around them, they'll stop you from running and charge at you. But the game has a weird, I don't know what you'd call it, but a weird kink that like, if you have an enemy that's aggro and chasing you, like this guard down here, then we can actually walk past that zone where they stop us from getting behind them and get to the door. And then, because we're being chased, it won't let us actually mash X to get into the door. We have to wait until that aggro's gone. But what that actually does is as soon as we get de-aggroed from the guard chasing us, because we're in that zone, the other golden guards there will normally immediately run into us and stop us from getting the door. But there happens to be one frame between the text box of being de-aggroed and the other guys running into us that we can get a press in. In world record attempts, this becomes like a reset point, but I would like to try to show it off in the marathon, so I'm going to go for it like 3 times. If we don't get it, then I'll just fight the guards. Because like, it's not really as long as you're mashing well enough, it's not really a full skill check. It is mash fast and pray. Because even with turbo, if you're just turboing the button, it's about a 50% chance to get it. So I'm just going to mash as quickly as I can and hope that the game decides that it wants to be kind. Oh, I got caught on something there. So we're going to grab this guy, walk over to the door. All right, we didn't get it first try. That's fine. Uh-oh. That guard, I might have to reset the room though, because that guard over there is kind of looming in a bad spot. I almost decided to fight it because I'm gonna have to reset the room, I'm pretty sure. The weird thing is like whenever we get out of this fight, let me see, am I gonna have to reset it? Yeah, okay. Yeah, it spawns me way out there, and it just so happened that the other guard was looming around. That was just unlucky, so we're gonna grab this guy's attention again. Can you come this way? Thank you. Nice.
Nice.
A little bit slow of a second try because I had to reset the room, but that's fine. I would even take that in a PB attempt. I wouldn't be that happy about it, but I would take it. What that does do, and why a lot of non-top runners don't really go for it, besides just increasing the amount of resets, is it does make money be a slight issue at some points if you're not really paying attention to it. Or mainly just one point. There's going to be a point like in about an hour where we have to buy a magnify and diminish, and they are very expensive. And after that, money is not really an issue ever in Chrono Cross speedrunning. But doing that skips a whole fight, which kind of can make money tight. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. That's okay. Welcome to Chrono Cross.
Sure.
I think that was the middle one that just went. Okay, so really I should have Kid attack the left one because the other two already went. They're gonna reset their accuracy. I'm just gonna throw 3-3 here. And hopefully he doesn't go. Okay, I'm gonna try to have Surge kill this one with like a 2-3. Nice. And then we'll kill the middle one. Never mind, we will not kill the middle one with Kid. If this one doesn't get a turn, it's a fine fight. Never mind. All right. Not a great fight. We had a lot of misses. But that's kind of what
It may not be...
Oh, good.
So like I say, may not be believable after that, but the weapons that we did put together do also increase our accuracy.
Yeah. And I was going to say, so like, basically that's kind of Chrono Cross running in a nutshell, is that like, you're going to miss. A lot of it is just kind of keeping track of like, in that, for example, like that, when did the enemy go? Which enemy is gone at what time? Can I stop an enemy from going? You know, it's trying to minimize the amount of enemy turns you're let happening, even with misses. And additionally, small things is like, I didn't really want Kid to have to run all the way to the one on the left side because she is on the right side, and those run-ups kind of can add up. But here we are going to get the code for to get in the statue. It is random. A sum of 10 is average because you cannot roll 0. It is 33. That's pretty good. 33. The reason that matters is we will have to watch the statue turn that amount of times. Very funny thing here is the password ends up being silence. Nice. I usually have people in stream whenever I'm doing runs guess the statue, but I was too busy talking about the mechanics of the run that I forgot to even bring it up. Gonna pick this up. Some of these things I do skip in PB attempts, but we're gonna pick up all of the safety stuff for now. We're gonna put on this turn yellow because it's gonna be useful for the next fight because the enemies are green. Put on the Dragoon's Honor, helps our accuracy a little bit and helps our damage, +1 to strength. Azala or Amar, would y'all like to maybe touch on the turn colors that are about to start becoming prevalent?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and do that. So if you notice, we've alluded to it a couple times, but in the battle, in the upper left corner of the screen, you'll see something called the field effect. And the way that this works is every character kind of has an innate color. Surge's happens to be white. and Kid is red. Those are kind of the important ones right now. And the enemies also have an innate color, in this case, green, as Andy mentioned. And so each of these colors also have an opposing color. And the way that damage calculations work is when the opposite colors are attacking each other, they do more damage, basically, to their opposing element. The other kind of factors is on the field effect screen, every color that matches your innate color, or also the color of the element you're using, increases your damage by about 12.5%. And every instance of the opposing color decreases the damage dealt by that by the same 12.5%. So here we take advantage of the turn yellow spell to set Surge's innate color to yellow so that he benefits from having the 2 yellows on the field effect here. And really the only way that the field effect works is pretty simple. It's just the last 3 colors that were used.
I was listening to your explanation and I made a small mistake. It's fine. I thought the other one went, so I switched my target, but we're just going to see 1 extra turn. And I guess it's not even really extra. This is a normal fight. We just had a good opening, so I probably could have skipped it.
There's also another kind of small optimization type thing. I'd assume when Handy came in here, he checked to see the gender of the enemies, because certain enemies can be either male or female. And this game was made in 1999. It was a different time, but the female enemies have 5% less than base health, and the male enemies have 5% more. So it's often better to try to get rid of one of them first.
Yep. It ends up being a 10% swing, so it is a noticeable difference. And it's not on all bosses either. Most bosses have a set gender that they are, male or female. But these bulbs are kind of enemies that you can run into later on as regular enemies. So they get rolled, I think, as just regular enemies do, which can switch. Also, here coming up is a funny quirk that quirk was what I was looking for earlier. A funny quirk that the game has that ends up actually being very important to the speedrun. We'll talk about it later with these items, but getting this gauntlet here is very big. It's a very big increase to our strength, and all we have to do is annoy Karsh 20 times. Did I say the statue is 3-3?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Eventually he's all right, you can have it.
Hey, Karsh. Hey, Karsh.
And it might be wow, that's slow, but I promise you, the damage increase is so worth it.
Yeah,
it is +3. Yeah.
Yep.
It's +3 to our strength, and we end up using it for basically the entirety of the run. Mountains are nice.
And because of the way the damage math works, +3 strength from an accessory is worth slightly more than just having +3 to your strength.
Yep.
So, big deal.
And it also, it matters, strength is set basically +1, +2, or whatever gives you the same increase as you go on. But because we're so early on in the game, each one of those strengths is worth so much more right now. Mainly because Surge is our main, almost all of our damage. Kid with the Iron Dagger is good supplemental damage. But Surge is the main person doing damage on our team. Also, we mentioned it earlier, so I guess we can kind of, while we're going through this lore dump here, we can kind of touch on what stamina pushing is. A very, very shorthand explanation of it is we were talking about how AP is kind of the way that the game determines whose turn it is. And when enemies hit 0, they take their turn. And I also mentioned that we know what their floor value is. So for example, I said Pepper was at 8. That means that on any given turn, that's not the first turn, we know that after they take their turn, they reset to at least 8 AP. They could be 9, like I mentioned earlier. We won't know that, so we always kind of use their base floor value as the number we're aiming for. So for example, Marcy's at 7 AP. So a lot of the time in the fight, you're going to see me do 3 action points worth of things, and then afterwards, I'm going to try to buffer 2 attacks together. So usually it's going to end up being a 3-3 from Surge. And the reason that works is because the game allows, how do I say this? Okay, so the game buffers attacks that you do in pairs of 2. So like if I did a 2-2-3, that would be read as like altogether. If I did 2-2-3 without like pausing, that would be read as a 2-2 then a 3, meaning that an enemy could go between that gap where the then is. But if I do a 2 a 2 then a pause and then a 2-3, that 2-3 is buffered together and it cannot be interrupted. So what that means is whenever we know that Marcy's about to go, we are when she's like 1 AP at least, we are going to do a 3-3 together so that we can maximize not only our damage, it refreshes our other party members 6 stamina because of the 3-3. It's just us kind of optimizing every single turn that we do.
And it's especially important in this fight because Marcy has 2 very important HP flags where she will use specific abilities. And the goal that Handy will be going for here is to get her to right above her critical HP threshold, which is for everybody, it's at 1/4 HP. It's considered their critical threshold. Because after that, she will use Ice Blast. We don't want her to do that because it can kill us. And it can be run ending in the right circumstances. So we'll hopefully not see it here. But besides just the stamina pushing, there's also a lot of HP tracking math involved here to figure out what how much HP she has left.
She might go into crit here because we haven't missed.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Is she? Okay, let's go into...
Fortunately, she has to do this first. She has to do the half HP flag first, so.
Nice. I was kind of going slow through my attacks because I was going to make sure that they were hitting. If one of them didn't hit, I was going to switch to a 1 at the end so I could leave a gap for the fireball. That was a really good fight.
Yeah. We're
Got the Ice Blast.
Good.
Nice.
Yeah.
So we basically skipped her Ice Blast there that she can do.
Yeah, so if we don't get that Ice Blast, there is a backup for it. It is worse, but...
Yeah. That is the good thing about Chrono Cross is most things are mitigatable. Is that the word I'm looking for? Like they like you can always find a way to get through the run basically. Now it does get harder, obviously the less experienced you are, like and depending on the thing that does happen, but you can find ways to get through everything and usually in a pretty decent time.
And you can always like if you find that you mess up a boss fight or something, you can always run away and retry. Like it does lose you time, but
yep,
you can be
safe. I think like we talked about, Chrono Cross can be a lot to learn initially because of all of the battle mechanics. But I also actually think that even though Chrono Cross can seem like it's hard to get into for that reason, the fact that you're not being pressured by like an active time bar and instead it's like you can kind of think through the turns at your own pace. And the fact that you can run away from everything makes it like also kind of friendly to start learning.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's no like Excalibur 2 and FF9 example where you got to get to this spot by 12 hours or something.
Yeah. So here, this is one of the places we have to do like a regular non-boss fight. And the formation thing that we were talking about earlier also plays a factor. It can be 3 or 4 guards. We're hoping for 3 guards. It will make our money a little bit tighter, but it is faster. Nice. 0 roll. That kind of sucks, but it's fine. Unfortunate. All right, unfortunate. Unfortunate, please. Can we hit it? Oh, no. All right. Okay, so because this other guard just went, I couldn't stop his turn because we missed. I'm going to try to kill the sergeant now to hopefully not give him another turn. Oh, please go. Hate my input. I'm going to just dash and slash. I don't know if the privates die. Normally we dash and slash the sergeant. Yeah, I think it's worth. I guess that's also something we didn't touch on. It maybe is apparent, but in case it isn't, another good thing about elements, even though they are slow and we try not to use them where we can, or where we don't have to, the good thing about them is they are consistent damage. You cannot miss. Well, with damaging ones, I guess technically like you could try to turn color a boss that would miss, but as a general rule, like it is just consistent damage. It's just slow because of animations. We would like to basically do physical attacks for most of our fights. And what that usually means, it involves kind of like setups where it's going to be like later we're using like Eagle Eye, Strengthen, a turn color, and then we're kind of optimizing how much damage can we do when we swing and hit our attacks. Yeah, exactly, Trashman. That's actually why I think Chrono Cross is such a fun speedrun to do, especially at a high level, and why I mentioned earlier that I think experience is a big thing, like just finishing runs in Chrono Cross, because you have to make those kind of decisions like all the time, right, in a run. Mm-hmm. And depending on how quickly you come to those decisions is like kind of what starts separating, I guess, like top runners, like very, very top runners from runners learning. Also here, I kind of don't have time to go into it myself because it's actually about to start, but if one of you guys would like to touch on the flags that we're going to be dealing with here at Lynx.
Link.
Go ahead.
Okay, Lynx has also has an HP flag, like Marcy, where he gets to critical health. He will use Nostrum, which is a heal, which wastes a little bit of time, but it's also pretty annoying because it heals about, it heals a couple hundred HP that you then have to damage through. He also has another flag where he will respond to certain elements being used, and we will actually use this to manipulate some of his turns, because if Lynx chooses to do 3 melee attacks in one turn, it can actually do quite a bit of damage, and some of the pretty much any of the characters can be in danger if they get hit by that, and he doesn't balance out his targeting. So what we'll do is use Pilfer on Kid to both steal an item, but then also force him to respond with Imbecile, which he should do his next turn after this.
Nice.
If he lives.
Yeah, I think we should be able to just do a defend, dash, and slash. And if not, Kid will just poke and kill. But we haven't missed, really, so I think he's basically... This might be death.
Yeah, I'd say it is.
Yeah.
Yep. So that's exactly what we wanted to do. Got him into crit health the same turn that the Imbecile proc was also done, because that prevents him from healing.
Yeah.
Nice. A mid 55 is a very good time. Technically, so my PB, which is about 40 seconds off of world record currently, has like a little bit of a knot. Like I think my first hour is like a little bit less than what I'd like for it to be, but just as an indicator, we are 14 seconds ahead of it on a marathon, which is pretty good. So that first hour was pretty good. The thing is coming up. It is a very big what would you even say? Not like a meme, but it is it's one of the staples of running Chrono Cross. Is everyone in the viewers who are there a lot and runners all know and say and talk about whenever the thing happens. There's a couple of traditions in Chrono Cross speedrunning. Also, we did get 3 guards, which is the faster version rather than getting 4 guards. And I also skipped the guards up front because of doing guard skip. All of these things are things we want, like a world record attempt or like, a really high, like fast time. But like I mentioned earlier, I will have to keep up with money to make sure that we are good. We always have like backups for money. Like we'll get through it, but. Ideally, what this means is that in the first fight where we're looking for what key we're going to get on the ghost ship, ideally we get 2 ghosts. If I really have to, and I think that we're going to be really low on it, I'll just fight the one up top too. Even if it's like 2. We do, but luckily, Chew, money becomes not an issue about 3 hours into the run. We sell something that gives us basically all the money we'd ever need.
75,000.
Yep. Also, guys, it is time for the thing.
I'm excited for the thing.
Lynx is gonna say it.
Here it is.
Boom. That's that other game. He said it.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Wow.
Also, I'm going to do this menu, and I think that we are trying to take a break every hour. This would be a good spot.
Perfect, yeah.
All right, and I'll leave it here.
Perfect. Yeah, so during these longer runs, everybody, we like to take a break every hour. So just everybody can get up, stretch, get some water, anything y'all need to do. Just a quick reminder before we go to the break, you can now join the official GDQ Discord server and add the Hotfix role where you can keep tabs on upcoming events, talk with staff, and more. You can use !Discord in Twitch chat for more information. We're going to take a break. We'll be back in just a few minutes here. Awesome. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Games on Quick Hotfix. Today, we are celebrating the 25th anniversary of Chrono Cross. We've got an any percent run here. We're in the middle of it. I'll hand it right back over to you.
Alrighty, yeah, we'll start again in 3, 2, 1, and go. All right, so where we just left off was basically after the first, I would call like dungeon of the game, where we beat Shadow Lynx. And we're counting now at like a big lore part of the game. It seems to be where we do a dungeon, then get like, a big 15, 20-minute part of the lore. Unfortunately, this one is the worst one. Not because it's even the longest one, but it is because Korcha exists. We have to look at Korcha for the next 15 minutes, unfortunately. Another tradition from Chrono Cross speedrunners. I guess now it's actually kind of split in the community, 50-50. There's been kind of a counterculture where people like Korcha, but when I started speedrunning for a while, the general consensus was that Korcha was bad luck.
Handy would probably consider me the resident Korcha apologist on this team. Definitely. I do it more so for the meme at this point.
Exactly, Ray. You can tell the split between the OGs and at what point I would say around 4 or 5 years ago. I think actually probably Hobbs was the one who, I think he started ironically, and then it grew into factions between people who hated Korcha and people who liked Korcha.
I do hold him responsible for it.
And the funny thing is, and by funny I mean absolutely terrifying thing, is we talked about at the beginning that there is a pool of characters that can be the random third one that came up with Surge and Kid Surge and Kid at the beginning. Korcha is one of them. And I will say this, I've held it true for the 7 years off and on that I ran the game. I will never run a run that starts with Korcha. I automatically reset. Even on my no reset days, everybody understands. In the first part, if Korcha comes with the elevator, I don't have to say anything. It's just LR, all the top buttons, they just soft reset. We'll move and go to the next one.
Handy once rejected one of my runs because Korcha was in it.
This is slanders?
Not actually true. Not actually true, but...
I should actually. You know what? That's a new rule. I'm bringing it to the committee. But yeah, basically, Kid got hit with the dagger, the poison dagger that Lynx threw. And unfortunately for her, that this is one of the parts we have to continue the trend of not being the kindest to Kid. And the reason we have to do that is because, one, if we do be nice to her and say, hey, we're going to help her, it adds another quest, and we miss out on a character that ends up being very important to the speedrun. And additionally, well, no, because Lena would be here regardless, but yeah, basically, Surge has been our main source of damage for the whole first hour, but coming up is going to be Glenn, Strength, and Lena's Magic is very important. I guess Surge's Strength is still also very important for the Ghost Ship, but after that, he kind of takes a back seat, honestly, until around hour 4. So most people I have in my stream, we have a command for it as well, called Glena, which is just Lena with the G in front of it, where they guess what starting stat we're going to get for Glenn's Strength and what starting magic we're going to get for Lena's Magic coming up. Average is about 14 Strength for Surge, 12 Magic for Lena. And I guess we can kind of explain that. I did touch on, I think we briefly touched on how levels work in the game and that we don't need experience. But basically, all characters in the game, even ones we don't have in our party yet, all start at a starting value. And after every star fight, which is basically what we explained earlier as boss fights, every character, even in the ones we don't have in the background, are also rolling. So how we have Surge at 14 here, sometimes it can be at 13, 12 or whatever. Glenn's Strength has been rolling, Lena's Magic has been rolling. And so it can be a range as to what we get them to start at. And it's something you have to adapt to. $18 and $9. That is both an amazing Glenn and the worst, literal worst Lena you could have. She starts at 9. But
also just an interesting fact based on the fact that like characters are rolling in the background before you've even recruited them. That means that actually the only way for characters to not get a stat up after a battle is for them to be present in the battle but dead.
Yep.
Hopefully that won't matter for any of our fights coming up, but
yes, they're getting stat ups before you recruit them.
Yes. And so the way that it works is Chrono Cross, I'm like, because of how deep the mechanics are in the game, and my personal theory is I think Chrono Cross is meant to try to be almost like the bosses are puzzles, right? Where you're not grinding experience to be over leveled. You're trying to use the element system, the grid, like the field mechanics, something like that, to figure out how to get through a boss. And so the game has it's not completely random as to what stats characters are at certain points. It's weighted random. The game has a value for a stat for a character that it thinks that they should be at a certain star value. And if they're below that, it increases their odds of getting, +1, +2 or whatever. If they're below that, if they're above that, it decreases. If they're below it, it increases, right? And the closer you get to the end of the game, because of the way the formula works, it tries harder to converge on that value. It tries to keep you basically within a range, and I think it doesn't want you to ever be super under-leveled, and it doesn't want you to ever be, ideally, super over-leveled. Now, if you've done enough runs as a Chrono Cross speedrunner, you will know that, yes, statistically, that is the case, but unfortunately, the way that statistics works, with a large enough sample size, you're going to get runs where it's like, okay, the odds are that I should be kind of getting increases here because I'm way below, and then you still miss it, because it's never, you're never guaranteed it. And then there are also the opposite sides where you get the God runs where it's like, wow, I'm really strong and I'm just getting stronger. Those are usually whenever you're trying to that's why consistency is a big thing, is because when those runs come across that, all the things are going well, you need to be able to not choke it. You need to be, those are the runs you're trying to perform well. Or I guess more well, because you're always trying to play well, but. Exactly.
These stats will also come up a lot, but just having the strength or the magic isn't necessarily the most important thing at any given time. We tend to talk about it and think about it a lot because it's relevant for which kind of route we'll choose to go through the battle. Depending on high or low strength, for example, there may be a faster set of moves that we can use or elements that can be skipped or something like that. Honestly, it can be more important to get good AP rolls, good damage rolls, and not missing is the very critical one.
Yep. I think, so stats are obviously, and strength are obviously always important. They open up more options for you as a runner, but I do think that the importance of them kind of decreases as you get more and more experience with the run. Like, it's always important. You always want to have good stats, but having better stats makes the run just easier. And like, you know what to do more, especially as a newer runner. But then, as is all I was saying, as you get better and better and better at the run, you want to have those stats, but sometimes you have stats and then you can't do the things that you want to do to take advantage of it because of things like misses or bad AP rolls and stuff like that. So it is not the most important thing. It is just an important thing. But as most experienced runners will always kind of say, I would much rather, instead of having like godlike strength or a godlike magic on Lena and bad APs or misses, I would rather have average strength and an average amount of misses, or just decent AP. It is a very big trap to sometimes get into runs where you're like, oh, my stat is bad, I should just reset. There's not, no. I mean, it depends on the skill level of the runner. Also, I'm responding to, are there any situations where you can't just finish the run because you brick so hard? But no, like, I think an experienced runner will be able to get through the run at all times. It might be slower, but
there may be a boss battle that you have to run from and restart, but because that's always possible, it's a lot harder to brick the run completely.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm going to focus on these menus coming up, but if you guys would like to maybe explain story-wise what's coming up or what's going on, feel free.
Yeah, so we kind of left Goldove with Quarch's boat. We're trying to go to this Fort Dragonia place, and basically we're stopping in Termina to kind of do some shopping, some running around, and basically we're just making better weapons. We're picking up some healing items, some better elements than what we currently have, and we're also picking up very important character. We'll be picking up Glenn here.
Yeah, so the elements and smithing that we're doing here, we don't actually go to the smith. We don't actually do too many like big shopping sprees, but this is one of them. But this is not where we can be short on money. It'll be after the ghost ship where we have to be a little bit more cognizant of our money. Simple accessories, so weapons.
And on this trip, we're basically getting upgraded weapons for both Glenn and Lena. Glenn's is, of course, important because he's going to be doing a bit of damage in the sections coming up. Lena's not going to be doing so much physical weapon, but I had mentioned earlier that typically speaking, the upgraded weapons give you better accuracy too. And because you need to land physical hits to build up your element levels, even though Lena will be doing primarily magic damage, it's important for her to actually be able to hit those attacks to have the necessary element levels.
Yep. Yeah, because we didn't ever really explain that, did we? We explained stamina and everything like that, but there's a whole bunch of like moving parts that go into it between building levels for elements, stamina, the field effect. But it all does kind of, I think, smoothly play. It's very fun once you kind of understand all the moving parts to kind of experiment with. We did our Termina shopping. We're about to see what Glenn and Lena are about to be at. Then we have to do a little bit more shopping and a little bit more menuing. Also, coming up, you're going to see us, it's going to seem like it's like out of our way to put Macha in our party, but we're kind of forced to here, because here she's going to ask to join our party. We could tell her no, and even if you do enough runs, you will accidentally do it at least once, and then that's probably the only time. But if you do tell her no, she goes, okay, and then walks all the way over to that platform at the far left, jumps off of it, and swims, and does like a backstroke all the way back to off the screen going to Goldove, and we have to watch all of it. So
It is very funny.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Nightbox says if my prediction of 18 Glenn, 9 Lena is right, he's running away. I need a mod to ban Nightbox if it's 18-9.
Yeah, it takes forever.
Yeah, it's very slow. Glenn is also one of the characters that we're going to rename. Macha is going to be not one of them. Don't tempt me. All right, Glenn is at 15. You're safe, Nightbox. But 15 it's like on the slightly upper edge of average. It's good. As long as the thing is like the starting stat is great and all, but like it depends on, they need to keep getting stats. Lena's at 10 though. That is 2 below average. We can deal with that. It's just unfortunate. Hopefully she has time to get her magic before we really need it. But that's a low start. Let me put Surge back in front here, actually.
Yeah, unfortunately, you have a lower chance of getting magic after the star fights than you do strength, just because the overall kind of like ending maximum magic values are lower, so that translates to a lower chance of getting it. But there is plenty of time. Lena can definitely recover from 10. Ideally, there's a specific fight that we're going to want her to be at least 15.
Yep.
That's still quite a ways off.
Oh, I ate my input. You'll hear me say that a lot. Oh, I didn't do this. I did that weird. Oh, I ate my input again. Alright. Not the best, not the worst. Also had to fight a little bit of muscle memory there because a lot of the times I've been skipping doing the Lena part of it, or the Surge part of it. But it is definitely different to sometimes make the decisions in when you're running this for like a world record attempt where you're like, yeah, I'm making this decision expecting it to, the run could die at any minute versus like marathons.
Yeah, you don't need to put the revive on, right?
Yeah, I did put the revive on. Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Sometimes, like on my PB attempts, I don't do that. Sometimes I skip the whole menu. Is the remaster bad for speed runs? I mean, if it runs well for you, it runs well for you. I think some people have had issues where it hasn't been running well for them. But, I mean, if it is running well for you, it's like, it's the same game basically, just with faster text, quality of life improvements and better graphics.
Yeah, I mean, if you do this route on the remaster, I think you're shaving off about an hour and change or something like that.
Yep.
Depending.
Yeah, so coming up, we are going to be forced to do, we're going to get forced into 3 encounters here. The first one actually, probably something, it's weird because this is like the only part of the game that it can do it, and there's like 3 of them, or 2, sorry. Yeah, 3 of them on the ghost ship that you can do it. But we can kind of just run from this first fight and skip it. But mainly after these next 2 boss fights, a big RNG swing, especially in like PB attempts, pops up. It's big even in marathon runs, but underneath here, when we get knocked out, we're kind of locked into the ghost ship. And we are going to need to get a key to escape the bottom of the ghost ship, but it is random between 3 people. There can be a 4th guy that has it, but we're not going to really go too much into that because if you get the 4th guy, it's because you accidentally made a mistake. But between the first 3 guys, it is random. And for every person that doesn't have it, after we fight somebody or fight a fight and then check the first guy, and he has the key, we don't have to fight anything after that. But if he doesn't, we have to do another fight to check the second guy and then so forth for the 3rd guy. So you can lose or gain a lot of time on ghost ship here. And during my world record grind recently, I was getting and have been getting a statistically unlikely amount of third keys. It should be evenly split, but I was at like 20 of 25 third keys, which is just like, hey, I'm taking 2 minutes off top of my run for no reason other than the game said so.
Looks like there's a poll in chat if you want to guess which key it's going to be.
I know which one I'm voting for.
We got a really good AP start
Me
here.
too. Oh no, one person apparently thinks we'll have to go to the fourth person, but that is hopefully not going to happen here.
That definitely wasn't any of us.
No, I'm sure it wasn't.
I can't complain at all if I get fourth key. That's on me.
That's your fault, yeah.
Oh, it didn't kill. That's fine. One flap is the normal amount of flaps. Not bad. $16. Lena didn't get a magic. That's kind of unfortunate, but it is fine. We can get through it. Yeah, that's the thing, is that if you're... Well, we can explain a little bit more of that as we get to it when we're doing the ghost dance, but that's why it's usually a player dependent, or not player dependent, but the action of the player is what forces it.
I guess one thing we can point out here, now that we got to do a bit of a shopping spree and actually acquired quite a bit of elements, we're kind of... Ooh, nice crit, by the way.
Yeah.
We're kind of starting the meta where we're using a lot more supporting elements. So you'll start to notice that, at least for the boss battles, that typically the first thing that's going to happen is like a strengthen and possibly a turn color, or perhaps an eagle eye, depending on the fight and how we want to manipulate the field effect. And that's pretty much going to hold true for a very large chunk of the game here now that we have those supporting spells.
Really good fight. Lena's still missing magic,
Wow,
but that's
yeah.
fine.
Glenn just got a +2.
Yeah, that's good on Glenn's strength. Lena missing is unfortunate. She's going to cost us time probably in a little bit, especially if we don't get one of the rare drops later. But
I think all Lena's luck is going into her HP rolls. She's at like 140.
yeah.
Monster.
Oh, also, so I was going to mention, and maybe I missed it when I was thinking while you were talking, Azala, but if it hasn't been explained yet, so normally these buffs that we're doing, like Eagle Eye, Strengthen, Turn Red, there's a funny way that they work in that, like, you would think that putting them on a lower level where it says like Turn Red, or like, you know, Eagle Eye -3 or Strengthen -3, that would do something, but it actually doesn't. I don't think that it's intended, but it doesn't affect how long it lasts on the player and the amount of AP that it lasts. It doesn't affect the like use case of it or anything. That's not true for everything in the game. It's just true for buffs and debuffs. If they are using something like an attack element, like Magma Burst or Bush Bash or something like that, or a healing element like Cure Plus or anything like that, it does affect it. You get like a 12.5% increase per level that that you go up or down on. Also, this is fight number 2 that for some reason we can just go, I'm out, or get 0 rolled, and then we'll say I'm out. Ace wants me not to forget Pip. Guys, remind me to get Pip.
All right.
Another way that you can accidentally get 4th key is if you don't set the flag here. You have to talk to this door. Or I guess not talk to it, but interact with the door. Oh, it didn't give it to me. There he is. This is kind of something you have to practice as a runner. It's easy to get caught. But we got a successful ghost dance.
Andy makes the doors look really easy. They're not in this game at all.
The doors are a mini boss for sure.
They are. There is. So you can kind of help yourself a little bit. You can't notice it because I usually do it last second. But I actually hit L1 to start walking up to the door right before I'm at it because that for some reason seems to help the getting into the doors. I'm gonna try to. Okay, so he's going. I think I'm gonna do this 2, you die. And then I'll do a 2-2 on the other one before I do X-ray, just to make sure. Getting 2 wraiths here is actually really good. It helps out our money issue. These things are worth the most amount of money. Wouldn't say that was a great fight, but we saw both encounters, but it's fine. Hey, first key.
Nice.
I was a believer today, by the way.
Let's go. It's all because of Amart.
Let's go. I did something right.
I do think that just for safety in a marathon, not safety, but like just so I know I have money, if this one up top is a single enemy, I'm going to just fight it.
Yeah.
In PB attempts, I wouldn't, but...
Yeah, sure.
You sold the sword though, right? The bronze sword?
I did, yeah.
Okay.
That'll definitely help.
This movement right here might seem kind of easy, but it is very easy to get caught, or stuck, I should say, and get caught. Ooh, the other guy just went. I'm gonna... Yeah, nice.
Don't forget Pip.
Oh, no, guys. I forgot Pip. Whatever are we gonna do? Please don't start a riot in chat.
Chat can't say I didn't try.
Yeah, midnight. I'm pretty sure I'm good on money too, but just for marathon's sake, I'm just gonna... If it is a single, I'm just gonna fight it. It's really quick. Should be. It's not a single, so I'm not gonna fight it. It's also a fun quirk of the game as well that whenever you're doing all characters, we don't actually interact with Pip in the cage before the bulb fight. And Pip is still here on the ghost ship. You can get her anyways. Alright, you can get him anyways. Unfortunately, and I guess unfortunately and surprisingly, like, the unfortunate part is that Pip is kind of broken on the PlayStation version of the game. Not in a good way, like broken in a bad way. But they've actually fixed it on the remaster. That was a fix that I was surprised. Basically, the way that like Pip's growth works in the PlayStation version is that very like short explanation is, but like something about it, Pip's stat growth is stored in RAM. So if you turn off the game or turn off your console, then it messes up the stat growth.
Just real quick, this is kind of one of the exceptions that a boss can't actually zero roll you, but it counts for this transforming animation.
Yeah. That it's kind of like this, and so we saw it at the beginning of the Mama Komodo. Whenever she walks in on the field and does that like animation, that actually takes her turn. So we know that the deadhead here, for example, it's set back to 6. This is one of the few times on a turn 1 we kind of know that we have the full turn to buff and everything.
Yeah, so this fight should be pretty consistent.
Yeah. Nice. This is not going to do very much damage because Lena is very weak.
We do get to do the RPG thing where you heal an undead enemy.
Not a real RPG unless we get to do it.
Right.
Nice. Oops. Mashed up twice. Because of Lena missing damage here, I'm actually not sure that we actually kill with this 3-2. We might end up having to kill on the turn after this. Yeah, it's expected.
Yeah.
That's how close it was.
Let's hope she gets it here.
Yeah, we would like Lena to at least get 11 here. She would still be way below, but... Woo! It's going to be a struggle in the fort, probably.
Yep.
It's fine.
We're
We'll
gonna
get through
really
it.
need. We're gonna need that sky generating real bad.
Yeah, so most of the time, actually, that's a good time to bring it up. Most of the time in the run, we are always looking for like the common drops. And the commons actually end up being better in most cases than the rares. Coming up in the next boss fight is the one time both the rare drops there could be very useful. And we haven't really touched on it, but all drops in the game are split on a 90-10 split, where 90 is the common, 10% is the rare. This is also where we need the money. We want 3,340, which we should be good on. If not, I can sell some things. Yep, we are barely over. We have 199 left. Move, strengthen. You guys can go ahead if you have anything you want to explain. I'm going to look at this menu so I don't mess it up.
Just add that the two elements that we just picked up, Magnify and Diminish, will have a bit of a special role in some of the upcoming fights, and they're kind of opposites of each other because Diminish will cut the damage in half of all elements that are done after that point, and Magnify, I think, increases it by 50%. I don't think it's double. But for now, we'll actually use them as just a placeholder because the way that the element grid works is you can only gain element levels in combat up to kind of the highest thing that you have put on. So we'll kind of use it to make it possible to get up to an element level 5.
I'm like over mashing barely by 1.
So another thing you might notice as Andy is going through the element menu here is different characters have different kind of shapes of their element grid. So the number of slots that they actually have at each level is one of the things that varies with each character. And the element grid evolves such that as you gain star levels, you may unlock new slots based on the growth characteristics of each character.
Are there character replacements for Lena if she has no dice at all? Not that would be faster.
No.
Also, time for another Chrono Cross tradition. I'll talk to it. We'll get to it. But the longest single text box in the game is coming up. Basically, Salt and Pepper are always our kind of tutorial fights of the game. And this is kind of continuing that trend here, where they're showing us what's going on, like how traps work in the game. And per the kind of comedic trend of the duo, is Salt doing something that Pepper is not very happy about, and we're gonna get Pepper's final straw here, basically. W.
W.
W. W.
W.
W.
W.
W. W.
W.
W.
W.
W.
W.
W. And then he's gonna attack Salt. This damage actually can matter depending on what your stats are, to whether or not you kill where you want to. Also, you'll see that now Glenn is kind of taking our role as our main physical damage.
Yeah, so for this part of the game, we really want Glenn to be around 18 strength for this strat to be consistent.
That's very strong.
Yeah, I believe Glenn's at 19 currently.
Oh, now I'm going to do a 2-2 because I don't want to get interrupted. That's unfortunate, so I'll have to do another run-up. I was trying... Okay, Lena. You can't both have low magic and miss everything. Come on. Yeah, so I couldn't skip this turn because Lena missed. We were trying to optimize a little bit, but Lena was not having it. I think I can do 3, 4, Bush Basher, and then we'll just do 2, 3. And hope that Glenn doesn't miss. Nice. A little bit of a slight change in the strategy, but to make up for how it was going. We're not gonna heal here. Also, guys, you're not gonna believe it. Everybody clap. Lena finally got her first magic up since we've had her. She's at a whole 11, where normally when we pick her up, average is 12. Also, I'm gonna make a safety save here. I was debating on not doing it. It's usually pretty fine, but just for tradition of marathons, it's usually good to save here. We're gonna put the iron.
Yeah, normally we say things are pretty safe because you can run away from every boss fight, but the one coming up on the other side of this door here is one of the few examples in the game where you can run from the fight, but you are not allowed to go into the menu before re-entering the fight. So a safety save here can always be a good idea because you just won't have the opportunity to change anything if you do have to run. Though most of the time it will be omitted if it's a PB attempt and not like a marathon setting.
Yeah, actually we didn't even touch on that, but we do just kind of walk through the lava. We don't go get the ice gun to freeze it.
That's too slow.
Yep. That's actually why I didn't heal after the last fight, is because I knew I was going to have to heal after walking through the lava before this fight. Also, this fight, I'm not even going to mention it, because now I've already kind of put it in the universe, but if it happens, it happens, but surely I don't get one rolled.
Surely.
Surely. Oh. Okay. A one roll and a miss is bad, but ideally, because Lena has bad magic, if we get to go here, it'd be so good. Ah, that's okay. Okay.
No.
Yeah, so now Andy attacked Lena. That's unfortunate. Worst target. All right, I would say this is not a very good start, but we will deal with it. This boss is really fast at 6 AP and hits hard, so that's why... Oh, also, I can't do a turn blue here because Surge missed. So we are going to be missing out on a lot of damage. A Glen crit would be sick. Don't attack Lena. That would be also the worst set of circumstances. Okay.
Of course.
All right. 2-2. I'll do this, and then I'll do turn blue on Glen. We're not going to bring her back yet. We'll do it on the backside of the next turn.
I feel like I shouldn't have mentioned the thing earlier about how you can miss stat gains, especially in Lena's situation right now.
Yeah, it's fine. We will deal with it. Just unfortunately slow. Wrong way. Revive. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. Lena. Okay.
Ooh.
Okay. We're just gonna switch to Aquaball here. Put 2 blues on the field. Lena is being a jerk right now. Like, this has been a very unlucky fight. Andy's attacking Lena again. I'm glad I put the other blue on the field. We'll do a 3, 4, 5, 3, 3. I really need it. Please don't be Lena. Okay. All right, we're good. Be good. We can get through it regardless, but I really would like this Ice Blast damage. 1, 2, 3, 4. Or no, let's see. And then defend. I lost track of AP there for a second, so we're just going to go for this. I would like Lena to live just because I want her to get the stat, but we are pretty safe now. Just a little bit of an annoying fight. Glenn?
I'll also mention, like, Lena shouldn't be able to actually sabotage the run because she actually only really matters for this next section here.
My God.
But it will mean this next section is going to be slow.
That was a cursed fight.
Especially now, it's pretty much guaranteed it'll be slow.
I gotta heal Lena. Yeah, the fort is gonna be it's not an experiment, but it's gonna be slower than I would like for it to be.
Gonna be an experience.
Yeah. So as we mentioned earlier, the only way a character can miss getting a potential stat up is if they are in the fight and dead. And he attacked, I think, Lena 5 out of his like 6 turns there. But ideally, usually we don't even see 6 turns, which makes the fight not nearly as bad. But that's how things can snowball. Because the fight started off bad because Surge missed at the beginning, and Lena got attacked twice, it snowballed into us having to recover a little bit, meaning that he got more turns, and he decided to take full advantage of it. Also coming up is another kind of tough fight, especially for newer runners. Anytime there's like 3 enemies on the field, you're kind of having to keep track of a lot of different APs. So here we're going to try to kill Marcy quickly because she has the lowest AP. Speaking of, that's fine. The big thing is we don't want to see an early turn from Zoa, ideally. Sir, Glenn? Okay. So that miss is actually kind of bad. I might have to go Eagle Eyeless here. If I want to potentially skip Geronimo. It depends on when he goes. So he went there. Stop hitting Lena, please. Everybody stop hitting Lena, please.
Oh my gosh.
Jeez.
What is happening? All right, Marcy's dead.
And can they hear us? Is that how the audio works here?
I don't know. 2-2. Bush Basher. That's fine. What we're gonna do here is a 1, don't miss please, Eagle Eye. This puts us exactly 6. And then we should be able to skip Geronimo here. Good. Lena's still not out of the woods yet. We'll do 2-2. Please leave her alone.
Oh my god.
Oh,
1.
should kill before we Glen or
Yeah, I'm gonna
Harsh
do a
gets
little
another
bit.
turn.
I'm gonna do a 1. I'm gonna do a 3. That's 4. Then we'll do a defend. The Ice Blast. Wait, so I did 1, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, I just need to go. If I don't want to risk an AP. Speaking of mental math, if you hear me talking out loud, that's because of that, like things like that. Lena missed. Didn't matter, she was alive.
After all of that, not even a +1.
yeah, but Surge hit 15 magic.
Let's go. He's got more magic than Lena.
If only he could use Frog Prince.
Yep.
If only.
Yeah, coming up, actually, so we've kind of been touching on the importance of Lena coming up. And it's because she is a blue innate magic user, and the game is about to hand us Frog Prince. Normally, you can get it where someone was talking about, do we just walk through the lava? Normally, the same side quest that you do to go get the ice gun, you also get Frog Prince from. But the game wants to ensure that you have Frog Prince. It wants you to use it in here. And it puts an enemy here that doesn't normally... If you do the other side quest, that's not here. And we're going to have to fight that to get Frog Prince. But Lena will be our main source of damage. Everything will be a good bit slower, but we should be able to get through it. Normal. The barrage on Lena continues. Almost hit up twice. Sometimes you can actually skip this. Please not Lena. Sometimes you can actually skip this, but I'm gonna do a defend. 1 aqua ball. I think I actually have to do the aqua beam from Lena or Glenn. I was gonna do physicals, but I don't want to see his next attack. Believe it or not, this enemy after like this next few turns can kind of turn into a boss that does a lot of damage.
Yeah, I think the next element he was about to use is random, and it can go pretty poorly.
That's not a real
get
split.
a +1.
A split there. Sometimes I have a bad habit of doing splits at every star fight. But yeah, that's what I didn't say earlier, is this section right here is actually kind of a good learning spot for newer runners. This is where they usually get stuck at a lot because counting AP, stamina, knowing how all the systems work, it starts becoming kind of a necessity. You can get by on accident sometimes just following the notes, but doing enough runs, you'll start to notice that you have to kind of actually learn the mechanics, which is why a lot of newer runners will do a shorter category of this game, which is just doing this run up through the end of here. Gold earring. So we didn't get the iron vest because we got the dancing shoes. And the reason that you start having to for sure understand AP and stuff like that, where you don't have to earlier, is one of the prerequisites to being able to use frog prints and summons in general is that the entirety of the field has to be the same color. And outside of this first boss coming up, which I think is kind of a tutorial to help you get the field blue, the other bosses' innates are not blue. And so if they interrupt you in your turn, they will destroy the whole field of being blue. And you usually have to run or... Either way, it's very slow. So counting AP and knowing where you're at in AP starts to become a necessity.
Also, even though Lena did get to 12 magic after that last fight, at this point, it is mathematically not possible for her to be 15 by the point we would like her to be.
Yeah. So that's like a 30... I'm going to lose like 35, 40 seconds that it's out of my control now. Just because even if she got every magic stat from the point up to the point that I wouldn't sometimes be able to save time, like as I was saying, it's mathematically impossible. Although, we would still like her to get those magics.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it will still be really nice to have for the fight after that, too, because it can get scary.
Yeah. I almost messed up.
Nope.
I almost did the thing. I almost did the thing.
It's another rite of passage, though. Inevitably, you will forget this pillar if you're running the game.
I hear she can do it if you got fourth key. I should have forced fourth key. Technically, fourth key is consistent. We know how much time we're losing. No more guessing about keys. If we always just make it standard, you have to get fourth.
You can add that along with the Korcha rule for the leaderboards.
Yeah.
Must get fourth key, must not take Korcha.
Handy rule number 2. He got tired of getting third keys where everybody else was getting first. Ace, first key is reverse luck. Funnily enough, I actually would be very happy with everything being average, meaning second key, like, okay, Isle of the Damned, all of it being second, or like average, is what I would rather. If you promise me that instead of a god run, I just got like average everywhere, I feel like most Chrono Cross runners would be like, you know what, deal.
Can confirm.
Yeah.
Yes.
Would take average.
One, 2, 3, 4.5. This bat is actually, its hitbox is incredibly huge. You would not believe it to be the case, but I don't know that I have it, so I'm just going to do the normal thing where I wait. It's like slightly slower.
And unlike some of the other bats in different screens, that one doesn't cast a shadow that you can use to easily tell where the game thinks it is either.
Nope.
I got to do the turn red strat here, unfortunately. Good AP. Glenn. That's probably fine, actually. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Okay, so we'll do 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna do a 1 here then. Just everybody's missing. Holy moly!
Jeez.
If I get to go here, it's gonna work out fine. Yeah, because now everybody's got 0 stamina. Boss is gonna go. It'll give me some kind of refresh. Nah, it's not a good one, but. I'm actually gonna have to defend because that's probably gonna freeze her, and she's the only other one with stamina. All right, okay, it didn't. So okay, that's actually good. We'll do that. I need Glenn to 1, 2, 3. 1. This is a fight.
Fortunately, this boss is not scary.
I was about to say, yeah, this one is a fight where I'm not that worried about if he goes right here, because he will actually help the field. Yeah. Leave Lena alone. This is marathon luck with Lena if I've ever seen it.
Did the turn red wear off by now?
Oh, actually, with all the misses, it might have.
Yeah.
No, I think it's fine. That 539 seems high for her magic. Nice.
Good.
Yeah. That's actually sometimes, if the fight's going very poorly, sometimes it's faster to just defend all to get to blue field, as Ray is saying.
Turn red is also a good example of how having higher stats can let you do a quicker fight, because in that case we could have skipped an element.
Also, Lena didn't get a magic there either.
No. Gonna be a little concerned on this next fight. I mean, it should still be fine, but
Yeah.
it'll just be sketchier than you'd like.
I hit that pillar, right? I'll hit it on the way
Yeah,
back.
I think I saw
Yeah,
two
Okay.
lights
I'm
on.
pretty sure you did.
I was thinking ahead of normal, what I normally do, so I'm like not paying attention to the pillars as much. Trying to make sure we're good even with low stats, like what I need to do. So technically you can actually save about 4 seconds and get past that guy without having doing the whole walking animation. Actually, I'm gonna pay attention real quick. These guys are a pain. Hey. That guy was fast. Thank you. These guys are invisible for random amounts of time, and they go invisible at random. So it's like good.
They're actually worse on RDE because you can't see them like
Yeah.
the shadow at all.
I think that's a quirk of it being an emulated version of the game, because on emulator for this version, it also does the same thing.
Oh, okay.
I actually really love the plot. I think it's just convoluted. Just to chime in on the chat going on there. Oh, hey, whoa. It is tough to
Doesn't,
get everything. but like once you kind of understand it, I think that as far as like time travel sci-fi stories go, like it does make sense and it's pretty good. It's just I think the way that sometimes it's delivered on a first playthrough, it's very hard to grab everything.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's all like backloaded, which doesn't do it a lot of favors.
Yep. Hopefully the game is finally kind. That's good. All right, don't attack Lena.
Very nice start at least, as long as he doesn't target.
Everybody's targeting Lena, man. All right, that's fine. So wait.
So to confirm,
Sorry, you go ahead. I'm just counting.
you're good. You're good.
Oh, dang. I'm glad. Well, I'm glad I healed. I did the backup. You can feel free to continue your thought, Amart. I'm just gonna go through the end of the fight here.
All I was gonna say was, so you meant only attack Lena, right?
Oh yeah. Oops. That's what the game heard.
You'll notice in a lot of the fights in the fort here where we're relying on the frog prints, we're trying to specifically time a lot of these blue elements in between where we know Tarsword is capable of going. And it was kicked off with Glenn doing the Magnify. It's very important to not do that when you think that Tarsword will get another attack, because it will also boost his elements in addition to ours.
That's not gonna kill. I'm pretty sure barely not. Yeah. Oh, that's a bad stamina refresh too.
Yeah, that's quite bad.
Can will that give Glenn one? If so, I can do this by doing like one. Yeah, it's gonna be very slow. 2, 3, 4. There we go. Speaking of slow because of stats.
Yeah.
I'm actually gonna make a decision here. I'm not gonna heal. I'm gonna heal in a post-battle menu, which is gonna be a little bit slower. But this is a fight, I think. Let me see. I'm gonna heal. I'm gonna give Lena like 1 or 2 tablets to be able to survive an attack. But trying to conserve a little bit of the tablets because of the low stats. Tablet on Lena, and I think Glenn is good too. I just need him to survive the physical attack, you know?
Glenn will be okay even with the burn.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure. If he's not, I'll just revive and then figure it out from there. If I have to run, it's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do have all the pillars so far.
Yeah.
Just double check.
That's I double checked on the way out too.
Yeah. So the boss we're coming up on here is called Son of a Gun, which is a bit of a reference to Son of Sun, I believe, in Chrono Trigger. And most of the runners will know that this is kind of a boss fight we dread because he has a lot of extremely slow animations. And it's kind of very RNG dependent whether or not you can skip them. Although in this case, we can rest easy knowing that we will not be skipping most of them because we don't have the stats to pull it off. So AP rolls will still matter a little bit because he's kind of fast at 7 AP, so it does make it a little bit tricky to pull off getting the Frog Prince off since it requires him to not mess up the field. So the routing tends to be a little tight. He also has like just very high physical resistances. So it's just a very annoying fight.
Yep.
To be honest.
It's got probably the creepiest face in the entire run.
For sure.
All right, so this means that if Lena had the magic, we actually would skip. One, two. Okay. Okay, well, I have to run from this.
Yeah, that's bad.
That's
You may
unfortunate.
actually have to heal Glenn a little bit here.
Yeah, now I'm gonna have to. Oh, well, I actually healed all the
Oh,
way.
you had the element levels, yeah.
Well, that's unlucky. So this boss has 7 AP, so there was no way I was going to, I couldn't there was nothing I could even try to force around. Everybody's missing. All right, so we're gonna see Kissy Wissy. We were gonna always see it. Hopefully it misses on, who's this going on?
Surge.
Surge. Miss. Nice, that's good. I wonder if, okay, let me think. One. So one, Lena's already there, so I can actually do 2. I'm trying to squeeze out more damage because I know we're going to be short. That's so low. That's not gonna kill. Yep. Oh, it's still killed. Okay, so we did squeeze out enough damage, even with the physicals.
Wow.
That is incredibly low. For reference, I've seen it happen. Alina that is so good. Now, it's not expected, but Alina can roll 420 on that boss. 425 or whatever. That's really high, but...
Yeah, Skygen's very achievable, though. Of course, you get the +1 there.
Yep.
That's the boss you'd really like to be at 15 for, but this next boss, you also kind of want to be as high as you possibly can.
Right.
As well, just because it has a lot of HP for this point in the game.
As all marathon runs for Chrono Cross do, it is not letting me get by just following the notes. It's making me have to think.
Yeah, I believe somebody said in chat that having Handy as the runner adds to the bad luck, but I would phrase it as more, Handy's just very good at demonstrating the dynamic nature of this game and the on-the-fly thinking that's required.
That's like if you rewrote it to be on a resume. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
This place look familiar?
Oh my god, it does.
Yeah, from last reset, right?
Nice. That's hard to do, but we got it.
That was really good.
Please don't. Please don't. Okay, I heard the bat. That bat can actually, I found out recently, can be spawned in the worst place that it forces you to have to reset the room. And when you reset the room, the Dragoon could be anywhere. So you could actually just kind of be like right next to him whenever he comes in.
Right, the first phase of this fight, this is a bit of a two-phase fight here, which has some weirdness that we may be able to explain later.
Okay, that's fine.
But on this first phase here, we're going to have to use Magnify, and it can be very, very scary because if we let the boss get too many actions, it will cast Inferno. And with Magnify on the field, Inferno is a powerful enough element that it could just straight up game over us here. Now, fortunately, we are able to count the AP, and we always have the option of running before it happens, but hopefully we'll see the phase change.
This is 7. I can do 8, defend, Ice Blast. All right, who's going to say it at this point? So we talked about bosses not being able to zero roll you. This is actually one of the core exceptions, and it's because it's on a phase change. The boss for phase 2 is considered a different boss in the memory, and it's rolling it from the start of the fight. So if it lands on 0 right here... Okay. Nope. Oh, okay, well, so that's good. I'm going to do 2-2. Wow. I'm just going to do the Aqua Ball.
That's really nice.
Big problem with the boss getting a 0 roll here is it doesn't give us a lot of room to work with for setting up the rest of the frog prints.
Everybody's beating on Lena. Hey, that's what I'm talking about, Lena.
Hey!
She's had enough. She's going to start dodging. I'm going to do a defend here once. So the reason I did that is because I want Surge to be able to get to Luminaire because I know for sure this is not going to kill. This is going to do like 812 damage or something. That's even lower than I thought.
Oh my gosh.
What I just said was an estimate that I thought was too low.
Will the Luminaire even be enough to
I don't think the Luminaire is going to kill. No,
I don't think so either.
I'm going to see Gravitone, which is very unfortunate. Well, actually, no, I already did the... Yeah, no, I'm going to see it. No, that's actually high. That was a lot.
That's high for Surge,
yeah. That was a lot. Surge is the magician. Lena's not.
A lot of magic.
Is Surge at like 16 magic?
Surge was at 15 last I checked.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
He's got all of Lena's magic.
Okay. Yeah, he took the rolls from her.
Give it back. I don't want him to have it.
Surge at 17 magic.
Well, that bodes well for later.
Yeah.
There's one fight where Surge's magic makes a difference.
Luckily, for the most part, I mean, Lena's going to do some supplemental damage on the next fight, but for the most part, we're now through with Lena sabotaging our run. I didn't see what she ended up there. What did she actually end up at?
14.
14, yeah.
Nice. 2 above average from when we picked her up at the boat. I mean, Surge is kind of usually our main. He's our main source of damage in most. Actually, I can't even say that. He's our main source of damage for like half the run. You would think that he's kind of more than that, but when you really think about it, he's like the main source of damage up through Ghost Ship, and then it's Glenn and Lena here. After this, we use spoiler a little bit, but we use Doppelgangs. Like he doesn't actually pick up back on as being the main source of damage until at the dragon section, which is like 2 hours from now. So I think it ends up being about half the game, or half the run. He is our main source of damage, and but those points where he's supposed to be the main source of damage, his strength does matter a lot. Good thing is I think Glenn is really strong.
Yeah, Glenn is a monster.
Yeah. It's all. I'll let you do the favor of explaining what could happen here, since it, just to keep up with tradition.
Yeah, so we talk a lot about how the route generally wants us to get all of the common drops from the enemies. And at General Viper here, the common drop is actually another Dragoon Gauntlet. It's the third one that you can possibly obtain in the speedrun, because it's a rare drop during one of the fights in Mount Pyre. But here you really, really expect to get it. And we're hoping to see the common drop here, not the rare one, because the routing throughout the rest of the game assumes that you have an average strength level taking into account the strength that you get from the Dragoon Gauntlet. So we'd really like to see it. There's the potential 10% chance that he will drop the Mithril Mail. Some people in the community, probably including Handy, would believe that he gets the rare drop more than the expected amount of times. And so we're fingers crossed not going to see it after this fight here.
Yeah, also unlucky. I'm like a whole turn behind because we got one rolled and then also got exactly rolled, and then also Surge missed, so I was 1 AP behind. I got punished to the fullest extent. So we're going to see another attack here, unfortunately.
Yeah, and the community does refer to getting the Mithril Mail from this fight, affectionately, of course, as the Handy drop. Yeah,
a little bit of lore here, but there's been times where I was on like amazing paces a couple of years ago at this point now that 4 or 5 times in a row I got the 10% drop that kind of killed my PB attempt. So people started calling it the Handy drop. All right.
Not today.
Honestly, because of how many times this happened to me, maybe I'm a little bit scarred and jaded. It almost feels like 50-50. Whenever I come to it, I'm like, all right, maybe my run might die here. Just it is what it is.
This is where we thank Lena for her sacrifice of being attacked earlier so that we could get the drop.
Funny thing is my very first marathon run of this game, I also got Handy dropped. That was very fun. Oh, I need to do a 3 here. That's good that we got that. Who is this on? That is fine. Person, get out of the menu, please.
This fight and the one before this, General Viper, is actually a little bit weird because we're primarily buffing up Glenn, who's not the first position in the party, because it forces Surge to be in the first position for these. So targeting the buffs on him is actually a little bit awkward for like muscle memory.
Yep. It's very easy to accidentally mash through, and since it auto targets the center character. Oh, nice.
Nice crit.
Oh, nice crit. Also, a little bit of a fun fact, the element that Lynx uses on this turn is actually one of Surge's elements, and it disables it for Surge. So it already counts as if Surge had used it.
You know what? For a marathon with that low of a Lena, a 212-ish is, I'll take.
That's pretty good, yeah.
It's not bad at all. Hey, you got to 15.
Yo, let's go. Right on time.
Yeah, so I think a good point for the next break is we can go through all these cutscenes, and then when we wake up in the void, that feels like it'd be a good breaking or stopping part.
Sounds good.
Also, if you are a viewer of Chrono Cross runs, you know what's coming up. So get your Fs in chat ready. Have a few cutscenes coming up as well. Besides that one, once again, once we get towards the end of each of the dungeons, if that's what you want to call them, we kind of start getting lore drops, or plot drops, plot dumps. That's the word I'm looking for.
Yeah.
That's true, Knight.
Yep. It's only 1 to 56 chance that kid gets damaged or hurt. Hopefully we avoid that today. Uh-oh. This isn't looking good. Might have gotten it.
Yep. Surge is kind of going through it right now. A very weird thing that a lot of runners don't really notice until you're kind of looking for like specific optimizations for the run, like now to just outside of just getting better, is that there's a weird like tug of war in that last fight where you actually want Surge to not, obviously you don't want him to die, but you want him to get hit close enough, as close to death as he can, because here you start with that HP that Surge has as long as you don't heal. So because we're at full health here, this is gonna take a little bit of time for them to kill me. And the reason we attack instead of defending is because it ends up being faster because of the total damage that we're gonna take. It's like, I mean, it can be upwards of like 10 seconds, you know, depending. Well, it's that time. R.I.P. kid. F in chat. She's dead. Lynx is always doing damage with the daggers. He hit Kid with one earlier with the poison dagger. He stabbed Viper in the back over there and then stabbed Kid with the dagger as well. Very TLDR of the lore that just happened. Basically, we got up here Lynx uses the Frozen Flame, switch bodies with Surge. I'm trying to remember casually. I don't think it's explained as to why he's done that so far, so I'll kind of wait for now. But he basically switched bodies with Surge, and then the only reason he was found out is because he happened to mention Luca's name, who he, as Lynx, knows, but Kid has never mentioned to Surge. Gave it away. Kid called him out for it, and because of it, Kid kind of got stabbed. And here we are. And not only is this part right here some of my favorite music in the game, we'll get to it when we get back from the break. This seems like a good spot to take our second break.
Sounds good. Yep, so excuse me. During these longer runs, we like to take breaks every hour, so just everybody get up, stretch, get some water, anything y'all need to do. Just a quick reminder before we go to the break, if you have missed out on any of our other shows or events, you can always go check out our VODs over at youtube.com/gamesdonequick. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in just a few minutes, everybody. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Games on Quick Hotfix. Today, we are celebrating the 25th anniversary of Chrono Cross. In the middle of a Chrono Cross 90% run. I'll hand it right back over to you whenever you're ready.
All right, we can start again in 3, 2, 1, and go. All right, yeah, so we just finished basically the second section of like 7, I would say, in the game, and saw a couple of cutscenes, some involving some of our characters getting stabbed. But now we're in a very peaceful area. This is actually, like I mentioned before the break, some of my favorite music in the game. Also, we got to shake that so that we get this character to pop out of the house so we can go back in. And this character is actually going to be very important for like the next 2 hours. And we can touch on a little bit more about why as it comes up, but also going to be a character that we do have to rename because she does have a lot of text. You think your PlayStation video card is broken? It does look like it, by the way this place looks. But I really love the style of this game. You do spend a little bit more time here casually when you're playing, but because of how fast we fly through it in the speed run, it does leave me sometimes wishing that we got to spend a little bit more time here. It was a little bit more in-depth. Sprig is very underrated. Yep. And the good thing about Sprig in the run is that whereas like our stats and like how much damage we do. Okay, so first of all, our stats are weighted random, right? But even with having the same amount of stats, like say we're like you have a Surge at 16 in one fight, and then the same fight you have Surge at 16 again. You roll slightly more or less damage. There's a little bit of variance to it. The thing with Sprig is that her doppelgangs start at consistent stats, and they do consistent amount of damage. It makes routing out fights so much easier. It's so much more consistent. Mm-hmm. And because the stats that she starts with when she doppelgangs are static, on one hand, but by the time we get them, it is so much stronger than what we have, like that we can even do with like even Lynx. So she becomes our main source of damage. I guess the slight drawback to them being static, it does mean that your characters that are constantly gaining will eventually outpace the damage that you would do as Sprig's doppelgangs. And that is about the point where she will disappear out of the party, is when we start outscaling her. Also, real quick, a little bit of small bit of RNG, but basically the door that Harl goes into twice is random. It can be anywhere between 1 and 3 for the first, second, or third door. So if you want to get your guesses, I'm going to say it's going to be door 2 and 3. Amart says 1 and 3. That's average. Izala, what do you think?
I think it's going to be 1 and 2.
1 and 2. Oh, above average. I'll take that.
Also, for anyone out there that thinks the pillars in this room look like pencils, you're one of the real ones.
They aren't pencils?
I think they are.
I'm not sure if it's confirmed, but they do look like pencils, and this is like a artsy play, so it would make sense.
Yeah, it makes a ton of sense.
All right, is it door 1? It is.
Let's go.
Oh, it is.
At worst, we get average now. Is it 1-1? Oh my god. We're cursed. That was all of our good luck all at one place. I take it back. Give me the worst doors. I'm scared, actually.
Just wait till we get to the aisle.
I know. It's about to be the worst aisle I've ever seen. All jokes aside, any kind of good RNG doesn't have any kind of, it doesn't dictate any of the other RNG past it. But if you've ran the game long enough, you develop some superstitions, and they're usually personalized. So, for example, another Chrono Cross runner, experienced Chrono Cross runner, Corporate Image, has his own personal theory that on his runs, if he gets the rare Power Glove on Karsh at the very beginning of the run, even though technically it's a +1 to your strength, it's like statistically nothing but good, that is a cursed run, and it's about to go downhill. Did you get handied on the Viper? I did not. On Viper, I did not. Luckily, we were talking about it. This music also slaps. I don't know if it's a hot take to say that this is underrated. But I feel like this music is this is some of my favorite music in the game too.
There's not really a bad track on the album.
No,
or on
there's
the
not.
soundtrack, I should say.
Yeah, like the worst song in the game is still, I think, pretty good.
Yeah. Honestly, like probably my favorite track isn't even in the run, unfortunately, because it's the forest and we never go in there.
Oh yeah.
For any reason.
Let's see. I'm going to save out here just so I can try to show off tech skip. And, there is a slight chance you can accidentally soft lock. So I will be a smart runner here and just do it just because we have plenty of time. So,
Yeah, I was actually recently getting the soft lock on Radical Dreamers Edition, even.
Yeah, I will explain the soft lock in a minute. Let me just go ahead and get this save done. We'll just save routinely just to have them. I could not go for it, but I would like to show off. And it's like pretty easy. It's just because there's even the slightest chance of me accidentally messing up and soft locking, I'm gonna not do it. Or not save. And it's not like it's a random whether or not you soft lock. You have to accidentally make a mistake and overmash. But essentially, this guy in the front of the village, if Lynx runs past him, he stops and talks to you. But we can actually skip it by making sure that right whenever Lynx is about to hit him, switching him from the back of the party, from the front of the party, to the back of the party. Had to think about that. And then it saves about 4 seconds if we get it on the way in and out. On the way out is easier. Got it. The way you can soft lock is that if I hit select again and that puts Lynx at the back of the party, then if you do it at the exact wrong time, as the camera is panning, it's like, I don't know the window, right? Like the exact amount of frames, but there's a small section where you can accidentally press select, switch him to the back of the party as the camera is panning to the left at the exact same time that the old man still sees you, right? So what it'll do is it'll like activate him stopping you from running so that you can so he can talk to you, but he'll be off screen and the text box never pops up. So you're just kind of stuck. The text box never pops up for you to get past it, but the game is waiting for it to pop up.
Yeah, Ace also in chat saying probably one of my favorite pieces of music in the game.
That song?
The Tower of Geddon.
Oh, yeah. All right, now we're about to get to see why, this this will be the first fight of many where Sprig's going to get to show off the doppelgang ability. And because we have to get...
remember, I was saying when we did the menu, we put the gauntlets on Harl, and that's because we'll be relying on her more than Lynx for chip damage, and that's just because we save time on the running up and attack animations.
Yep, and so what I was going to say here is that because Sprig has to get to level 5 to use Doppelgang, a lot of like quote-unquote good versus bad starts and strats for those starts is dependent on how fast you get to level 5 and between when the enemy takes its first turn. So right there, now we're just going to do 3-3 just to kind of normalize. Wow, I think she's really strong. Oh wait, no, that was a crit. That was like
19, I believe.
Yeah, 3.
Yeah.
So we'll do a 3 here. Unfortunately, this is a slow jump back, but this is kind of a way to like normalize the fight. I'm actually going to do a 1-2 here. That's okay. That miss is fine. It's going to put him in crit.
The other nice thing about the Lagoonate is, besides like the stats kind of being fixed, the accuracy percentages are also fixed.
If she hits but one of these, it might kill. Barely not. I think it's because she missed that 1-2. Well, that crit was unnecessary, but... So, Lynx is taking a full back seat. He's not even going to be our supplemental damage. He used to be a long time ago, but now it's been routed in for most top runners that Harl holds the gauntlets, as we saw in that menu I just did. So Lynx kind of is just there. He'll do like a couple of buffs and stuff like that, but Sprig will be the one that we're kind of buffing and everything like that, and then Harl will be our supplemental damage as well. So we rename Radius there, but we don't actually put him in, and we switch the position of Sprig and Lynx there. And we do that because, one, it makes it consistent to the notes that we have, you know, but also because by putting Harl in front here, you'll see that we can get the tech skip on the way out, which hasn't been set yet because we skipped on the way in, for free. That guy tries to snap and talk to Lynx, but we're already loading out, so we saved our 4 seconds. Let's go. Ooh, puppy. This split is actually, especially on PlayStation, it's probably the same on RD. I haven't really looked at the time it, but this is like the single longest split of the game. It is a lot of going and talking to people and doing things.
Just gives you an opportunity to chill out after going through the stress of the fort.
Yeah. Oop, a little bit slow, but it's fine. I think Lynx is really strong. I've been keeping up with it because I'm kind of just doing like normal stuff. I'm not like going for anything really crazy, but it is good. I think that Lynx is at, I think I saw him at 27.
Yeah, 26 or 27.
Yeah, it's really high. So where Lena was struggling, so far Lynx is doing well. But the thing is like, if you are way below average here with Lynx, the good thing is he has time to catch up before he's needed. The opposite is true here, where even though he has good strength, he could slow down by the time we really need him. So it's just, we hope that he continues to get strength. I think actually in this split, when I'm watching people play this game casually, which sometimes I do, I like enjoy watching people's first playthroughs on Twitch here a lot. I think this is like one of the spots where I think I see a lot of people get stuck. because Chrono Cross is like has that like PSX or PlayStation 1 era RPG feeling to it, where it's like, yeah, no, we're not going to tell you exactly, we're not going to hold your hand on exactly where to go. So it doesn't, a lot of the time it'll give you hints where you're supposed to go. But I think that the one like story flag to progress that a lot of people miss for a while until they just explore is having to talk to Toma about the Dead Sea.
Oh, yeah.
Because you actually have to do that. Like, he's just kind of chilling in Marbule. You have to go talk to him, ask about the Dead Sea before we can actually go on to the ship.
That's probably like the least obvious story progression flag in the game, I think. Although Norse does tell us in this cutscene here, I believe, that you have to do it.
Rational Soup says there's a creature in the background. I see it. That's probably, I'm guessing it was my cat on the cat tree. She kind of got the zoomies right now. I also don't even think it's a bad thing that it does that. I think this game, like, they expect you to, like, the whole premise of it, like with character choices, you know, new continue plus and stuff like that, you know, like as a trend from Chrono Trigger, is that the game expects you to play it through it multiple times. And I think that like people probably minded doing that a little bit less so in the 90s, right? Like, but I think nowadays when people come play it for the first time, they kind of want to try to they want everything to exist within a single playthrough. You know, you don't want to have to play it through it several times, especially if you're doing it on stream. So I think that sometimes it can lend itself to feeling a little bit unnecessarily convoluted to figure out where to go without exploring.
I also think they expect that you'll do a lot of exploring to find the differences between the two kind of worlds or two alternate histories, or however you want to think about it, because a lot of this like storytelling, aside from kind of the main plot, is discovering those differences and talking to the same, like different versions of the same characters and how their fates or futures kind of ended up different.
And it's also my opinion on why personal theory, I have nothing to back this up, but it's my personal theory as to why it ends up being kind of optimal in a lot of places to say no to Kid and be mean to Kid in a lot of places, is I think that on a first playthrough, the devs probably expect you, like a player, to, you know, and naturally be nice to Kid, say like, yes, come along, blah, 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 blah. And then on like a second playthrough, when you're exploring and you're doing like, hey, what happens if I don't make this choice or whatever, you know, then you kind of get like Glenn and like really cool character, you know, like are really powerful characters.
It does everything I can to let you know that you're supposed to go with Kid. You have to say no 3 times. If we said no to her in Hermina, then she actually just forcibly shows up in Viper Manor anyway when you fall into the cage. So
it's actually true. And we don't get to see it in the speedrun, but it's actually, that is another Chrono Trigger reference whenever that happens, is because you have to shake the cage 3 times, kind of like whenever you're imprisoned as Chrono, and then she'll come out and help you. Also, this song slaps. And this is where normally another tradition for Chrono Cross speedruns, even before I started, came about. We won't unfortunately do it during this marathon just because syncing between Discord and all kinds of things when you're trying to hum a song all together sounds like it would be a nightmare for audio. But you will probably see people in chat who watch the game frequently hum along to the kitty cat song. But that will be here in a couple of minutes. This is also a place that I see a lot of new runners, even after I won't say brand new, because new runners have trouble getting around everywhere. But like, I think until you're like pretty experienced, it's very easy if you're not paying attention to go to the wrong place at the wrong time. Because you have to like go downstairs immediately, talk to the sage in the last door. After talking to the sage, come up here, talk to Fargo, go play the game downstairs with Fargo, then go down, go into the inn, then go talk to go see Sneff's performance, leave, go back in to see Sneff's performance, go get the handle, go back to Sneff, go back up here to talk to Fargo, and then leave, go fight the sage. It's a lot of back and forth.
It also doesn't help that the first and second floors look visually very similar, so it's easy to like forget which one you need to go to at first.
Yeah, like casually, it's like not the big of a deal because there's like not so many doors that it's like overwhelming to explore or whatever. But in a speedrun, when you're like, wait, I'm in the wrong place completely, it's like, oh, I just lost a minute. Also, I mentioned it briefly just now, but coming up down here, we're going to actually have to play a compass game with Fargo, where the only rule is that if you land on south, you lose. The only thing is Fargo is a bit of a cheater. He is cheating and will never land on south. So per story, the game will go until we land on south. So what we're going to be trying to do is force the game to let us land on south so we can get out of here as quick as possible. If he lands on east on his first spin or, any spin, we can actually just hold X to get a frame 1 press to land on south. If not, I will be pause buffering to try to have the compass land anywhere between north and east, with north not being inclusive, just east, so that we can land on it. Yeah, in the PlayStation version, we can pause buffer it. In the Radical Dreamers Edition run, you cannot. They disabled pausing. I mean, you can. It's like a different kind of pausing, and I think it's like slow enough that I personally haven't been doing it in my PBs. You can click outside of the window, or you can hit escape to bring up the whole, like, not the game pause, but like the whole software pause. Yeah, I don't find it worth it, but so I kind of usually just go for it, not blind, but just kind of off feeling.
Yeah, you got to rely on vibes.
Vibes, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So we want him to land on east. If he lands on east, there's no pause buffering needed. It's 1/3 chance, and we got north. Got north again. There we go. I paused on direct north. All right, so with that done, now we need to go into the inn, because the inn happens to be right underneath where we just played that game, and we kind of start getting the inclination that there might be some funny business going on. And although this is the longest single split in the game because of a lot of text, it is the best because we get to see real magic. And in my chat, I always threaten to time people out whenever they don't clap for the wonderful performance that Sneff's about to give us. Sneff deserves the world. I guess he just doesn't deserve enough to get on our party because we don't come back and get him, but... but
even though he does actual magic, not elements,
yeah.
This is the real stuff, right?
I'm still trying to learn how to play the song on automaton.
Ooh, how's that going? How much do you have so far?
I'm like, probably like 50%.
Let's go. Actual magic. Also, these two, at least on the NA version of the game, are named Jack and Jill, funnily enough. Boom. Sneff is a national treasure. And unfortunately, Jack does call him out for being a phony, and so Sneff has to clear his name. And he's not going to do something like make someone float or turn them into a chair like he just did. He's going to go all out. Boom, they're a cat now.
Yeah.
He could have left him.
Mess with the snuff, you get the cat.
And look at that. Sneff's wonderful performance. Wasn't it lovely, everybody? We do have to come back in here because, fortunately, unfortunately, depending on who you ask, we need to be kitty cats as well. Because we saw that that cat was able to go upstairs to see where the potential cheating might be happening in that game. So we realized that we also need to be kittens. And this right here is normally when we'd sing the meow meow I'm a kitty cat song. You can imagine it to the beat here, but it is CC tradition. And the reason for the CC tradition is because we normally say if you're a runner and you do not uphold that tradition of singing it, bad luck will come your way. I'm having to forego it right now. So, you know what? I already expect the bad luck. So at this point, just bring it on. Maybe I shouldn't say that, but Chrono Cross is going to smite me.
Also, I appreciate that Steph's first thing after turning you into cats and you running off is like, oh, I have to go gamble to win money to buy them cat food. Like,
okay, I just got stuck on the door, or stuck on the exit. So after we get turned back into humans here, we're going to have to go back up and talk to Fargo because now that he can't cheat, we're going to play a real game with him. So what Nightbox says is true. While I've been grinding the world record, there's been a lot of inactive runners. And I was like, oh, you know what? All of the bad luck, all of the bad karma in Chrono Cross is now being siphoned directly into just me, or filtered into just me, because I'm the only runner. So I made Nightbox come start running the game again, so it gets split between me and him. All right, so I'm going to start looking at this next menu coming up because this is one of the bigger elemental menus coming up. We are going to be setting up for the next bit. This will be used for a while. So if one of y'all want to maybe touch on what is going on lore-wise here. Let's see.
Yeah, so Nikki is finding out that Fargo is actually Nikki's father.
There's also kind of a lead up to an optional side quest. I think it's one of the bigger side quests in the game that we unfortunately won't be doing as part of the any % good ending route here. But it is a pretty good side quest. It's all about the island of Marbule, which is where we bought some elements earlier, before and after the ghost ship.
Yeah, Nikki's mom is a literal siren. Yep.
Yep.
Also, Fargo has handy luck. The first game that he is not cheating here, he just loses immediately. 25% chance that he loses. He just does it right off rip. All right. So you can actually do this menu that I'm about to do at any point after we did that initial shopping part, but I actually save it here. I've moved it here because you actually don't get to hear this song for very long at all in the run normally. So I get to the menu during this great song. Arrow Buster. Second guess myself there for a second. Hate my input. Not the cleanest menu, but marathon acceptable. Yeah, we wouldn't even get this far into the song really if I didn't do the menu here. Like because we only have to go in and out of this door a couple of times. I guess also casually, if you play this casually, you might think you need to follow the door that the sage goes into, but you do not. You can just run in and out.
Yeah, so if we say the first time it's nothing, and then talk to Sage again, we save about 4 seconds.
Okay, good start. Very good start.
Oh, nice.
So because the AP on the enemies on the very first turn are random, like we mentioned, like I said, a lot of the fights split on good start versus bad start, whether or not you get to doppelganger, or like you get up to level 5 before, wow, this is a very good start.
Wow.
I should have actually did Harl, but this is fun. I guess I'm gonna do strengthen. That's 1, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I think that's what I should do. 3, 4, 5, 6. And then we stand push to 3-3 because the Sage is at 1 AP. And then I'm going to do a defend 2-3. This might kill, maybe if we get, especially if we get a crit. Die? Just barely not. Harl's going to kill. I was trying to go for the kill there with the extra 3. Now the run-up was probably, probably not worth, but Harl should kill here. Look how close that is. Good fight, though. We also talked about like experience in the run kind of being a way that like you start mitigating bad RNG. But I think the flip side to that actually is there's a lot of cases that are like very unlikely, but the game gives you the opportunity to do something that's maybe not in the notes that is like really good. Like that was a very high AP roll. And learning how to take advantage of those is also what helps mitigate your bad RNG because you take advantage of all the places that gives you and like the opportunity to have good RNG. Because basically, because I was able to not only get the 2-3 off, but also doppelgang, and the Sage didn't go, that meant I could throw that initial 3-3, which restores all of the stamina that Sprig had, which meant I could do the extra 3 that I did at the start to try to skip that turn. It didn't work out exactly like I wanted to there, but that's all of that was based off of the fact that I got like a very high AP roll to start.
Speaking of RNG and rolls,
yeah. I'll let you go ahead and explain it.
The next section, yeah, sure. The next section coming up here is going to involve us traveling to Isle of the Damned after triggering a couple more story flags. And the fun part about this place is it's one of the locations where we need to do a certain number of normal encounters. And these normal encounters will have a lot of RNG variants involved. There's a couple formations that we absolutely don't want to see and might have to run from. There's also going to be enemies that can use a pretty annoying move. I think it's Magma Burst or something like that. But it has a chance to confuse its target. So that it's a really long animation, and then we can also potentially lose control of one of our party members, and it can just add up to a lot of time loss pretty quickly.
The thing is also the formation that we want the most is the one with 2 bulbs, and it is the highest odds to get, but unfortunately the ones that are not those are very bad. Like, they can go well enough to where it's like, okay, I'm glad I didn't run from this, but in a lot of cases I feel like they can just be anywhere ranging from just kind of bad to like absolutely atrocious. There's 2 encounter formations that we absolutely just will not take. One of them is with 5 bulbs that all have the chance to do what Azal was talking about of confusing us and with slow animations. And the other one is actually 4 bulbs and then a deadhead. And if you don't remember deadhead, it was the boss that we fought on the ghost ship. So that just happens to be chilling in like one of the more rare encounters. I think I will probably run away a couple of times, like I do in my PB/world record attempts, where if it's not 2, just run from it. If I notice that like on the 2nd or 3rd run that I'm like just getting the 4 anyway, I'll just commit to it. But I've been kind of committing to the fact that even 4 enemy encounters is very slow. So, yeah. Because we can take the 4 encounter one with the 2 bulbs and the 2 deadbeats. I just don't like it.
No, it's considerably slower.
Yep. So this becomes like, especially in like very high end runs, this is I think it's actually, no, I didn't rename it, but there's a couple of splits in my runs that I just call vibe checks when you're trying to do world record attempts, and this is one of them. You get vibe checked at the guard skip, you get vibe checked, well, I guess for me personally, I get vibe checked at Viper. And then, I guess also, and at Son of a Gun, because Son of a Gun, that's just like, in a top run, losing 40 seconds because of a AP roll or whatever, it can be enough to bury a run that was already not doing well. And then this is the next one. And then after this, the next big one will be, well, we'll touch on that in a minute. But yeah, this is like one of the more big RNG parts. But yeah, there's a couple of places throughout the run that you kind of just expect, hey, this is where a run can easily die at. So you just call it a vibe check. How's Chrono Cross feeling? All right, so now we have to wait.
I guess also...
Oh, good.
I was going to say, story-wise here, essentially what we're trying to do is gain access into the Dead Sea or the Sea of Eden, depending on which of the 2 worlds that we're in. And the reason we're doing this is, like, we heard some stuff about some, like, secrets related to what happened to Surge/Lynx, and what happened with all the dimensional weirdness, that there might be some secrets held there. That's the whole reason we went to Marvule and found the Sage in the first place, because we heard that the Sage had kind of one of the secrets to getting in. Then we discovered that besides the entrance being hidden, it's also sealed off by the cursed Mazamune chill in there. So we're going to do a side quest basically to help us kind of get rid of that barrier.
All right, let's see. Let's see how the vibes are feeling. Chrono Cross. Maybe Lena absorbed all of our bad vibes?
Yeah, that's how it works.
This is 4. And a 0 roll.
Oh, and there's the magma burst right away.
I'm gonna run from this, I think. Okay. So, by the way, those enemies have 21 AP, which means they can roll anywhere between 0 up to a little bit above 21. So, do with those odds what you will. I think this is 4 as well. Oh, okay. So this is why we want this version. This is great. This is why I always try to run for just 2 on like PB attempts, because ideally this is the kind of fight you want. You can see the difference.
Also, another reason we use Harl for the supplementary damage here is there's some enemy types, I think it's flying enemies, where if you have a character with a ranged weapon, the physical attacks, at least the 3s, are always a guaranteed crit.
Yeah, exactly. And that all that combined is why a really good fight, or like a great fight, can be so much faster than like, you know, even a mediocre fight. And so the variance here makes this a spot where it's like, okay, this is a pivotal part of the run. And so normally, actually, you only have to do one, but we're actually going to do, this is optional, but we're going to get the White Knight down here as a doppelgang because it actually ends up being optimal and faster to get the knot because of how much damage it does, how good it is. So we got to lure this one down here.
Also eliminates money as being a concern.
Yeah, that too. This is 5, I think, huh? Yep. 2 runaways actually is not that bad if it's all we get. 2 runaways with a 0 roll magma burst is a little bit unfortunate, but this is still fine. That's just part of the run. This looks like 4. Which one is that? That's the right one? Oh, it's both. Okay. I haven't done this Moonbeam strat in so long. I usually run if it's 4, but I kind of want to minimize... Oh, that's not good. Okay, that's fine. Can you die from a 1, please? Nice. They both went at the same time, right? So we'll just do a 3. Okay.
So we're avoiding doing any attacks with Sprig here, because if Sprig were to accidentally kill one of these, that's actually how you gain additional doppelgangs, is by having Sprig do the killing blow. And we don't want to mess up the position of where the doppelgangs are in the menu.
Honestly, not seeing any extra attacks from the deadbeats there is pretty good. All right, so this fight, we need to kill with Sprig. Sprig has to do the last hit to learn the doppelgang. So that's why we have this fight structured the way it is. It's very specific. That's unfortunate, but that's fine. An early roll here means that we're going to see another attack. All right, Harl. Could do a 1 here with anyways, and then we'll do turn black. All right, everybody's missing. Love that. All right. All right. All right.
Any hits?
I can't hit anything right now.
Welcome to a Chrono Cross speedrun.
Let's see. I'll do 1. Yeah. Couldn't do anything about proccing this, unfortunately. Defend. 1, 2, 3. Magnify. Oh, this is gonna be... I think, okay. I'm gonna do some weird stuff here for a minute. To kind of make up for the fact that I got interrupted. Just to be sure. Terrible fight, but we pivoted. All right, so coming up, this guy is kind of a jerk casually, and that does not change for the speedrun. He hits hard and he is fast. The big thing about this fight is kind of the opening. I mean, things can go bad after that, but usually it's the opening. This is one of the fights where really we kind of need Sprig to get to level 5 here as fast as possible, because we also need to diminish the field. The diminish the field will make Garai, he still hits hard afterwards, but we hit less hard. And it can be dangerous. Many a run have died here. But luckily he doesn't have any AoEs, so if it gets terrible like on a marathon, I'll run and reset the fight.
Garai also has a bit of a tendency to kind of just single target focus one person.
And if he does it in the right way, like if he goes like MLG gamer mode, like, and just targets like White Knight kills, or if he targets the White Knight, puts White Knight at like low HP, and then kills Harley, who has a revive, it becomes very sketch.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. On who? Oh, yeah!
Okay.
That miss is actually pretty big.
That makes it quite a bit safer, especially after getting a good start. What is Harl's HP? Holy crap.
Very high.
Charles the tank.
One, 3. I unfortunately couldn't get to the diminish, so. Okay, we're alive.
Oh my.
Planned. Yeah, I think using that turn black actually saved their life.
Yeah, that's why I did it. No, can you stop? All right. We'll do, let's see, 1. This is 2.
So yeah, turn black technically missed because the boss couldn't be changed, but it's the goal was to get the black element on the field because it reduced the damage that Garai's element did, since we didn't have the necessary levels to use the diminish.
I just did diminishiless in a marathon.
On the fly too, unplanned diminishiless.
Yeah.
That was pretty great.
That was not in the notes. That was kind of winged.
Yeah, I can confirm I have them open. And I was like, where's the turn black?
I missed the.
Then I realized.
I missed the like being able to do diminish for sure, right, on the same turn. So instead, I was like, okay, I'm just gonna pivot to get a black on the field, and that will make him do like less damage, and then go from there. And he also did not make it easy, because even though he missed on his first attack, he targeted Sprig until she died. And so I had to use the revive, and I was like, oh, I need him to be kind on one turn at least.
Fortunately, the revive isn't necessarily the worst thing in the world. On this fight, it sucks because you don't really want the white elements on the field, but at least you do revive with full stamina.
Yeah, if he wouldn't have missed Sprig on first turn, then I would need him to be kind on 2 turns probably. Or maybe I would have even done it a little bit differently. I might have thrown a heal in or something just to be sure. A heal in a defend or something. I would have either risked it or winged it. I'm not sure. Sometimes I make those decisions in the moment based off vibes. It's just vibe cross, honestly. Chrono vibes or something.
True.
So a little birdie is telling me now would be the best break spot for a pretty long time. So do you want to break now? Or?
I think actually, I mean, so we'll have a good break spot in the next 20 minutes. Is that fine, or do we want to do it here? I'm okay with either. We're about to fight, so we have 2 bosses, and then we, that's where normally, the 3rd segment of the run is over, but I'm fine with either place.
Give me 1 second.
Because if we want to do it here, we can do it as we're entering in the Dead Sea here, which is also, it works out fine. I do love the vibes and the music here, though. This and maybe Chronopolis are my favorite areas in the game.
Same.
Yeah, I agree.
We are about to come up to that other boss. Do we want to should I start it or?
Yeah, let's take the break before you go into the Dead Sea, if that's possible.
Okay, we're at the Dead Sea. We can do it here. Well, on the next screen.
Yeah, let's just do it right here, yeah.
Okay.
So during these longer runs, we like to take breaks every hour. So just everybody can get up, stretch, get some water, anything y'all need to do. So we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in just a few minutes here with more of the run. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Game Zone Quick Hotfix. Today, we are celebrating the 25th anniversary of Chrono Cross. We've got an 80% run here. Whenever y'all are ready, you can take it right back over.
Alrighty, we can go in 3, 2, 1, and go. Alright, so we're just going to pick up here in the Dead Sea with our first boss here. This is also a fight where we would like to skip Rampage, but it's not fully dependent on us. It depends on if Sprig hits, if we get to a good level here before the first turn. And then also if we get an AP that we won, and where that can happen. All right. Okay, so we're not skipping Rampage. It's going to be a bad fight. Doable, but a bad fight. So we'll do 1. That's not what I'm going to do. I'm going to go left. 2. Unfortunately, I got to do it this way. I'm going to be down a whole turn. So what I did, 1, 2... 3, 4, 5. This is 6. I'm just gonna throw 3s with Harl to try to get some levels, because we're gonna need her for the Panacea, and she's the one that did the most damage. All right. Well, at least she hit that. So we're gonna do turn white first on the White Knight. And then we're gonna do strengthen. That's 2. This will be 5. So we'll do a 3. Then I'm gonna do a 1 with links. I'm actually gonna risk it. By the way, if I get this will be pretty good, but I'm gonna risk this. If not, it's fine. We'll figure it out. Nice.
I feel like Highwayman's base is 8 here, actually.
Nice. You think it's 8?
Yeah, I think it's 8.
That crit is also really nice. So everybody got hit, which is not what we love. So we're going to see the White Knight here. This would be the turn that we would like to kill on if we didn't have such a bad start. The crit, maybe? Hey, still killed.
Nice.
So going for that extra 3 and the AP risk was, or maybe AP risk if it wasn't at 8, then it was worth. Still made it work.
Yeah, I think every roll except for the first one was +1 at least in base.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Honestly, for how that started, was how many times Sprig missed, I'll take that every day.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, so coming up, a big lore part of the story, or a plot, wow, I cannot speak. A big part of the lore is coming up in the story, but also, as many people who have played the game casually know, the next boss is also kind of a jerk. We have the 1-2 combo of Garai and Miguel, like back to back, and they are just as much jerks in the speedrun as they are casually. Maybe not as much casually because you don't know about the mechanics. When you're trying to go fast, they can definitely say no to that. If you remember, like a little bit after hour 1, like right after the ghost ship, we said that money was going to be kind of tight because we had to buy 2 big elements. One of them was magnify and one of them was diminish. And I've actually found ways, like how I just did the diminish-less Garai fight, to almost not need diminish anymore at all. Like, it's risky, but like where it can be done, except for Miguel. I have not found a way to route out it completely for Miguel. There are certain ways that the fight can go that it can work, but it is he just hits hard, very hard. And if he hits the right people hard enough in the right order, it's just kind of, I think, not doable. Also, this coming up right here, this dodge, this enemy is like the most deadly, in terms of a speed run, like the most deadly enemy to run into, just because you have to sit through basically like a whole cutscene before they even take their turn. So you do everything you can to avoid it. And if she blocks a path, you just wait.
I ran into that thing once and
never again.
Never again.
I think me too. Every runner has tried to risk it. They're like, I'll just run if I need to. And they see all the text start and they're like, oh. It's like for real, like 2 minutes of time loss just because of running in. This movement in this room is kind of awkward. I have actually had to put practice into it because you get caught on so many different things, and like holding up doesn't necessarily make you go like up. It's almost like your controls are a little bit oriented towards like diagonal.
Yeah, some of the screens, they like offset the D-pad directions.
Yep.
Somewhat.
So, because it actually becomes a very big blessing that Sprig does consistent damage like to a T, because this fight is one of the fights where, similar to, and there's a lot of places, but similar to like Marcy and Lynx from earlier, where we were talking about there being certain HP flags, Miguel is another one, and his can get deadly. We want to make sure that we, on the turn that he goes into crit health, like 25%, is the turn that we kill on. I'm also going to make a save here, just for marathon's sake. Hate my input.
Miguel's one of those bosses that can do like a heavy hitting AoE move. So it can be possible to go from, hey, this looks good, to the game over screen faster than you'd think.
Yep. Especially since like he does 2 big AoE moves in crit health before he kind of returns back to normal. And the first one, if you survive it, if for some reason you miss or something or you don't kill, you almost definitely die from the second one. And additionally, the first one can hit you with bad status elements like fatigue which lets you not be able to use all of your stamina. It turned him. The good thing is when the fight is standard, it goes really well. The issue is this is also one of the fights where I guess it's like any crits make it weird. There's a lot of places where, like in most fights, where you're like, okay, a crit is good, or at worst, it's like not that bad. There are some times where a bad crit can, like if one pushes him into his 25% health threshold earlier than you're expecting, it can be bad. Valkyrie says, this boss was a roadblock for me, for Kid Me after a few days. I think that's pretty standard. I think I see a lot of people get stuck here for a while. Especially if you're not using Diminish in this fight. Diminish in this fight. I think it like amps up the difficulty by a lot. So yeah, here we're actually seeing what happened to Kid or Surge as he became. I'm trying to think. Does it actually go full into the explanation here, or is it spoiler? But basically, we see Wazuki and Surge, Kid Surge, washing up here because Surge is dying, and Wazuki hears a voice telling him bring the kid here, and that is kind of a key pivotal moment to the story, and like as to why the story is the way it is, without spoiling anything yet. What's no turbo mean in this run? Exclusion of a spell, no turbo buttons. So I guess there's not as many runners for it in PlayStation, but turbo is just like for like text and stuff like that. You can just have a turbo button. The main category is no turbo, but there have been runners who have been recently running with turbo, so it's just for distinction. All right, I'm gonna focus a little bit here. This fight, like I said, kind of Miguel is not a nice guy when you're fighting him.
Like Miguel also has pretty low AP value at 6, so pretty fast. Got to make every turn count here, and especially here because we want to stay within the specific HP thresholds.
Ooh. Okay, this is fine. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Doppelgang. How do I want to do this? Okay, I know I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna switch Harl and Lynx's turn. I'm gonna throw a 2-2 with Harl. All right, so we're off script now, but 2-2. He's gonna go. I'll then do 1. Strengthen. Diminish. Three.
No crits. That's good.
Then we'll do a defend. 2, 2, 3, 2. Okay. Okay, well, I can't see him regardless. Cool. You did? I'm gonna defend.
Yeah, I think that's the correct call.
Yeah.
Three, 4, 5.
Yes. Good.
Nice. A little bit slower, but safer. 30. Let's go.
That's good. So you kind of got back on script after the Holy Dragon Sword.
Yeah, I think that's the call is that like, so because I had to do like 5 stamina worth of stuff to get Sprig to Doppelgang, I think switching to doing Harl 2-2 there is the best because it gives you the chance of getting up to diminish and restores Sprig as much as possible. And the next turn after, you do usually have a little bit of extra AP you can play with. I think in the D-Rust like practice run I did on Thursday, I actually was Lynx was like at 23 here.
Yeah, it was pretty bad.
Just for a little bit of a reference. It was a very cursed practice run. Also,
He hit a 30, I think, after this, so he's still like tracking slightly above average.
yeah, he's doing good right now.
Yeah.
Also, R.I.P. Miguel.
Yes.
Coming up after this is going to be a little bit of a slight difference if you've been watching me do the world record attempts. Normally, I've been doing what we call fish dance early on. We're going to skip doing it for now, even though technically it's faster there, just because for marathon, I can't reset, and there's a lot of... It'll be very slow if I, for some reason, had to fight my way where I normally skip the stuff that we're doing down there. So we'll explain a little bit more about fish dance as we get closer to the more normalized position to do it for marathons and runners. The soundtrack is beautiful, I agree. Rip. But we still have a whole nother section to do with Sprig as our main source of damage. So Lynx is still going to be taking a well, he's going to be getting the gauntlets here, so he will be taking over as our supplementary damage, but he's still not going to be our main focus for another about another hour.
Mm-hmm.
But I do really like this cutscene. Exactly, Valkyrie. I guess we haven't really... I've been talking to you. When you want to explain maybe lore-wise what's been going on up to this point?
Yeah, so basically, the Dead Sea was being guarded by Miguel, and by us taking Miguel down, Fate, who we will kind of come
Fate
into contact with later,
Yeah.
Decides to just kind of hit the reset button on the Dead Sea and the Frozen Flame in this world. So we basically get a ride out from the White Dragon, and get away from all that. And
yeah, there's a lot that kind of goes into the story for sure, and like we haven't really gotten to the core parts of it. Actually, let me do this menu and then I'll continue explaining.
Yeah, you're fine.
Screw dress, Ivory Mill.
Well, I can say like the main thing that we just learned in the cutscene before fighting Miguel is kind of the little bit of an origin story where he saw Wazuki. Serge's father was taking him to try to get cured from he was attacked by like I think they call it a panther demon in the game, and was basically poisoned. And Miguel, who's actually Lena's father, I don't know if we mentioned that or not, but it is in the text there, went with Wazuki to try to find a way to heal Serge, and they encountered where we saw them pull up to, we'll see again later, Chronopolis. And Miguel talks about the fact that due to the events that occurred there, which we'll learn more about later, he was more or less forced to stay guarding the Dead Sea.
Guys, I put on the Stone Swallow. I did it.
Yay!
That is also another rite of passage for every runner. Is they will get to the Gia fight later, where normally we auto crit with our 3s because of the Stone Swallow, and realize, oh no, we do not have the right weapon on. We don't switch stones. We don't switch like weapons with links too often, so it is very easy to accidentally miss.
And that Stone Swallow, by the way, is the reason that Lynx will take over for the supplemental damage, because certain weapon types will have like automatic crit mechanics against certain enemy types. Like mentioned earlier, Harl's shot type weapon will auto crit flying enemies, and so the Stone Swallow, among other enemy types, will auto crit against mechanical enemies.
Yep, exactly. I was going to touch on it a little bit earlier when we were talking about the lore as well, but one thing I do really like about this game, its story, is I won't go too much into it. Wait till we get a little bit later into the run, but it ends up being there's 3 factions basically in the game that are all kind of have their own what's the word I'm looking for? Agendas. Yeah. And so not all of them are bad for the sake of hey, I'm just evil, right? For example, I'm gonna wait for it a little bit, but for example, some of the factions are just doing what they think they should be doing. It's very generic, but I'm trying to explain the lore as we get through it instead of kind of dropping it all in the middle of the run. But here, we are about to head back to Termina. We needed to change worlds again. And go get one of our other party members. We won't be switching them in, but we will be gaining them. Oh, I can't make that. I had to wait. I thought about it. Can you go somewhere? I'm getting blocked.
I think it's stuck.
Yeah. A lot of times I'll try to force that, but I realized last second that was not going to work. Coming up after we get a little bit more story, is actually, besides maybe Fish Dance and the end of the game, like the last dungeon, it's some of the hardest dodges in the game. So I'll probably be paying attention in the sewers when we get there. But basically, we're bringing a little bit of the story of like Karsh and them coming in to where we had the fight at the top of Fort Dragonia. They see General Viper stabbed and laying face first on the floor and looking like what Surge and Kid just disappearing. Viper, though, is luckily alive. And here we're going to get a little bit more text as they're explaining, their motives and their feelings. And then they're going to ask one of them one of them is going to come with us and the other one's going to stay. The speed run, we take Karsh. Karsh ends up being actually pretty good. The only reason Karsh is kind of maybe not used elsewhere, well, maybe not the only reason, but one of the bigger reasons, is Karsh actually has less than a 1.0 stamina recovery. I don't know if we've really touched on that too much, but it actually does kind of matter, especially for the speed run. He has 0.9, which that 0.1 does matter.
And going back to the question earlier about like what optional characters we pick up, mainly the reason that we use such a restricted set of characters is you're just at such a huge advantage not having 1.0 or better stamina recovery.
Right.
And to briefly explain what that means is you can think of it as like the value of stamina that character recovers when somebody, like one of the other characters, takes an action.
Yep.
So if it's less than 1, then it's not an even trade, and your kind of overall stamina pool across your whole team will actually be negative.
Right. And so like it kind of goes into play how we in turn stamina pushing for 3-3s and stuff like that. It not only does the most amount of damage, but it recovers our other teammates that amount of stamina, so like 6 stamina. But for example, like Karsh, for example, if he was at 0.9 stamina recovery and we did it 3-3, it doesn't matter even if he got to 5.9, because he doesn't have that 0.1, he cannot use that additional stamina. And that kind of adds up across the entirety of the fights and or in a fight, the amount of turns that you do. And it kind of can make the way that we structure fights be a lot more awkward. But besides that, Karsh is actually a pretty good character.
Yeah.
And he actually will get to make an appearance in a fight. A lot of characters in our party don't get to say that, at least.
Somebody was talking about liking that Zoe is always yelling, and one of the things, if you pay attention to the dialogue, particularly from the playable characters or recruitable characters, a lot of them have their own kind of unique accents. And so it will actually manipulate the text. And in a lot of cases, there's some pre-programmed text that, regardless of what your party members are, there's certain lines that are always said, and the game actually has a way of modifying the text to add their accents in programmatically. Just a little bit of a fun factoid about how the game works.
So we're coming in here to talk to Norris. Norris is going to end up giving us the key to the sewers. And the sewers is like where I was telling you, I'm going to try to pay attention a little bit. The enemies down here, not only if you, like, say I do run into one, it's not the end of the world if I'm going to get caught between 2, but it's usually very slow because they have low APs and they will, you have a higher chance of getting a 0 roll and it being very slow. An additional thing about them is that these enemies kind of just drunkenly walk like wherever they want to. At any minute, they can just turn and go diagonal or whatever. So it makes passing them very risky. And there's a lot of places here that are tight corridors that we have to try to either... It's very judgment. It's like another vibe-based thing, like, hey, do you think that you can make it here? And sometimes, like, especially on like, like top runs, you have to just force it, and runs can just die here. So besides Sprig being in the front for the fact of what we were talking about earlier, where the center character gets auto-targeted by like buffs and stuff like that, so it makes it quick. And her being our main carry, that's one reason why she'd be in the front here. But additional to that, and you'll see me do it later in Fish Dance with Marcy, is that your hitbox per character doesn't actually change depending on who's in front. But the smaller the character, I can actually tell, for me personally, I can tell like what I can and can't fit through versus like, you know, Lynx or somebody. So, okay, so this one, see right here, I could maybe squeeze by, but like it's, yeah, he turned a little bit, so now I couldn't. So now it's just a little bit slow. Okay, we're gonna go this way. And now we want this guy to go down. Okay, cool. Where, oh, this is unfortunate. I might end up running into this guy. I have to make a guess here. Nice. He went into the loading zone, and so I needed him to be far enough into the loading zone without turning around that I don't hit him when I try to walk in. Nice. Okay. All right. Oh, it didn't like that.
Just send it.
That's good that this guy's up here. I'm going? Okay. That is actually a death hallway because that screen pans. And if the other one was walking behind me, you can sometimes commit to going like I just did. And the other one is off screen until it pans. And then you're like, oh, I'm stuck between both of them. I have to fight one, at least. We're not out of it. We have to do another part, but that was good. Here,
is it a hot take to say that this is like what I think the most fun part of the run is?
I really like this part of the run too. Okay, so I'm gonna go and hit this one first. We can hit either one of these in any order. It's usually, for me, depends on where the enemy locations are. And since he was way down there and I don't have to risk him kind of blocking me for a little bit there, I went ahead and got that one. Do not turn, please. Thank you. One's gonna be bottom down here. Okay, I kind of went for that. This one is, okay. He could have been a jerk. That was pretty kind. All right, we are through the sewers. Wow. No encounters. We'll take that. And now for everybody's favorite enemy. I personally never heard anybody complain about the design of this boss.
Worcester.
Worcester. Nice. Oh, really nice.
Really good start.
We might be able to skip a turn if I can get off an attack right here. If not, then it's going to be a standard fight still, I think. Okay. Oop. 1, 2, 5. You know what? I'm gonna risk this because it'll be the same amount of turns even if he does attack. But I can maybe skip this if with, yeah. Does this kill?
I think so.
Incredible.
I'm pretty sure that was
Very
also
nice.
8.
Oh, I actually need to go back and undo that split. It says it's gold, but that's only because I skipped It actually might have been a gold from before I moved Fish Dance into it, but there's no way to tell until I... Yeah, so I just need to skip that one. I'll skip the Starkey one as well. So that's one of those places where you kind of make the decision to go for something because like the reward is that I completely skipped a jitterbug, which is something that you see usually even a standard fight. The risk was that I see the attack that I would have seen otherwise because I don't think the 2-3 would have killed there. So it's like I almost just lost nothing and, you know, it was worth risking.
Somebody asked if we're in Viper's Manor. Yes, but this is the Another World version, or is it? I confuse the names of the two worlds all the time, but it's the other one.
It's actually funny because me too, because I'm not normally, I don't have it on the screen, and I've done the run so long. Sometimes I'm like, wait, Homeworld, Another World. I know what world we're in, like relative to what the story does, but I forget what the name of it is. Okay. Nice. What is these APs? If he doesn't go here, I get to try a strat that I theory crafted, but have not actually got to put into practice yet. Okay, that's still fine. So I can do 2, 2, 2, 1, 2, 3. We'll do this, 2, 3. Wait, I did 1. So that's 6. Yep. We'll do a defend. I forgot it's on 5. Hopefully I get to go here. Okay. I think that I can't skip Fire Pillar now. Made a little bit of a mistake, but it's fine. So I'm gonna do 3. And then I'll do 2, 2. Yeah, unless I crit, I can't skip Fire Pillar, which is a standard fight, but I had the potential to skip it. Yeah, that's fine. Little small mistake. And it's not like I said, that's still the average fight. I just had the ability to maybe not see it. I miscounted by 1. You're kidding me? I didn't get another strength at 31 here. Can't believe it. 31's actually not like crazy here, but it is high compared to what I was at yesterday.
Yeah.
Meme strat incoming? Oh no. Actually, coming up, we don't get to see this move anywhere else in the run, so enjoy. It is actually really cool, I think. Also, for everybody who's been enjoying the doppelgang with Sprig, she will be in our party for a couple more fights, but she only is going to be our main carry for 1 more. She has done her job valiantly. Also, in the player cam, if you see me mashing a lot and it looks like a very shaky, Chrono Cross, I haven't touched on it, but Chrono Cross, actually one of the text mashing buttons is L3, so I'm mashing L3 and X.
What a weird combo.
Yeah, L3, X, and R1 will mash. R1 won't confirm into doors and stuff like that. L3 and X will, so I've kind of just learned to mash L3 and X to get the fastest, or the most consistent mashing. Rip. Unfortunate. I've almost decided to switch to doing 2-3s on this one too, but I don't know.
Yeah, his name is Grobik. It's definitely not just the word cyborg spelled backwards, though. There's
That's a conspiracy. I thought it ate that input. I was about to be very upset.
This fight can be pretty annoying, by the way, because if you don't defeat him before he gets to the point where he uses
I gotta revive the White Knight.
heal all, yeah, you might have to. He can just do enough damage to like kill your damage dealer. Like he's in progress here.
I'm wondering. No, I have to do it this way. I was trying to think. I was trying to think if I could like defend him or something, but I'm like, I can't because he has to do the 3-3 before him. It's fine. We'll just revive and go from there. We'll probably see the Cure Plus then, or the heal all. Well, now we're definitely seeing it.
Yeah.
Wow.
How safe do I want to play this? I think that's going to do like 78 or something on him. It did exact damage.
Oh.
Well, I should actually. Let's do 2. Wait, no, Harl has to revive. Maybe 2, 4, 5. How much does that do? I kind of just have to hope that he doesn't attack him this turn. If he does, it's just unlucky. So he's going to heal all after this next turn. I can't really stop it now. Especially with all the misses. And the problem is we're probably going to see the turn after because our stats have, our buffs have worn off. Crit to make up for the miss. What are we going for? Lynx is fine. We should kill this turn. I think. Well, if we keep missing, maybe not. Yeah. I don't know if that crit was necessary, but whatever. Not a great fight. But the targeting from Grobik on like basically fully focusing the White Knight. And then also the miss was unfortunate. That fight, he has so much health that you barely can kill him but right before all your buffs wear off. And then it starts to snowball. So like a miss in that fight is like it's not just you're missing 1-3. Like if you miss an early 3, it's kind of like double the damage you're missing because when you don't have the buffs on, your damage basically halves.
Yeah, and the fight going like that also makes it pretty evident that this is the point where Sprig's kind of lack of scaling with the doppelgang starts to become more of a burden than a boon.
Yep. Luckily, we didn't see Hot Edge here. Hot Edge is about 4 seconds slower than these physical attacks. Can I kill here? Yeah, I can. I almost wonder if that's faster than just doing the Aero Blaster. I kind of might just do the Aero Blaster. Because you have to you have to scroll through the elements.
You're on 32 also.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I did. Oh, what did I did? I did 2-2-2. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then 1-3 guide look. Yeah, so I risked an AP there.
It's okay, you get a chance to redo it because we have to fight this thing twice.
After I did the 2-2-2, I was hoping that the 3-3 might kill. Or sorry, did I do 2-3 or 1-3? I think I might have mixed between the two. Yeah, okay. I wonder if 3-3 would kill. I'm not sure. Probably not.
I think probably need to be 33 or 34.
But I can probably do Eagle Eye 3-3, then he goes. I can do 2-2-2, which is 6. Defend 7, Aero Blaster 8, 3-3. I think that's probably faster. Assuming that Harl hits all of it. That's what I might do. I think I'm going to go Harl 2-2, and if either one of the twos miss, then I'm going to do the regular 32 one. If not, then I'm going to go to the Aero Blaster. That'll be my decider. We're talking about nerd optimizations at this point, because this is not a deadly fight, but... Okay, well now we're just throwing threes. Let's just do neither.
Yeah, so much for all the planning.
Yeah. All right, everybody wave goodbye to Sprig. That is Sprig's official last fight.
Also, I believe another callback to Chrono Trigger here in this scene.
Oh, yeah. 100%, I think. So, coming up from this point, we are going to be starting, like, the only optional content, well, I guess we can't getting the White Knight, but, like, the only full side quest that's optional that we're going to be doing. And it is any %, so you might be wondering, why are we doing anything optional? And it's because by being able to cheese Dario this early, even though it is, like, very slow to do the side quest, the weapon that we get from doing it ends up saving, in RTA it saves more time than it takes to get. There in a task you could definitely get by if you with manipulating crits and hits and stuff like that to make it to make it worth skipping. But in RTA it is faster to kill Dario and get the Masamune.
Yeah. Main reason we get the Master Mune is it has the ability to auto crit most enemy types in the game, and especially the ones that we're going to be encountering throughout the rest of the route.
Also,
I think it's
Karsh-
technically not the best weapon in the game. Sorry.
I was gonna say I think Karsh is also really good. He's at 32. Honor. Meant to do this the other way. Honor and the scarf. L1, right? Yeah. I usually have him in front, so I had to think about that. Anybody who's played the game casually probably, and if you haven't seen the speed run, you're probably wondering, wait, how are you about to go kill Dario? Dario, if we give him any unforced turns, can just body us. He'll just kill us. So without getting too far into the advanced part of like what exactly we're doing, I'll give a little bit of a brief explanation as to what's going on. But we're going to be using the knowledge of like the stamina refreshes and AP, knowing like when Dario is about to take a free turn, and the fact that his AI will respond with a set opposite color element that we use. So we're going to use that to basically force his turns and not give him any free turns that we don't plan for him to have, and try to get him stuck into a 1v1 loop with Marcy that will go on for as long as it's really dictated by Marcy's magic. We'll get into it a little bit as we get a little bit closer, but that is the TLDR, is that like it's a very consistent fight, but it is a fight that if you make a mistake, you can just die easy. We'll make a save before it. It won't probably be necessary, but it's always worth doing in a marathon, just because one extra X press when you're attacking with Marcy can just kill you.
Fun getting to see Mini Glenn here.
Yeah. They also do Riddell like so bad. Like she doesn't get a portrait, but like Dario does. Like even like Dario here, Kid Dario does, Kid Glenn does, Kid Karsh does. But Riddell only gets her name. Yeah, there's a lot of optional things, or there's a lot of things that in a casual playthrough someone could take advantage of from the optional stuff that would be worth, that are just not, like you don't get the same reward back as you do for doing this. Like in the PlayStation version, like there is, I guess also in RD, they're like the Dragoon Glory dupe glitch that, you know, I think in like very, 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 very early runs, I think maybe was done. I can't remember. There's that. There's like, we don't get the dual Iron Lancers. We don't do a lot of the optional stuff. Or we don't get the, we don't get the, what do you call it? The sunglasses. Couldn't think of what they're called. But getting the Masune ends up being worth. Dario is such a cool character. Speaking of besides the handy drop things that the community loves to name that are bad RNG after me, there is something that's coming up in this fight that really should not be a thing. Like no one has really ever gone into this fight and been worried, except me. I've had on 2 or 3 separate occasions now the exact scenario of getting 1 or 2 rolled by both Pepper and Salt, and they go and attack Karsh, who has low enough HP that they just straight kill him, and I have to run. And because these are the Shaker brothers, a lot of the community has called it being handy shaked or handy shook. So let's just hope that that's not the occurrence here. Sloppy inputs. It's pretty safe as long as we get this eagle eye off. Okay, we're good.
You were saying?
That actually is bad though, because I think now we're going to see high res. Because Pepper has a 10 AP and him going is kind of unfortunate. Am I down one? Did I miss something? What did I not do? Did I not put the scarf on? Something was weird there. It's fine.
Lynx had one, I think.
Yeah. Not sure what that was. Okay, I actually don't like that. Okay, that's a good dodge, actually. That's a good dodge. I think I have to throw 3s with Harl here. Because he's about to go. Good crit. High res. This one's okay. It's like you don't like to see it, but if you do see it, it's fine. You just don't want to see the next one. Next one is really slow. It's a summon. I should be able to throw 3/3 here for free. Just 3 needed. Not bad. Hey, we got the Stone Dust. That's pretty good. So, no, Glenn is not Frog from Trigger. Glenn is just, in this game, an homage to Frog from Trigger. Yeah, he's a reference. Yeah.
Yeah, they do give him the X-Strike dual tech, which also, by the way, only dual tech we'll see in the whole game.
Yeah, there's a lot of connections to Trigger, and this game's story is built off of Triggers. But, like, there are no... Well, I guess Luca, but she didn't even really make an appearance. The characters... How to explain this? Like, I don't think... before I make a sweeping statement, I'm trying to make sure I'm correct, but I don't think there's any direct characters from CT in the game. Anywhere. It's just...
It appears like spectral forms at the end.
Yeah, they kind of exist, but like... It's mainly that the story of Chrono Trigger had to happen for this game's story to take place. Oh, I gotta lure this one guy down. I was trying to think for sure about what I was saying before. Oh yeah, Shaw. Okay, see, there it is. Before someone was like, actually.
Actually.
There was also that fan theory about Miguel actually being Chrono that I always thought was fun, but it's been disproven, or quote unquote disproven, I should say.
Well, so like, yeah, Robo is in the game, Luca is in, like, all the characters existed within the world. I was just trying to think of ones that, like, if there was any that I was trying to think that actually pop up besides in their, like, Spectre forms. Oh, actually, yeah, that is a big, you got me on that one, Balthasar.
They're definitely not, there's no playable ones. Why don't we say that one?
Yeah.
There's...
Yeah. Toma, but yeah, so, like, we can go down the list because it is a game that is a sequel that exists within the world, that in the exact same like universe that Chrono Trigger did. So there's going to be a whole bunch of characters that exist within the game. I guess I was trying to think of more that like come in and say like, "Hey, I'm so and so." That is, yeah, you can become Ozzy, Flea, and Slash. Also, I briefly mentioned it, like what's coming up for this optional boss and like how we're gonna kind of cheese him. How long this lasts depends on Marcy's magic, and she's been rolling in the background, like we were talking about earlier, for characters. Even if they're not in our party, their stats will roll. Marcy can be anywhere as low as 14, anywhere as high as 28. 14 is crazy unlucky. I've only had it ever happen once, and I've only ever seen one other person get 28. I would say 20 to 24 are like a general good guess range if anybody wants to get their guesses as to what Marcy's going to be. What it'll change is how many ice blasts I have to put on and have to do. Additionally, we are going to be using a strat that tries to proc burn on Dario. I don't think we got any Infernos, which would be a 50% chance. Instead, we got the normal Fire Pillars, which actually lowers our odds to 15%. So not high odds, but the burns would help our magic. So 28, I don't know the exact math. I could tell you what her exact high at this point is. I have not looked into it that hard because like I can't do anything about it. You know, it is what it is whenever I get here. But I know as low as it can be is 14, and normally it's between 20, 24, whatever. 25 is like 28 is to put in reference to how high 28 is. I've never seen it, and when I have 25, I'm like, oh my god, that is so high. Also, Xeno, yeah, it was like that's why the first story beats of this game take place like they basically replicate what happened in Radical Dreamers. Is when Radical Dreamers was being made as like a smaller scale game on the Satellaview. In the middle of developing that, they decided that they wanted to explore it more and started working on Chrono Cross. So Chrono Cross was always developed with it being a sequel to Chrono Trigger in mind. Now, whether it's like it points directly and says to you like, "Hey, I am the sequel to Chrono Trigger," like a lot of people would like, it's not that, but the story objectively has to exist post what happens in Chrono Trigger with the way it's written. Yeah, no, like objectively, it is a sequel. It's just not the sequel that a lot of people were expecting or wanted. And I've mentioned this before, but I think that it also doesn't do itself any favors that the story, it takes a little bit to like a while to get into before you're like, oh, and before you start noticing connections. And so like people who were maybe not happy that it wasn't the sequel that they wanted, we're not going to be the people who stuck around long enough to kind of put all the pieces together either. Which is fine. I actually really enjoy, I love Chrono Trigger, I love Radical Dreamers, and I love Chrono Cross. They're all great games with great music. In fact, a lot of Chrono Cross's, I don't want to say a lot, a few of Chrono Cross's tracks actually come from Radical Dreamers. All right, let's see what Marcy's at. Ooh, 24 is pretty good. I went through that kind of slow. 24 is pretty good. Bum, bum, bum. There could be a whole long discussion, and it would always go as a long discussion between the, Chrono Cross or like to Chrono Trigger. So I don't want to go too deep into that. Instead, I'll say Marcy is making up for the fact that Lena had the worst magic. Marcy being at 24 is actually like even in like a world record / PB attempt, I would be very, 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 very happy to see a 24 pop up. I think it was my all characters run that I saw Marcy pop up with 14, which luckily, because it's all characters, we actually can substitute Marcy for my mind's drawing a blank right now. Irene's, yeah. Yeah, Nightbox put that one into the world. All right, so we have some menus coming up. I'm actually going to do the menu on the back side of getting the black relic here, just because I was talking instead of looking at menus. All right, green, yellow, white, 10 plus turn bike, 10 plus strengthen, 10 plus weak-minded, 10 plus eagle eye. If there's anything that I missed with Dario, if either one of y'all want to touch on that, feel free, because I'm going to get ready to do this long menu.
Yeah, I can talk about Dario a bit. So much earlier in the run, Handy said something about how the battle system is designed in a way where bosses present themselves more as like puzzles rather than kind of stat checks that you can just grind your way out of. Dario is probably the best example of that being the case in the game. Unlike most of the other fights, so RNG will still be a factor here, but this fight is very, very much on rails. And the reason for that is Dario is scripted to have specific responses to elements being used against him. So he has set spells that he's going to, or set elements that he's going to use in response to having different elements targeted at him. And it's all based on the color. And we will be taking full advantage of that to control nearly all of his turns. And so when we get into the fight and kind of start going through the setup portion of it, getting the buffs up, trying to manipulate the field effect and all of that stuff, you will notice that it looks pretty sketchy. I won't spoil why, but know that everything is planned and it will be pretty much on rails.
I'm gonna put 2. I'm only gonna go to level 5 with the ice blast because we're at 24. I could skip. I could only put 1 on, so I'm gonna put an extra one on as well. And then I'll also have the cat's cradle, so it should be fine. And then remove everything from Karsh. Stone armor. They'll get gauntlet, scarf. Gauntlet, scarf, and she'll get honor, magic ring. Okay. And then I'll make a save here as well. Not too bad. It's so weird, like that I can normally do that menu like without really thinking too much, but just knowing that I needed to save at the end of it added just enough mental tax that I was like really focusing. It was just something slightly different. If anything is different than what I normally do, it's just like, oh, my muscle memory is like freaking out. Oh, you know what? I actually didn't do. I didn't put the armor on. I don't think. I'll do that in the next menu. Not that big of a deal. That armor that we got, the stone vest drop from the last fight, is not something that's like routed in it. I mean, it's like routed and it's not expected. It's not an expected drop. It's a rare one. It's just extra. So I'll just put it on in that one after this.
Fortunately, it won't really matter for this fight too much anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, so Azala mentioned it a little bit, and I'll explain a tiny bit more on top of it, but I can't go too deep into the mechanics as to why we're going to be killing off like certain characters at places, but just know it has to do with, in a very short, shallow way of an explanation, basically the less characters we have on the screen, the more control we can have over us getting the stamina refreshes we want after Dario takes his turn. Like, you can go into the formulas and everything behind it, but that's just too much. So that is just like a very small explanation. Also,
I mean, basically, it's the way that it's routed out is we're just trying to ensure that we get control over all of Dario's actions. So the stamina refreshes are really important. Having fewer characters up makes it easier to deal with that. It's the best way to explain it without digging into a lot of details.
Yeah. And it is very much on rails, as is all I mentioned. Like, so much so that recently, one thing that I've been practicing is doing this without looking at the screen. Like, as long as the stam refreshes, as long as nothing goes crazy wrong, will be consistent. Like, the fight is like 100% consistent as long as I'm trying to think, like, I guess like Marcy missing 6 1s or something, or 5 1s or something would maybe you're just kind of out of it. But for the most part, in like any realistic manner, it's like 100% consistent. We're going to start this fight off by defending Riddell because it is very possible that if he attacks her turn 1, she could die. And that would be bad. Because we don't want her to die just yet.
Yeah, she has to fulfill her Pierre-like role.
Yep. Okay. Hey, see, this is why we do it. Also, the amount of turns that we do is very specific. This is something a lot of new runners will struggle with because they'll be like, oh, I missed. I'll swing 1 extra time or something. And like, we want staminas to be pretty specific. Like, so in most cases, like 99% of the cases, like, you do not want to swing again. So like here, we're always going to do 4 1s with Marcy, even if she misses. We'll do a 1-1 here, and will everybody say goodbye to Riddell? We are sending her to the Shadow Realm.
See ya.
Oh, it ate my input. Caught it though. We're going to just turn red so that he responds with a blue. This will help us on our next phase now that we have our buffs, because we would like to be able to get to our frog burns. Oh, wrong person. Oh, we also got burns, I just noticed.
Ooh, nice.
Okay, I'm glad that she didn't miss there. It doesn't matter who I cure plus here, but muscle memory made me hit left there. Wait, what did I just do?
You mixed up the 2 phases.
Okay. This is fine, I think. If not, I'll
It'll
just
be
run.
fine.
Yeah. I had to... no, it won't.
Oh,
Okay, that's fine. It's not that dangerous because we can just do run away. That's fine. I was talking instead of playing. That's fine. That's not even like, so there we can always run away from it. The part that you really just don't want to make a mistake on is is whenever it's just Marcy alive. All right, so we're gonna do a 1 here. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Can we get burns again?
That would be sick.
Be real nice.
Would be nice.
I noticed that whenever I did so we actually, even with that slight mess up, we could have been fine if Dario gave me like a +1. Oh wait, what am I doing? I gotta stop talking whenever I'm going here. All right, this is fine. Minded. Oh yeah, because no, that's right. Never mind, that's right. She got to level 7. Yeah. Bye. Yeah, I just wanted to see Riddell get shit to the Shadow Realm again. All right. So Link's being here at 5 is fine. We don't want him to be at 6 though. All right, back to where we were at.
There you go.
One, 2, 3, 4. Even though she's at level 7, we still want to spend all of that. We'll do Cure Plus here.
He targets Riddell with that because Riddell's the one that used the element on him.
Yeah, it's
Frog
a
Prince-
counter.
Frog Prince 24, I don't think there's burn, so I'm going to say 1870. Yeah, 5.
1876.
Oh, pretty close. Like 70 off. Oh, unfortunate. So I can do... I'm going to do 1, 2... This. That is the one place you can get a bad refresh. Oop. But it is manageable. We have it routed out. 1. I normally skip doing that 1, but I'm not gonna risk anymore. I usually just defend there. All right. Everybody say goodbye to Lynx. It is now a 1-on-1 Dario v. Marcy. Four, 5, 6. We want to spend basically all the stamina there. This should do about 430 or something. 420, I think. Okay. Sometimes I know what I'm talking about. The next one I think has the damage fall off. So this should do about 100 less, I think. We probably, if this doesn't, we'll probably go one more.
I hope
If she
we win
doesn't-
with slaps.
We might end up killing with slaps, but we'll see. I can't force it. I wish I could. We didn't kill with slaps unless the last one does it. Yeah. I could shrink foam. I said cat's cradler, but I meant shrink foam.
You could have done the 3-3. Maybe the slaps would have done it.
I think that is defense.
Not risky at all.
I think that his defense is high. That like the 3 does the same amount as the 1 to do, if I'm not mistaken.
Unless you crit.
Oh yeah, unless we crit. Yeah. We did it. Like I said, fight's not that dangerous. The mistake that we did make was because I'm usually not talking during it that much. Trying to explain the stam refreshes during it, and I was like looking at my stamina, and I was like, wait, something's off. After I did the defend, though, I was just hoping, I was like, okay, Dario, be a homie and give me the +1. Actually, after we're about to get the Masamune, and we have a little bit of text here, but afterwards, I feel like this would probably be a good spot for the next break before we get into the dragon section.
Sounds good.
Yeah, well, like I said, most of the time in Chrono Cross, unless you're fighting an enemy that can AoE you, it's usually like not gonna ever kill your run. You can just kind of run from it. But we will make saves at certain places, like Fire Dragon 2 will be the next one, because that is an enemy that does have a big AoE that hits hard. But coming up now, Lynx/Surge will be taking the lead back in our party, since, like I was talking about way earlier, he takes a back seat for a while. From here till the end of the game, he is now back to being our main source of damage. And there is that. So yeah, this is probably like a good spot for it.
Perfect. Yeah, so during these longer runs, everybody, we like to take breaks every hour or so, just so everybody can get up, stretch, get some water, anything y'all need to do. Just a quick reminder before we go to the break. Your subs, Prime Gaming subs, gift subs, and bits cheered on the GDQ Twitch channel do help support the GDQ Hotfix. So if you enjoy watching any of these speedrunning things we put on, these anniversary specials, our weekly speedrun content, any of that, if you could consider subscribing to the channel, it does really help us put on this kind of content. And you do get access to our emotes, and you can talk with other subs during our replays. With all that said, we're going to take a quick break, back with more Chrono Cross in just a minute. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Games on Quick Hotfix. Today, we are celebrating the 25th anniversary of Chrono Cross. We're in the middle of a run. Whenever you're ready.
Ready? Yeah, we can get started again in 3, 2, 1, and go. All right. Amart or Zal, if y'all want to explain what's coming up, I'm going to go ahead and do this menu that's popping up.
Yeah, so Dragon section. We're going to do a little bit of a menu here. Set Fargo up, change a little bit of Marcy's elements, remove some stuff from Lynx. And then we're also going to equip Lynx with the Master Mune, the weapon that we just got from defeating Dario. And then we are going to go charging into the Earth Dragon Isle, which we'll have to enter, leave, come back. And yeah, so now we're trying to, now we're just kind of in the dragon section.
Yep. All right, so that's one of the bigger menus in the game. Got there, that's pretty good. Add an input and get eaten as per normal. It seems like I've been having one per menu that's caused a little bit of issues, but we are set up for a good bit. Also, it might seem like weird sometimes the way that we do menu some elements where it's like we pass up some to go further down and then go back up to ones. And that's because it's mainly for optimization in fights because of where the cursor is going to be whenever you go to them. Like we want to be able to go to Marcy and Fargo, for example, and be able to mash through and do Eagle Eye Eagle Eye or Strengthen for whichever one it is. So there's a reason for why things are placed where they are. And once your muscle memory when you start building your muscle memory, you don't want to like mess around with moving it around too much, because then you have to rebuild all that muscle memory and it leads to mistakes.
This song is also probably one of my favorites in the entire run.
Yeah, it's so good. Also, fun fact here, like we normally casually, like you come here, you fall down here, you go back up and they say, hey, can you come back later? Like after you figure this out. Come back later actually for us means that we're going to leave the screen and come back. Very impatient.
It is technically later.
That is true. We followed the rules.
Very much I'll tell you when you're older energy.
Yeah.
There's actually a good bit of RNG throughout this section. Besides just our strength and stats starting to matter a lot, basically before every one of these fights, we have varying amounts of regular encounters that we have to do. And as we mentioned, as like kind of the golden rule of where RNG persists in big swings is anywhere we have to do these regular encounters. I think this section, because normally it's like people think about Gaia's Navel, which is coming up in like 2 splits, but they think about Isle of the Dam as like another one. They think about like the beginning, the first split, as like pretty big RNG places. And as you start becoming more and more of an experienced runner, you start noticing that like this is a split that you can just bleed time in because the rocker roaches. In the water dragon section, we actually luckily only have to do 1 extra regular encounter, but if it wants to, it can decide to just eat all of your time as well.
Yeah, just lose a minute because
of running.
Yep.
I remember before I had my times down like below 7 hours, I was like, I don't understand why people think these 2 sections are a big deal. But then there comes the moment where you're like, oh, it all makes sense now. We're also hoping for the right formation here, which I don't remember if we've mentioned, but ideally there's only going to be 2 of them.
Yeah, the best formation is the 1 rock roach, 1 yellow belly, but as long as you are only getting 2 enemies, it is fine. We usually have to run for 3. But on a 2 encounter formation, we would like for, like this to be the case where we can ideally kill 1 of them before any of them go. Yeah, because this is very slow. And it starts to snowball the fight, because what this does is we lose 25% of our damage because it replaces a green with a yellow. But it should be fine. We have good strength. We should be able to do 3-3, and then if this doesn't kill, a 1 will.
This is also one of those.
Oh, go ahead. I was going to say, this section, like, if you get like low rolled on the AP at the beginning and you see a early spinoff, it can snowball a lot there because it lowers your damage. You kill like I was just mentioning, which means that you have a higher likelihood of not killing the one that you're targeting with the first 3-3, and then that one can go, and then now you're down 12.5% more. It can snowball really quickly.
Yeah, and that just real quick, we were talking about mini stars earlier in the run. That last fight that we actually fought was an example of a mini star where since Lynx got the strength there, we know that Lynx is going to get the strength on Earth Dragon. So Lynx will effectively be at 34 after the Earth Dragon fight.
Yep, exactly. Funnily enough, I talked about it happening and then got immediately 0 rolled in the next fight. Hopefully this left one is... Yeah, okay, it's also a female enemy, so we should be able to kill it, I think, even with their missing damage. That's good. So we can probably do this without seeing any more attacks. I'll do a 3-3 and then a 1 here. Nice. 1 spinoff, especially with a 0 roll, is still really good. That's a testament to having good strength allows you to maybe sometimes get out of jail free like that. All right, not too bad, actually. And the dragon fights, like, really, outside of, like, maybe the fire dragon, they're pretty safe. Usually the thing is like, you're trying to not lose time. Because now that we have the Masamune, we do a bunch of damage. We come here, we're like, wait, there's nothing here, so let's leave. And then the Earth Dragon decides to make a grand appearance. Just chilling up there. Boom.
Just remember what we don't say to him.
You're telling me to say I seek nothing, correct?
Yeah.
If you say I seek nothing there by just mashing through the text, you get stuck in a loop of just talking. So a lot of times, and I've done it, you're just kind of not paying attention, mashing text until the fight starts, and you're like, oh, how many times have I said I seek nothing? This whole section in my, like, not the splits, like, but the sub-splits are named I seek nothing with the smiley face.
I don't remember who it was, but I know somebody was so busy talking they went through the text 3 extra times.
No. Also, I got one rule in
It
there.
may have been Hobbs, but I don't want to pick on him.
No, it is always okay to pick on Hobbs.
So getting one rolled there, like I said, is not dangerous. We just have to see an extra attack, unfortunately. And the Earth Dragon is picking on Fargo. How?
Bonk.
This should kill. Peace.
See ya.
One dragon down. Our Marcy was at 24. So like 24 with the first time we got burns, but I made a mistake. Couldn't split for a second. This is also a part where if you're not paying attention, you can just keep talking to the Earth Dragon. The Earth Dragon's going to say one text box here, and then we need to leave. Yeah. But if you just sit there mashing and not paying attention, it will keep talking to you.
I've never done that before.
I've done it a couple of times.
I've done it.
Yeah.
Oh no, I absolutely have done that.
It's so easy to do.
If you liked the music that played during Dario and or the Miguel section, you're gonna like the water dragon area. If you like the fairies in the game, you're not gonna like this next part. Do you not save ever in the speedrun? In a marathon, yes. In a PB attempt, no. This is also technically another spot that some people will do fish dance. Fish dance is down here in the El Nido Triangle, but usually it's either really early, and if you're not doing it really early, you just kind of save it till late. It's nice and serene out here. Surely nothing tragic has happened on the next screen. What is so not PV, PB. So PB is for personal best. So it's like usually when you're trying to, yeah. So here we find out that this area has been taken over. The fairies should be here, but we find out they've been not been treated nicely by the Lagunates here. They no longer exist on this island. Sag. Where is... Okay, hopefully... Okay, I see. So here is the one singular encounter that we have here. The most common encounter is the one that we want. It's a single enemy. I have seen me and one other person have to run from this 5 times to get the most common encounter. And it looks like this is not a good one. That's one. That's fine. One is fine.
We're not going to get handy step bud, right?
We're not calling it that, but yes, we're not going to get handy stepped. All right, this is what we want. Okay. They should kill. Nice, and that's why we want a single. I don't recall this happening on the island aside from the dwarves attacking. So that happens pretty early on in the run. I think it's whenever we come here usually for the ice gun, if we did come to get it. This is a good bit past that. Ideally, we would like for the water dragon to not go until after we do our first... if I get turn red and strengthen off, I'm probably throwing a 3-3, to be honest. I'll change up what I do if the water dragon goes here. Okay, just don't miss. Nice. Nice. We should be able to kill on this turn as long as I do 2, 2, 3. Don't miss. And bye-bye water dragon. Really good fight.
Water dragon's probably my favorite design of all the dragons.
Do you like the water dragon wiggle?
Yeah. It gets me every time.
Two dragons down. And now time for, I think, probably like the most condensed bit of RNG in the game. This next split can go not great. Because, like I've mentioned, anywhere we have to do regular encounters, we have the chance of formations and all kinds of things going terrible. And there are formations that we just cannot afford to take. And we have to do 6 regular encounters before we fight a mini-boss before we fight the dragon. And in that mini-boss, there's also RNG baked in. So, this split, any runner on good or PB pace and or beat PB pace dreads. Because it can just decide to kill your run. FF Tactics mentioned. Love FF Tactics.
It's a pretty good game.
It's one of my favorite Final Fantasy games, even including the main line.
We're not here to talk about it. It's Chrono Cross Day, but it's 100% my favorite game ever.
It's so good. I do have it in my notes. I haven't eaten it in a long time, but especially if you're a newer runner, it is very easy to forget the lily pad order when you're coming down here and be like, wait, my brain feels fried. Where do I go?
Especially because they don't necessarily go in the order it looks like they would when you jump on it. The
Right.
physics is it's not quite there.
All right, so before we even get to the part we have to do regular encounters, we actually have to do a set of, well, we'll talk about it when we get there, but we're hoping that we have a friendsless fight, and that'll make sense in a minute. And then we have to fight that thing, the scariest fight in the entirety of the run.
Yeah, you might want to make a save before it.
Yeah, tell everybody in chat to pray before we get there. But first, the Bibas. If this Biba gets its first turn, it will call a friend. Luckily, we have the strength to just kind of wipe it out. But if we miss and get low AP rolled, then we have to see it call a friend. And if we don't kill it quick enough, it'll call another friend. And then you're sitting in a Biba party that you don't want to be invited to. But just don't miss, right? Easy. Just don't miss. Easy. No friends. Small little time save here is this little Biba is going to drop a chest here. And actually, normally you're supposed to open it and you get some text. But if you hold down and right away from it, you can go around the and avoid the text box. So we're going to grab this here, go down and right. Save a little bit of time. And everybody pray. This is the scary boss. Hopefully we can get through it.
Just don't miss.
Just don't miss. Oh no, I didn't make a safety save.
Just make sure you count AP properly.
Yep.
Yeah, maybe run if it gets dangerous.
Wow.
Ooh, barely got through it. Oh my god. All jokes aside, that boss, we kill it very easy right now because we're way over leveled than what we need to be. But I have missed so many times that I've been poison gassed. Which can be annoying.
We call that the handy peed.
No, we do not. We're starting a trend where everything that is bad luck is getting coined the handy whatever. All right, so I did talk a lot of trash to the Biba who had no friends in that last fight, but unfortunately we have to fight him again, so maybe I should have saved that celebration until after this one. If we miss and have to see a Biba call in a friend, it's 100% on me and it's full karma. Nice. Biba-less, our friendsless run for Bibas. Okay, but now the real RNG section of the run begins. We're about to have to start to make the Tyranno actually pop up so that we can progress in the story. Like I said, we're gonna have to do 6 regular encounters, and it doesn't actually matter which ones you do, but the ones that we do are meant for speed's sake. However, there are formations, like I said, that we will have to just run from because they're just so slow. Usually it's any 3 formation. There are worse ones. So like if you get 2 of the praying mantises and like a bird in the center, a pterodactyl, then it's like we still run, but that's not the worst one. The ones that are like the absolute worst that can 0 roll you and be bad is if you have what are they called?
Prehistoric.
Prehistoric is the word I was looking for, yeah. All right. We're actually not gonna use my mind is trying to blank on all their names right now. Oh my gosh, Leah. Yeah, we're not gonna use Leah because our characters are better, and usually our Lynx is gonna be the one who's doing our main source of damage. Every time I've gone to say a character's name, my brain has just wiped it from my like I've completely just wiped it from memory.
You almost said Ayla, didn't you?
I almost said Ayla. I did, yeah. I had to stop myself. All right, is this one up close or? Where are you at? This is why sometimes I don't. Yeah, okay, it's all the way back there. I'm coming back for this one later. I wish I wouldn't have gone back there at all, but not worth chasing it all the way back there. I'll get it on. Hopefully, it'll be in a better spot when I come back here. Nice. This is what we want to see.
It's a good start.
Here's my import. Oh, that's unfortunate. We could have killed this without seeing the stinger, but Lynx decided that his accuracy didn't matter. None of these fights are deadly. It's just, okay, well. You know, try not to lose time. So that's one of them down. After this next fight, we will see. This is one of the few cases that we get a mini star because we're forced to do regular encounters. We'll see if we get it. At 34, there's a chance that we don't, but it'd be good if we did. I think this is that 2 or 3. I couldn't tell. It looks like 2. I'm gonna assume there's 2. I didn't see the middle one. If I have to run, it's fine. Yeah,
I think too. It's really hard to tell with some of the camera angles.
Yeah, and also because like I didn't see the other one, but sometimes they load in like late, the middle one, and so you'll not catch them fully. That's unfortunate. So I have to do a 1, 1, 2, 3 here. Probably get interrupted. Oh, really high AP.
Wow. This is the mini star one.
Yep, we'll see if we get the mini star. Nice.
Nice.
So that means I will get the big star at Tyranno. Hopefully this one, he's all the way in the back, but hopefully he's coming this way. This one's hard to see because you're kind of just full blocked by the wall. Yeah, nice.
You can kind of see it peeking through. It looked like it was glitching the tree a little bit.
Yeah, you can kind of see whenever he's like up, if he's rubbing up against the wall, but like if he's not, sometimes he's like a little bit further back in the very back if he turned around, or he could have been where he was at just now. So sometimes I'm not sure if he hits a wall and then turns around or whatever. Oh, you can't miss that one. All right, that 3 would have killed, but that's fine. Probably throw a 2 instead now. For the accuracy. I probably shouldn't say this yet, but for anybody who maybe is watching, hasn't seen the run before, you might be thinking, oh wow, this looks maybe kind of bad luck because of misses and stuff like that. But most runners would still be like, okay, I'm okay with this. I guess it depends on the run, right? Like if I'm already behind or not. But this is still pretty average, I feel like.
I mean, 2 stingers, no runaways.
Yeah.
Pretty good so far.
And the strength helps. I'm going to try to skip the flap here by doing a 2. I just have to hit this if I want to kill. I need the extra damage. Nice. Oh, look, we got the Inferno. I guess I actually didn't need it. I can't complain. I got the burn and then I messed up.
Right on time.
I'll just keep that Inferno for the next run.
Oh, true. Transfer it over.
Yeah.
Is this... Okay, so this is the one that we have to run from. Just don't zero roll me, please. You know, AI asked for that. But at least it wasn't a zero roll for the other.
Oh, I wouldn't say that yet.
Oh, no.
Dog.
Okay, look, surely it's not a zero roll for all 3, right?
Are you sure you want to?
Okay.
Okay.
I'm going to hit this one on the way back.
Yeah, give it a chance to think about that.
Yeah. You think about your actions up there. I'll be back. Oh, no. I think this is... Oh, that's 2. Slow roll. That's the right one. Sometimes it's hard to tell. I think I'm gonna do 1, 1, 2, 3 on all, even with it being a female enemy, just because it put a yellow in the field. Nice. And that should make it to where I can do a 1, 2, 3, I think. All right, one more encounter in this section. He was running away from me. Nice. All right, so RNG-wise, that's a lot of it, but technically, we still have one more section of RNG that can sometimes just really do runs dirty. Well, that's very annoying. Yeah, couldn't skip the stinger. But yeah, in the next fight coming up, the common still is a power still, which is a +5 to our strength. And we definitely need it for the run. It is routed in for the run. So if we get the 10% rare still, which is the Earrings of Light, or we miss, then we have to run away and restart the fight. So that is what RNG is left here.
And it can actually be quite annoying because the problem with trying to pull off the steal is if Tyranno or the Pterodactyl that spawns with Tyranno happens to attack Fargo before the steal, but after he's built up the AP, it will miss.
Yep. The game has a weird quirk where, like, if you build up to do your, like, your pillage or pilfer and you get hit right before you do it, it will always 100% miss. Normally it goes off of whatever your heavy accuracy is. Nice.
Good.
I should have pushed it, but that's fine. I was going to do 2-2 after that. All right. Surely not, right? So this is
the other vibe check.
other vibe check, yep. No, I got backtracked.
Oh my
No. All right.
Oh, that is the handy flap, by the way.
All right, that one I'll take. That one happens too many times for me. I'll take that one. That's annoying. We'll do Cat's Cradle. I'll do it on you. I got to be careful about my damage. All right, I got to reset the field.
For reference, we are trying to use frog prints there, so the fact that the pterodactyl flap right as soon as the whole field was blue, we have to kind of start over.
All right, very slow, unfortunately. Oh, I meant to go to Marcy, but that's fine. Just don't kill Marcy. Oh, I actually needed to do... We'll do one. Turn blue. You. Oh, actually, this might be... This is not good, actually. Free one without the flap, please. Or actually, I think it's a physical attack anyways. It's fine. Yeah, it's fine. I didn't want to do damage... Stop. I didn't want to do damage to Tyranno anymore because if you do too much damage, it'll proc the crunch out. So I was trying to be careful about swinging more with links, which is what kind of put us in a little bit of a stamina predicament. All right, slow. Yeah, but there's basically a singular AP roll right there that is like the worst way it can land on, and I unfortunately got it. For reference, that's like a 1 out of, I don't know, like what, 20 or something for that to land exactly right there. Troom Gauntlet, Power Seal, Pendragon.
21, yeah.
I mean, in terms of seeing the flap there or not getting the pilfer correct.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't know. That's probably the better one to deal with in this situation.
I agree. Power Seal. Wait, did I pass it up? Oh, yeah, I did. Okay. Power Seal. All right. So this fight right here in the past has been kind of labeled as like, it's probably up there with Fire Dragon as like in dangerous. But really, as long as you know how the AI of this boss works, then you can salvage it basically no matter what, even at low strength. But basically, anytime the field is full green and the dragon gets its turn, the green dragon, it will carnivore. So it could carnivore here, which we do want. We want to get hit by it on purpose because we have the Pendragon on. But then after that, we don't want to get hit by it anymore because it's dangerous. But basically, because we have the Pendragon on here, we're trying to get the carnivore to hit, which absorbs the power of an element and puts it into like our physical damage. So that gives us more damage. Now we're going to do Strengthen and then turn yellow for even more of a buff. And then we'll be hitting very hard for like 1,000.
Which is good because, believe it or not, this is actually the fastest boss that we will fight in the run with only 5 AP.
The thing we just don't want to see here is this is a pretty standard fight as long as we don't see like darkness on links.
Like that?
There's no shot.
Candy, please.
That could be any rand or nothing. All right, it worked out. We got the AP. That's crazy.
It's just comical at this point.
This is why I shouldn't speak anything into existence. Like, my luck is unreal in a bad way.
A37. $37's nice for the next dragon that we're going to be taking on.
Yep. Okay. And now we are out of here. There is some level of, it sucks. It's kind of like I know that like my luck is bad, so when I speak it and then it happens, it's like comical, and I enjoy that part of it. But then I'm like, after it happens, I'm like, oh wait, now I have to deal with the fact that I'm in this position.
Oh, if it isn't the consequences. Of my words.
Exactly.
At least you're not at like 29 strength or
That's true.
whatever.
Somehow the game is going to be like, oh wait, take it back.
Oh wait.
Oh yeah, I don't normally save here, but I will make a save before I go into fight the fire dragon. Just because there is, like, realistically we should be fine, especially at our strength. But there's always, you know, ways for me to speak the unspeakable into, or the unthinkable into existence. We're gonna get a phase 3 dragon.
For the first time ever.
Yep.
Yeah, the winged dragon of Ra from Yu-Gi-Oh comes out.
If this dog is facing at me, the second dog here, it's consistent that you always dodge as long as you do the right movement, but it always looks so scary. It's like this one is whatever, right? You just go around in this way. But if this one's not facing the wall, that is, okay. But if it's facing this way, as long as you have the right movement, you'll never get caught. But he is always like right on top of you, and it looks like you're going to. Okay. I got like full stuck. Now these dogs are named after another runner, and we are going to try to avoid getting caught between them, the two of them. They kind of move wherever they want to. So
I was going to say it's one of the few bad things that aren't named after Handy in the community.
Gauntlet.
We'll see, they kind of gave the fire dragon a bit of a glow up in this fight.
Let's see. Fargo. Oh, wrong person. That's annoying. Okay, that's fine. Ah, that's not good. Okay, that's fine. Let me think. Strengthen. That's not what I meant to do. We're gonna do Eagle Eye with you. Oh, that's fine. Actually, that's fine.
Yeah. Just swap.
I think it still works out.
Yeah. It ate my input, and I was like, wait, can I fix this? Okay, yeah, no, it works out fine. Okay. So the thing that we don't want to see here, really, is because this is a phase 2 boss, kind of like Bunyip could have, this one could technically zero roll us. Very unlikely. But it is a possibility. Alright.
I was gonna say, I don't think you can say very unlikely after being zero rolled by 21 AP enemies.
That's true. That's probably gonna kill Fargo. But that's why we save there, just in case you get zero rolled. You see that one earlier, and then if you have like a bad miss or something like that, he will do a physical attack on his next turn. So we were pretty safe there. But then the next turn after that, if you don't control the turn, is another one of those, and it can just melt you. Especially since I kind of have gone forever now. It's been a while, but I don't buy like antidotes or anything anymore. So we're usually poisoned as well.
Yeah, the one option you do have to save it, even if you do get zero rolled, is as long as Marcy survives the fire breath attack, you can actually bait out a single target attack by ice blasting him, kind of. It is a counter similar to how Dario does.
Okay, and I'm gonna give this one a little bit of space because he can just kind of, yeah, they're random, very random. This other one could be in the loading zone. I'm gonna hope that he's not, and he is, so I'm gonna guess. No! Oh, I don't, okay, that was weird.
That was very weird.
All right, nothing I can really do about that. I have to 50-50 guess there. That's a long running animation.
Okay, I think this is only the first extra encounter this run, so...
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, so what zero rolled means is that basically they get initiative before you have the opportunity to take your turn.
That was also very weird. That enemy did not immediately proc the counter or the encounter. Controller drift? No. That was just like the enemy could be. I knew there's a third enemy there, and because I didn't see him while I was running down, I'm like, oh, he has to be in the loading zone, and I can either sit there and just wait forever and hope that he, doesn't take forever to run out of the loading zone, or I can take a guess 50-50 and choose left or right. I chose right because the rightmost side, because that's also where the loading zone. Where am I going? No, that's right. I was like second.
Sky Dragon, yep.
Yeah. I was talking and I was like, wait, what am I doing? I need to switch worlds, right? And I was like, wait, no. Okay. But yeah, to continue the explanation, that was just unlucky. There's no way for me to know exactly where that enemy is going to be. Or double my input. All right. And now for the last dragon of the dragon section. Another rite of passage, as we've been talking about them for Chrono Cross speedrunners, is to get here and realize that the fight doesn't start, and you're like, oh no, I forgot to pick up the black relic from the dragon.
Surely nobody's forgotten that in a race.
Surely.
No.
There's just an entire one-page reminder to pick it up in my notes for no reason.
I love how everybody's notes are like that. Like mine, there's certain things that it goes through a list of okay, make the font bigger. Okay, make it bold. Okay, you did it again. Highlight it. All right, make it bigger. Eventually it just keeps growing and growing and growing.
You can look at somebody's notes and know how many times they forgot something.
All right, so we're going to try to proc the Holy Healing on purpose here by doing this 3. That takes its turn. And then we're going to do a 3 glide hook and say goodbye to the Sky Dragon. Oops. And we have now slayed all of the dragons.
Well, except the black dragon. He's still sleeping. We just kind of took the relic.
Oh, yeah, true. Yeah. Are you kidding me? I'm at 38 here and I didn't get the stream.
Stop.
For reference, I fought the Dragon God at the end of the game Thursday on my practice run at 39.
If you're not careful, that could still happen.
That's true, actually.
I kind of hope it does.
Honestly, it'd be such a statistical unlikelihood that I want that. I want to see that happen.
It would be pretty incredible to miss the next quick map 12 or 13 rolls.
Complaints department. That's all I'm about. All right. So the reason I don't buy antidotes anymore, during my runs, is because we're about to fight Orla here, and then right after, we actually get a full cleanse for free and a heal, so it's nice. But sometimes when I'm having really bad luck runs, the game is in a no-win position, because if it continues the bad luck, I'm like, oh, of course it's continued the bad luck. But then if it gives me really good luck, I'm like, oh, of course it's on my bad run. You give me the good luck here. This is one of the characters that comes up on the elevator that I actually consider good luck. I think she's actually the one that came up with my PB.
Other fun fact about this fight, though, Orla and Radius are the two bosses or enemies that we fight in the run with the highest avoidance stat. So without this Eagle Eye, the chance to hit her is actually pretty low, and even with Eagle Eye, it would have been 88% even.
Yeah, even with Eagle Eye, it's 88.
Yeah.
But she is deleted. And now, coming up, well, we have a little bit of text and stuff to go through, but coming up, we're finally going to be doing the fish dance that we've been talking about for a while. But basically, we need to go get the star fragment in El Nido Triangle. It is surrounded by all kinds of enemies that are usually swimming in a circle. So fish dance is basically us trying to grab a chest while avoiding all of the enemies down there. We haven't really talked about it, but normally for Chrono Cross, when you run into an encounter, like I did that dog, you can run away and you have iframes that you can just kind of get away from it and go away from, and get away from it so it doesn't bring you back into the encounter. However, the only exception to that is when you're caught between two different enemies, because you don't get universal iframes. You get iframes from the enemy that you ran from. So if you're stuck between two enemies, when you run from one, you get dragged into the first one. When you run from that one, you get dragged into the other one. So this is one of the places where it's you need to try to dodge and not get caught between several fish, because you have to fight your way out. It's very likely, or not very likely, it's very possible that even a good runner gets caught sometimes, especially if you're trying to do it quickly. And I will probably play somewhere in between how I normally do it, which is standing in the center to kind of aggro and speed up the fish, so I get a better pattern faster. But I'm not gonna probably play it as risky as I normally do, because normally when I'm playing it risky, I'm 3 hours into the run right after Miguel, and I'm willing to reset. And obviously we are not going to do that here. Or can't do that here. Yeah, Miguel is just usually like the fastest place to do it because of travel time. You don't have to. Maybe at Water Dragon 2 is fine, but it's you can. It's just right there, and you're already there.
I think the argument to make for doing it at Water Dragon is if you have to fight anything, you can potentially get a mini star, but also if you just do Guy's Naval next anyway, you'll get it.
The only other issue though is, and that might work for up to a certain point, is that like for most top runners, failing Fish Dance in like a big way like that where you're having to fight, usually, I should have links in front here, usually means that your run is dead anyways.
Right.
But I am going to focus. You guys can speak if you would like to, if you have anything you want to explain, but I'm going to try to not mess this up. Because even with full focus, there's a chance I mess it up.
I think for the most part, it'll be a little self-explanatory what's involved with Fish Dance here. It's just a fancy name for probably the hardest enemy dodge in the game. The reason that we have to do this, as we've kind of already alluded to, there's just a chest that we have to get a specific item from. If you're familiar with the game, you know that the Star Fragment is what we're going to need to be able to recruit Starkey, who's actually a mandatory character in order to progress, because he will help us unlock the way to get to Terra Tower coming up here. Part of the challenge with this is just to knowing where exactly the hitboxes for all these fish are, particularly the schools that kind of move together. It can be tricky, but we got it.
Wow.
But can we get out without an encounter? Because that can also be harder than you'd think. Nice.
Whew.
I kind of went for it because I was a slow fish, and I was like, he's not going to speed up when I walk in, but then I got kind of stuck for a second. I was like, uh-oh. All right, we're good. Honestly, not that, even like for like if it was a PB attempt, that's not a bad Fish Dance.
That was not bad at all.
But I had a feeling he was going to walk up.
Yeah. In case you're wondering, we are intentionally going back to the Sky Dragon Isle, even though we were just here. This is where we are able to encounter Starkey.
But not just regular Starkey. Big Starkey.
Mega Starkey.
Mega Starkey.
So funnily enough, Starkey's not actually a boss fight, like our star fight. He's actually going to be the mini star for Dark Surge coming up. So he's going to tell us if we're going to get this next fight, or this next stat up. We'll either be at 40 after Dark Surge or at 38.
Get the Benny Hill theme ready.
Didn't get it. That's fine. Fun fact here, though. or not fun fact, but Starkey here has broken several runners' ankles, and he's actually going far out of his way right now. All right, bud. All right, cool. He's being not kind. There we go. Sometimes you can catch him immediately, but he went far off to the right. Also, I just saw Surge's magic. Have y'all been keeping up with it?
No.
He's at 25 magic right now.
It's pretty high, yeah.
Yeah.
Jeez. The Saint's about to do like
5,000.
5K plus.
Yeah. You know, it's a weird thing that's kind of stuck with me, even just from like the times of being a newer runner, is every time I'm going to Goldo, even now after it's been past the Orla part, there's always the part of me that's like, oh, please don't, like, you know, like the slow loading it does because it's about to start the cutscene. I've gone to there early and had to fight Orla early, which is just terrible. And it's kind of stuck with me as a fear as a runner for like ever now. I think the problem is I used to, like, when I was new to the run, I would accidentally switch worlds before I'd go there after Miguel and be like, uh-oh. And she might be a meme fight whenever we fight her normally, but at that point, she is not. She takes forever. A little bit early on the...
Yeah, if you fight her as soon as it's technically possible, it is a fight.
Yeah, it is very not quick. Yeah, I'm not the only person I've seen do it, Nightbox. So, but I'm not sure. I didn't know if I've seen enough people do it to call it a tradition. But I'm glad that you share my sentiment. Why is it a bad fight? Yeah, it's not like a hard fight. It just like, we don't do enough. Like normally, if you're thinking about like comparing it to how much time it normally takes, like it's probably more than double. It's been so long since I've done it, but it's long. All right, where are you at, bud? I'm just kind of scared of him turning. That bull is random as to where it goes, so. It's actually one of the harder dodges, I feel like, especially if you're not trying to play it super careful, because you're holding forward coming in and you're just gotta like react and kind of guess like pretty quickly. Fun fact, you can run by this guy behind him. As long as you're hugging the wall. This dog, I actually am going to wait because of that. Oh, I'm still gonna wait. He tried.
Port Dragonia is a lot faster when you just have the cheat code.
Yep. All right, so a good fight here, we have the strength for, is skipping feral cats. However, it's not fully up to me. If I get low rolled on the AP, then I can't really do much about it. Like that. All right, so we're not skipping feral cats. Also, Marcy probably dies from feral cats though. What can I do here? I can do 1-3, and then I'll do. I'm actually gonna do this. Is it physical damage? If I do defend, 3, does she live? It's not a big deal if she dies. I'm just trying to avoid having to heal her, and I'm kind of just curious.
This animation also a callback to the Radical Dreamers Satellaview game, by the way.
Oh, that is true, yeah. 3. Oh, he still didn't die. That's fine. Don't crit. I can revive, but... Are you dead here? That one roll wasn't kind. I should have still strengthened, but I figured I could make up for the damage by the... Alright, so I'll have to heal Marcy before Vita Unis.
You didn't go down to pick up Draggy?
Oh no! What was I thinking? Now he'll never be born. We let Rasley die. We didn't heal Kid. We didn't birth Draggy. We're missing all the cute characters. Oh, we got Starkey.
We might get a good time, but was it worth it?
Yeah. Oh yeah, we didn't get Pip. Where am I going?
This is a way that you can definitely go.
That is a way.
Just really wanted to dodge the Dragoon again.
Yeah. I've done that before too, like gone all the way around there. Usually in PB attempts, I'm like full focused in, like, okay, at this point, if we're here, this is probably a good run. I'm like full locked in. Marathon, I was like, wait, I'm just kind of going. I was doing like the dream sequence motions, like muscle memory. I didn't do this thing though. I've seen many a runner go back down the elevator. That right there, and a lot of the places when you pop up the elevator, especially in the dream sequence, you're talking to Kid in them, so you're mashing text. So if you just follow your muscle memory there and you keep mashing, you'll take a trip back down the elevator and watch that whole animation.
Or you're playing with Turbo and forget to turn it off there.
That too, yeah.
I've never done that before.
So we're gonna get some text here and then a cutscene. And after this cutscene is probably a good place for a break.
Sounds good.
Jack asks, for the speed run, is there only one combo character that it's viable? Or is there some wiggle room for preference? In the 80%? No, it's like we have it set to which characters we're going to use. For all characters, it's also kind of the same. Like there are just optimally better characters for the speedrun. There's like one exception where you can use, like I was mentioning earlier, Irene's for Dario, and I guess after if you wanted to, instead of Marcy. But for the most part, no, we do all characters. And so like, yes and no. The all characters run is about 9 hours. Because we can take advantage of saving at splits in the path, beat the game one main time, do a continue plus over the files where we take the diverging paths, go do what we need to do, and then continue plus, get the other ones, and then at the end on our master file, we go and use the Chrono Cross, the item that we get, and it actually has an in-game function that ties all of the files like together, and so it all in one file we have all of our characters. So it's about a 9 hour run. It adds about half a run on top of it.
I do think there's some wiggle room at any percent, specifically for the very final section. There's probably other characters you could swap out for Fargo, but it's not done very often.
But the thing is that like it just has to be someone who like he's just mainly there for like buffs and stuff like that and turn colors.
Right. Yeah, so it has to be somebody whose element grid works out the same way.
Yeah, I actually really like that for all characters, like that there's an in-game function for the Chrono Cross that makes sense. Like it lets you tie the timelines together and they treat your files as timelines, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, it's very cool, in my opinion.
All right, so we get a little bit more text here, and then right after this text is probably a pretty good time for that break.
Perfect.
Well, it's more text than I thought it was. A little bit more. All right, there we go.
Oh, righty. So during these longer runs, everybody, we like to take breaks every hour, so just so everybody can get some water, stretch, anything y'all need to do. Just before we go to the break, just a quick reminder, we did just start Season 4 of the Hotfix, which added a bunch of new shows like Crosshair and Game Over. If you want to find out more about that, you can go to gamesdonequick.com/Hotfix, check out our schedule, and learn more about the shows. Take a quick break. We'll see you in just a few minutes here. Everybody, welcome back to the Games on Quick Hotfix. Today we are showcasing Chrono Cross in celebration of the 25th anniversary, which is technically like a few days from now, but we're not going to get into that. We're nearing the end of the run here. I'll hand it back over to y'all.
All right, yeah, we can get started in 3, 2, 1, and go. All right, so I once again have to do a menu right after the break, but 1 second. Viper, we're gonna take this. Go to Marcy. Move that. The gauntlet, and the power seal. And then he is going to get the scarf over that. We need to heal Marcy because she did die. All right. And that is the last menu we will have until Disc 2. Funnily enough, we come into Disc 2 like right near the end of the game.
What's a disc?
True. Oh, coming up. Vita Unis is a boss that kind of is. It's a boss that like only works the way it. It's like the only boss that works the way it does. So normally there's a lot of places we've kind of been pushing, like stamina pushing stuff or buffering attacks together. But in a lot of places in the Vita Unis fight, you're going to see me doing like a one wait. And it's because the boss works in a weird way where in between your attacks, it accumulates damage and it also takes the damage that you've total accumulated on that phase and adds it to the damage that you just did with your physical attack. But it counts buffered attacks as one singular attack. So if we did a 1-pause-1, we get that accumulated damage between each of the attacks. But if we did a 1-1, we'd get the accumulated damage after that attack. A little bit weird. Bosses, I don't know why it works that way, but it does. But just so you know why it looks like we're intentionally going slower.
Yeah, this boss is actually weird in a couple different ways because the other fun thing with it that you'll see after the disk swap here, which actually I'll quickly explain. There's a little bit of tech for the disk swap where you can technically open the disk drive early before the game prompts you and do the switch. So as soon as the text comes up here, you just close it and you're good to go without losing much time.
Yep, right there.
Right there.
And we did it.
And it should resume. And you'll see here, there's a bunch of islands around this floating triangle. And the way that this works is each of these islands potentially has a different boss that will exist, but you only fight the boss when you visit the third island. So we're actually visiting these in a specific order to ensure that we are fighting Vita Unis. And I don't believe that Vita Unis is the easiest one of these to fight. However, we are fighting it for a specific reason. That is because it drops the element Vigora, which used to be used a lot more frequently. We will still use it twice, I believe. It's key in at least 2 fights coming up.
Venom also says, I've never heard of this team in this game before, but it looks kind of fun, kind of reminds me of FF9. Well, funnily enough, this game was also released by Square, and it came out around the exact same time that FF9 was released.
And honestly, there's a few FF9 runners that also run this game, myself included.
Yeah, I always make the joke that FF9 runners and Chrono Cross runners get along really well, because a lot of the same, at least mentality-wise, a lot of the same skills transfer over between dealing with the RNG. No, that's why I said around the same time. 2-2. 1 then 1 then 1 then 1. That's unfortunate, but that's fine. That's fine. Ow. Did I put the armor on Marcy? I might not have. It's fine. She didn't get attacked, so that's fine. Cure plus, cure plus, cure plus. Oh, not cure plus 1, 1, 1, and then this cure plus. Turn blue. Should be fine. 2, then 2. Cool. 1, 3. Cool. Vita gets one more turn, and then we should kill here. And you want to kill here because the fight gets kind of dangerous if you don't. I'll probably have to dash and slash though. Yep.
Yeah, if you don't end the fight, he'll use Inferno. It's just as dangerous as it was back at Bunyip.
Yep.
Or is it Volcano here? I don't remember. Either way, you don't really want to see it.
I think it does do both. I'm trying to remember the order in which it does it.
Pretty sure it's Inferno first.
Okay. Hey, we made 39. All right, heal, strengthen, turn yellow, turn white. I'm gonna prepare to put it on to be able to do the backup, and I'll try to go for the backup if we need it. Oh, it'd be fun to show off. We have the strength for it. All right, heal, strengthen, turn yellow, turn white, magnify, vigor, turn black. Okay. Strengthen, turn yellow, turn white, sword by innate, saints, mine didn't revive, magnify, level 4, sword by innate, Agora, and then diminish here. Turn black. So putting that diminish on there is mainly just because we need something on level 6. And we have the strength that I can try to go for the backup on Fate. It is very... it can be very sketch, especially with a lot of misses. But it does at least give us a way to get past Fate if Fate happens to low AP roll us. Where normally, if we don't have the damage, then we have to run and reset the fight. Also, this fight, it can be fun. You'll get to see why we fought Vita and got what we got there on purpose. Oh, okay.
Yeah, the question was asked, what does Vigor do? You'll see in a bit. It allows us to do a certain number of attacks without expending stamina. It's very fun.
This could be a little bit weird. Oh, Fargo. That's kind of... Oh, I got to do it this way. I don't have a choice. That miss was bad by Fargo. Okay, this is fine. I'm defending anyways. So I'm going to do... Okay. Strengthen. Then we'll do 3-3-3. That'll do the trigger break. That takes its turn. So I'm going to do 3. Defend. 3. Dash and slash. And this makes it, I think, okay, even if I get bazookaed as long as it... Yeah, okay. That's fine. Got through it. That was a very mean roll by Polis. He one-rolled and killed Marcy. And then I got... The miss from Fargo was bad. Okay. I'm not going to heal Marcy because we'll have to run from several encounters anyways. But this is also, in terms of like the vibe of the area, like one of my favorite places besides Dead Sea. I'm gonna make sure that I don't go to the wrong place. If Azal or somebody from y'all want to explain, maybe lore-wise, what we're doing here.
Yeah, so we're basically just swimming this robot across the way. And then we're going to hit this button and make a bridge so that we can go to the other side to progress through Chronopolis.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways. Like, this is kind of like the Sage ship earlier that I was talking about, where you just like you go a bunch of places back and forth. It's very easy to accidentally go to the wrong place, and it might be what I accidentally did. So that's why I'm going to focus a little bit here to make sure that I'm going to the right places at the right time. Okay.
Yeah, ultimately, we're trying to make our way to Fate. That'll be the overall boss for this area.
Fun fact, it's not worth going for, obviously, in the speedrun. But those guys right there have a rare drop to, and they'll drop another power cell, which is the thing that we pilfered earlier for +5 to our strength.
So one of the things that's kind of explained in the story is that Fate, which is essentially just a supercomputer that was made from or with parts of Robo or whatever. But Fate has been kind of the entity controlling and manipulating a lot of the events that have occurred in this world.
Yep.
They kind of communicate this with a little bit of like visual storytelling elements as well. One of the next rooms we're about to go in, you'll see the save points that we've been using throughout the world in kind of like a proto-development state, implying that those were actually themselves developed by Fate. So it's a little bit of kind of breaking the fourth wall of it being a video game, in the same way that the Chrono Cross item actually works to bridge your saves. So it's just another neat little element here.
Also, yeah, we didn't touch on it earlier, but basically the reason that we needed our body back, and the reason why Lynx took over our body, is because we find out that Surge has become the arbiter for the Frozen Flame, or because he came in contact with the Frozen Flame. And that kind of locks Fate out of a lot of the powers that Fate is using. And Fate doesn't like that because Fate's kind of trying to control the archipelago, whether that means protecting it, all kinds of things. Main thing is it just wants control, right? And so because she gets locked out of it because Surge comes in contact with it when he's a kid, and that cutscene where Vizuki is carrying Surge on his back, Fate orchestrates a whole bunch of stuff, including turning Vizuki, your father. I don't know. That's been explained, right? Or no, it hasn't. But either way.
No, not quite yet.
That's fine. Vizuki into Lynx. She turns your father into Lynx. And he is tasked with switching bodies with you so that he can use your body, which is the Arbiter, to basically get full control of the Frozen Flame again. Also, coming up right here, it's very easy to mess up, but we are going to try to run from this encounter only twice. It's faster than fighting it in almost all cases, especially RTA. But we have to do it in a very specific way so that we can get 2 encounters on the way in and stick close enough by the wall that we can just run out after. But we want this chest. How do the dragons come into play with this? We're about to have some cutscenes that are coming up that after those, I'll drop a little bit more about the dragons. But basically, at this point, I'll say the dragons tested us before coming here. That's why we fought them, because they said basically they've painted Fate as this terrible entity that nice, that is terrible, terrible entity that is terrible. I'm good with words. Basement. Honestly, it's kind of hard sometimes keeping up with going to the right places and thinking about the fight coming up, plus trying to explain lore.
Yeah. I think we can safely say at this point, the dragons kind of have their own agenda and their own involvement with the story that's revealed in the next section.
Nice. No 0 rules. We do that on purpose because we want to separate those 2 enemies so we can get by them without fighting. But here, we find out that it says, it'll come up, but does all of our DNA, 90% success rate, or confirmation rate that you are the Chrono Trigger, you're the Arbiter, or the Arbiter of the Frozen Flame, and it lets us in. And this is kind of like, for the longest time before there was a backup, and unfortunately the backup still only works with very high strength, this was a fight that in a different kind of way was a fight that was at the end of near the run that could just kill it. I guess kind of like Death Guys, but not by pure death, but just by, if you got low rolled on your AP, you just have to run from the fight and come back in. And each runaway, especially on PlayStation, is 50 seconds or something. It's a lot. So you can get here, and if the game decides to say no, your run will die by time. It is not likely, because we only need to get up to we only need to have Fate roll a 3 or higher AP on the starting turn, and then we're good. And the reason that is because of the way. Oh, good.
I was just gonna say that what we're looking for when we say the backup or the run dying or whatever is we've had these two elements that we've used occasionally called diminish and magnify that kind of have opposite effects. And Fate is going to cast diminish, which will cut all of the element damage in half. But we actually want to do quite a bit of element damage because we plan on using Saints in this fight. So we would like to have Magnify go up. And the way that these two opposing elements kind of interact is just whichever one is out first wins. So the objective here is trying to get Fargo to use Magnify before Fate uses Diminish. And typically, if that doesn't happen, we'd have to run. But the backup that we're talking about allows us to continue the fight without the Magnify in place and just rely more on physical damage than elements.
Right. So we'll know that we're at least in a okay place if we get to see the Magnify up before Diminish. And that'll happen here right at the beginning. We put both the scarves on Fargo here so that he starts at level 2, so we don't have to go nearly as far to get to the level we need before Fate goes. Well, that's not good. All right, we still got it. That's good. Fate rolled really high on the first turn. Probably goes right here. Yeah, that's normal. Okay, we're basically in a normal fight. And this song is so good.
Yes. Yeah.
This might look dangerous after this Gravitone, but it is planned for. Surge has enough health that he should be fine, even with putting the extra black on the field. Okay. And black. Fargo weak-minded. Get my input. And we were talking earlier about how strong Surge's magic was, and you're about to see why we were talking about that. I probably don't even need to do this 1-2, but I'm going to just for marathon's sake. This is probably about to do like 5,300 damage or something.
It's gonna do a lot. I'm gonna say like 53, 52 or something. I don't know.
A little bit less than I thought, but I think she's still dead.
Oh, easily.
Easy peasy. We made 40. That was actually, I think, actually a little bit of a low roll. I know that like that was a high roll overall, but I mean for our stat line, I think that was a little bit of a low roll. I think I've seen around 25, 26 hit above 5K.
Hmm.
Was that 28? Oh yeah, then I definitely expected like 5K. So for those who were asking about the dragons, there are some cutscenes coming up, and I'll explain kind of what's going on during and after them, or try to give the broad strokes of the story. Yeah, so here basically we see all of the dragons. Knowing now that Fate has been dealt with, and we're about to find out that maybe these dragons weren't looking out for our best interest after all. What ended up happening is that these dragons really do not like the humans. And basically, they got split up by Fate because, once again, Fate is not just like an all-out, hey, I'm just a bad guy. Fate wants control of the archipelago, right? Fate has its own agenda. And so it actually split the dragon god up a long time ago into the 6 dragons that we have. It'll be explained a little bit later when that battle happened, but it split all the dragons up. And now that the dragons have kind of tricked us into being like, hey, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, they used us to kind of defeat Fate. Once Fate was dealt with, they realize now that they can kind of come together and continue their plan. I mean, the script, like, so the story is convoluted, but it does make sense. Like, the way that the motives aren't out of nowhere. I'll say that. Like, they make sense. Like, it's like, once you know the story and, like, at a pretty deep level, and then you understand how things are working, then like, it isn't like that they just switch up last second. Like, they've always, this has been their plan. I think that the thing that this game kind of suffered from a little bit is that it has a couple of places, like on the beach and before Animator, where it kind of drops all of that knowledge on you. Where I wish that it kind of would have explained it over like a little bit of a more spread out sequence. It does lore dump.
Yeah, and there's just a lot of really important events that happen completely off screen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Bill. That's the thing. Is like, I'm not going to defend the game from all criticism. I think all games have like issues. I think that it's just like once this, it's not like the story is, like it isn't like it was just winged and they decided what to do at certain points. Like at that moment, like it is very much a very throughput line. It's just very convoluted to grasp.
Yeah, and then the fact that it doesn't really like explain a lot of it until like the very end. That's if you like talk to the kids.
Exactly, yeah. And I think that's also why I think that the game it really needs like a second playthrough as well. Because I think like on the first playthrough you have a lot of questions. You get like maybe a lot of the broad events, like strokes of the events. The second playthrough you kind of can pay attention to a lot more of the smaller things that end up kind of connecting more puzzle pieces.
Comes the water dragon Wiggle.
The water dragon Wiggle. I forgot who told me that it looked like an AC-130, but now I can't unsee it. I think Harl's a really cool character as well. She's known from the beginning. Her memory has been wiped, so she has known what's coming for like the longest time. But her affection towards Surge was not fake, and she did a lot of things that kind of were against her and her own, like, and the other dragons' agenda because of her affinity for Surge. And so that would be, she knew it was coming, and that's why, like, I think right before Dario, she asks you, like, if you had to choose between me or the world, who would you choose? All kinds of things, right? Like, she's a very, I think, a really cool character in the game. Turn blue, Eagle Eye Strengthen. Turn green, turn black. Go to Fargo. He's going to get the helmet over the scarf. And then Iron Lancer, Mithril Mail, Honor Scarf. Well, okay, they're both at, well, no, Surge is at 49, 39 and 40.
And this is the part of the game where having Starkey becomes relevant because we need some way to get up to the tower. And if you remember when we like first recruited him, he's like saying something about how his ship is damaged or whatever that he arrived here in. And our party points out that like, hey, well, there's this whole other world that we can travel to, so maybe your ship is intact there. And we'll find in a second here it is, but one of the things that's curiously left out, in my opinion, is that also means there should be another Starkey, because there's double versions of all of the other characters, and we don't know what happened to him.
Oh, that's okay. Didn't like that. Which way are you going? Okay. The depth perception is always hard to tell, especially when this fish is just up here circling. Okay, he tried to bait me. All right, I will remember to strengthen. Oh, that's unfortunate. I mean, it does 0 damage, it's just slow. Or, well, I guess almost 0. That's more damage than I thought it would do. There you go. Ryu gave you the explanation. Azala.
Oh, yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. Actually, buy the royal jelly, probably.
The other Starkey was turned into a Biba.
Oh, no.
4140. So both Surge and Glenn's strengths are going to matter for this last dungeon. Obviously, Surge is the most important, but there will be a lot of X-Strike going on. And this section takes a lot of practice. It can go very smoothly with a good Surge, like even for newer runners. But you do enough runs, you start realizing all of the caveats that there are. Because really the thing is we are going to try to avoid, I think it's like 50% if I'm not mistaken. There is, 50% is when a lot of the enemies will automatically stop what you're doing and start healing. And that can be slow, right? So we want to do just enough damage that we land straight in front of hitting or proccing the hill, but also do enough damage that right there when we do the X-Strike, it bursts them down and completely kills them. So we're trying to be in like a Goldilocks zone of doing damage. And depending on, because like normally it's like, okay, what changes based off of our main character's strength? But right now we're having to look at the accumulation of 2 different characters in it, which can be random. So for example, on Territor, I have a strat that is Surge 45, Glenn 42. I have one that's just Surge at 39, and we can make work, depending on what Glenn's strength's at. And then one at Surge 35. So sometimes whenever there's a big gap between Glenn and or Surge's strength stats, it can be kind of hard to balance, like, hey, do I need to do like a 1 with Surge here to get closer to make sure the X-Strike kills? Or if I do a 1 with Surge and he's really strong, but I need the damage, will it accidentally proc the heal? It's sometimes it's a lot to think about. And sometimes I think that there are zones where if the gap is wide enough between the two, that you're just kind of, there's no way to do enough damage to not proc, or to kill with X-Strike, but not proc the heal. Sometimes you just have to eat it. But into the last dungeon we go. And in the second split here, in the Pyrotor split, even more than the sewers, I would say this is like it's like the hardest dodging section in the game. In one split, I should say. So I'll probably focus during that.
It doesn't help that far fewer runs make it this far in the game than the sewers, so typically you don't have as much practice with the dodges here.
Yeah. Starkey was in our party for all of one fight, but now we need our boy Fargo back. Okay. I gotta be a little bit careful with damage here. Let's see. I'm like in between two, yeah, that's normal. 2, 2, 1, 1. No, it should be fine. So we're gonna do 1, 1. Strengthen. We'll do a 1 X strike, and this should not proc it, but kill. Mainly, Animatron, mainly because he already has our, like, the elements grid set up. And he, you know, and because he's one of the, not only that, and he's one of the characters who is above 1.0, which is an important thing. But mainly it's because he's already set up.
And we need somebody that can use Vigora.
Oh, well, that's true. Yeah, as well. Yeah, there's a lot of reasons that it just becomes worth to do him or use him, even though he's like not really any, like a big part of our damage.
I also got to explain that briefly. Some of the higher tier elements can only be equipped by somebody that's an innate color of the same elements, and all of the summons are like that as well, which is why we use Lena for Frog Prince.
Okay, I'm gonna pay attention here. These guys can be jerks. Oh, okay, like that. Okay. Okay. Uh-oh. I'm about to just have to force it. All right. I got caught on the stair and I couldn't force it there, but that's fine. I don't like this. I need the other one to turn around too. Bud. All right. Okay. All right. Big thing, I just don't want to get caught between two of them. Where is... Oh, he's... Oh, I couldn't even see him. What am I stuck on?
Oh, wow.
That guy's chilling down there. All right, that guy's up there. Okay, this room was kind of kind, except for me just getting caught on whatever that was. But this is not the worst of the rooms.
Also, some of the rooms, including this one, some people, including myself, refer to these as the Xenogears rooms, and that's kind of an if you know, you know.
I've actually still never played Xenogears, and I need to. Let's see. Can you go? Okay. I hope this guy's up top and not down here. Can I make this? Okay, I'm just going. Yeah. Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Fun fact, in this version of the game, if jumping here, if I hit this, if there was an enemy as I jumped across, I've seen it trigger the fight. Which is just kind of comical. Okay. Really, we have like 2 more rooms of potentially hard dodges. One really, because these guys, they're annoying, right? You have to watch their shadows like that. That was one that you just kind of have to know to go for. But the next room, they're actually like actively aggro. Oh, can I, oh, I don't like this. Can I go up or down? I couldn't do anything there. I'm gonna just run to the right. Don't zero roll me. Okay, it's fine. I can clip through them to the right. I was trying to get 0 encounters in here, but he kind of forced me into a rough spot.
I'd almost say you kind of expect to get one.
Yeah, that's fine.
In Terra Tower.
It's like hard to tell that depth perception. I was trying to judge whether or not he was going to be on the above part or if he's going to be below. I mean, I could have ran all the way back and climbed the ladder, but at that point, that's also slow. So these guys are annoying, and this guy looks like he's going to show why. They're aggro. They'll just block this, and we need him to go the other way. Okay, nice. That's not too bad, as long as they don't circle. I lost a world record potential run in this room in particular because of these guys. Within like the last couple weeks before I went to Japan, I think. Because of this, because like they can just do this and end up re-aggroing and just keep you here, like this. This is actually almost exactly what happened. I'm like just full blocked. I can't do anything. All right, that's what we want, is for him to go that way. This is very slow, but I can't. Okay, yeah. I would not be pleased with this in a actual run. I need you to go the other way, bud. This guy's been a jerk. All right. Oh, okay. Apparently they're all going to be jerks. Okay. All right, we're through it. They didn't even give me a chance to do the cool dodges. Ooh, I can't make that, can I? Yeah, okay. All right. We are through the worst of the dodges, but it's not over. I actually kind of don't like the next room.
No, the next room is not super fun.
Let's see. Okay. That's kind of where we'd like to see it. I'm going to do a defend 2-2. Nice. Uh, 42-41 still. Okay. We'll see if we get any ladder glitches in here. It doesn't do anything, but it is fun to see. Nice, got one. Can we get one here? Nice, got another one. He was baiting me. Okay, well, this guy is kind of in the way. All right. Most of the hard dodging is all done. And when I was talking about lore dumps near the end, even though I said the story does make sense once you know it, this is one of the key examples. Balthazar here is ready to explain you a large part of the story near the end of the game. including us finding out that Harl was the last dragon that was sent to kind of sabotage us, but ended up kind of basically helping us. And this is about to explain the battle that happened between Fate and Dinopolis, or what are they called? I'm trying to think of the race right now that they're called.
Oh, Reptites.
Reptites is the word I was looking for. Yeah,
Reptites.
yeah. So this is the fight between the two, in which Fate ends up separating the dragon gods into the dragons that we saw, and they were like that for a while until we came across. They realized that Fate was after us, and they used us for their own agenda, basically.
I guess what I should have said is it's revealed here that the Reptites, or confirmed, it was hinted at earlier, but that the Reptites evolved into the Dragonians in this dimension.
It's also shown that like Fate isn't like I said earlier, it's more about control rather than like all of like completely bad. You'll notice, I meant to make a note of it whenever we ran through it, but I forget, the world without Fate, in Termina, we see poor soldiers. They have invaded through the outside of the archipelago, where Fate had been protecting the archipelago from any kind of invaders. She wanted no outside interference to come in, and that she wanted full control. And the second that we became the arbiter of the frozen flame because of coming in contact with it whenever we were brought through after the Panther attack by Wazuki, she was doing everything in her power to get rid of us and get our body. Also, they just said, you guys don't have the Chrono Cross. They expect for us to have it here. And we are going to go through this really, probably not that significant of a room, right?
Nah.
Yeah, what do these chimes mean?
This can't be that important.
So here, we can technically get the fastest version of this fight, but I can't control it. I can't stand push it. I'm not going to go into explaining why this is a specific exception to that case, but the only way I'll get it is if I'm able to get the 2-2-3 off before the enemy goes. That's expected. So we'll see Infoscope 3 times. All right, 42 bow. We might end up being maybe at best right at 44, but this is already 3 more strength than I fought the Dragon God at yesterday, so it's fine. So I'm at 41. That puts me in between 2 strats. I have a 42-40. Glenn is 41, 1 above. Surge is 1 below. But if I do the 39-40, it should be fine.
Glenn's at 42.
Oh, did he make 42? Yeah. It's still probably not enough to make up for Surge being down 1, but I'll probably, I don't know. I'll make the decision in the moment. This room is kind of annoying. These guys on the edge, you might see me giving them a lot of space. Their hitboxes are way bigger than they look. Way bigger. this. Okay. Man, the only thing is I don't know if I want to do a 1-1. It's okay. If I accidentally proc the heal, I'll just wait to do my X strike. I'll do a little bit more damage. This could proc it. We'll see. Nope. Alright, we're good. That was one of those cases where I was in between two cumulative stat lines and I had to make a decision. Oh, 43. Oh, I did make 42. Did I mishear you? Did you say Glenn was at 42 or did you tell me that Surge is at 42 and I accidentally heard it as Glenn?
I thought I said Glenn, but I may very well have said Surge.
No, I think you said Glenn. Okay, I was making sure you didn't tell me Surge. Surge was the one I was wondering about, but I thought that I maybe morphed it into my head to you saying Glenn. Either way, it worked out. I'm gonna try to get the Omega skip here. It can't really fully control it, but I will give it our best shot. Well, I made 43. Yeah, I'll try it. This fight is not like bad or anything.
I mean, Surge could die, but I guess that's a risk you're willing to take.
Yeah, we could just game over.
You sure you want to say that?
If I found a way to game over on this one, I want you guys to revoke. I'm retired.
I'm retired.
You guys can come break my PlayStation.
No, just ship it to me. I promise I will break it.
You don't want it. You don't want it.
yeah, it might be cursed.
No, I'll just put it in a museum somewhere.
Oh. That's a first. I was looking at the strat. I just wanted to
Are you saying that's never happened before?
I've never done that. I've done it on the other elevator, but I've never done it there. I was looking at the Omega Black Skip strat. I'm like one below what I normally say. I normally say 44 here, so I was like trying to make the decision. So we're gonna do 1. If he doesn't go after this 2, then we're good, potentially. So this will proc the Nostrum instead of the Omega Black. I might have to try to get a little bit more damage. So 1, 2, 3, that's 6, 7. Okay, I think I'm gonna do this. I think I'm gonna go 1, 2, 3. One, defend. Why am I missing 1 damage? Oh, it still killed. I was gonna.
I think the crit from Glenn helps.
Yeah. Okay. Worked out. I was not expecting that to kill. I was trying to make up the. I was gonna risk an AP there. Hey, we made 44. All right, I'm gonna make a save here before the Dragon God. All right, well, before Aquator and the Dragon God. I guess I could. Should I go fight Aquator and then do it? I should probably do that.
I don't
right?
think that's worth it.
Nah.
Like, if we're just worried about the glitch, it's not that likely, right?
Right?
Surely.
I'll make a save here before Aquator. Almost like 99.999% don't need it. Because, like, we're not worried about dying to the Dragon God, really. We're worried about... on the PlayStation version of the game, there's a weird glitch that is very rare. I've ran this game for so long and I've never had it happen to me in particular, but I've seen it happen. Where instead of taking 0 damage from the phase change of Dragon God, it can just do lethal damage. It just rolls lethal. And in PB attempts, you'd never save there or anything like that. But in a marathon, it has happened in a marathon before. I saw, who was it, Andy? Is that who I saw happen to in that race between him and Evil Ash, I think. Right? Okay, that's normal. Oh, whoops. Oh, no, I was right. I second guessed myself. Okay, Glenn. Wait, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, it's gonna make me risk. I'm gonna do this. We're doing 1. I have high enough cumulative damage between the two. I should be able to make up the damage here.
Yeah, it'll be fine.
Yep. I didn't want to risk the AP. All right, time for the technically the last boss. Like, I mean, I guess not technically the last boss, but basically the last boss.
The last one that like matters.
Yeah.
Oh, there's those sounds again.
This can't actually mean anything, right?
Surely not.
Nah.
I will focus during the Dragon God fight. Just because, although it should be fine, everything should be good, like, it is a 7-phase fight. And kind of if you were trying to do it in any kind of speedy sense, it's very easy to make mistakes.
Yeah, input eaten just ruins you having to run and then restart. It's just the pain.
Yeah, it's not quite as tight as some of the other fights are routed, but there is 7 phases. It will cycle through the different element colors. So we're kind of trying to simultaneously do damage and be in a end each phase in a good state for the start of the next phase. Some of the phases are definitely more dangerous than the others. Looking at you, green phase. So we will try to, in particular, spend as little time as possible in those phases. Ideally, in many of the phases, Dragon God will not even get an attack.
Yeah, honestly, the phase that we'd like for the Dragon God to only get an attack in is phase 1.
Right. Mm-hmm. If everything goes perfectly, that's the only time we'll see any attacks. And then maybe the last one. That kind of just depends. But
yeah. Yeah, we'll do a lot of setup in phase 3 for phase 4, because phase 4 is you can either get hit by tornado, which is like an AoE that can be deadly. Usually won't kill everybody, but it can put you in a very bad place, and I think it also, if I'm not mistaken, can proc poison. And the other thing is that you can get Omega Green, which will be lethal to an individual person. And if that individual person is Fargo, that is the man with our revive. And in a PB attempt, I have gotten through it with just 2, but I'm not doing that in a marathon. I would just run.
I mean, even besides the revive, one of the problems that you run into is this fight is so long that buffs wear off. And so we need to, we end up buffing multiple times. And so we have those spread out across both Glenn and Fargo, and actually Surge too, to make sure that we have enough usages of them available. So losing any one person makes this really, really tough. And it's just, it's almost always going to be better to run and try again.
Also enjoyed
This is a banger. Yeah.
The song, yeah.
I almost want to stand push that, but I can't.
I was
Like, that's a forced... a quirk of the Dragon God is you cannot force the phase change on a stand push. Oh, I'm actually surprised at that. Oh, I could have maybe. And I'm surprised I didn't kill. That's fine.
phase 2.
And now for the scary part.
This did not play for the Miguel fight now.
That's a unique song for this fight. So here, we're intentionally doing things in a way that puts all the stamina at either 0 or negative. So then we get a refresh on the next phase. We did not get a full refresh, but I believe it should still work out.
Yeah, fine enough.
All right, the last phase and back to the white elemental. At this point, we're not in any particular danger. But we still gotta get through it. This last HP pool.
Probably could have skipped the one, but that's a pretty good fight.
Better be safe. And that was Dragon God.
We did it. We still have a victory lap we have to do, but that was... It's good.
Hey, +1 strength.
Let's go.
We'll unlock the secret time devourer strat.
I forgot to pause my timer in a couple places when we were on the breaks for a minute, so I don't know exactly where we're at. But even with that, it looks like this is going to be a sub 650.
Yeah, I was going to say
Yeah.
it should be in sub 650 range.
Yeah. Probably looking at like a 647, 648-ish.
Oh, and with saves. That's pretty good. It was definitely a much so far. I keep saying so far. I'm so used to saying it. Like we're at the end of the game. I was gonna say it's been a kinder run than it was on Thursday.
You're not setting the
Yeah, there
standards
still is
high enough.
one thing.
Yeah. Don't say. Well, we won't speak that one into existence. How does that stack up to a competitive time? Sub 7s are good. Sub 650s are pretty good. Are really good. It's hard to say compared to like my PB, which is like a minute, or about a minute behind world record right now. But we're about 11 minutes behind my my PB, including saves and whatever.
I would say like with the additional saves and like some of the other marathon safety stuff that would normally be skipped at this level, like it's a pretty good time.
Yeah.
To be around like 647.
But before we go fight the time devourer, we do have one more pickup we need to do, so that the game will stop yelling us about us about not having it.
Yeah.
We got to get thing 2.
The thing too, yeah.
Well, it's not just the pickup. You don't want to forget actually equipping it.
That's true. There are two ways. There are two things I've seen. What I consider like really good runners and really experienced runners that I've seen make a mistake here that it just hurts. I saw Hobbs forget to equip the Chrono Cross, which I don't remember if that was in a PB. That would have been a PB, but in PH's 640 exactly, he forgot that you could mash through the last cutscene here for a little bit. So it would have been a sub 640.
It's the one when changing worlds.
Yep.
When you changed worlds, yeah.
So you can get caught slacking a little bit here at the end.
Yeah, we say victory lap, but you gotta be on your toes still a little bit. You can't completely check out.
Oh, also, actually, there is one more boss before the time devour. Interacting with these pedestals is a challenge of its own.
Hitboxes, more like miss boxes.
True.
Oh, I don't know if that's going to give it to me. I did. Nice. You would think you're right there. What do you mean it's not going to give it to you? But I promise you, the game will sometimes say, no, not good. No, not good enough. Can you take a half step forward or to your right? Oh my gosh, guys, I think they're going to say the thing.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh, that's the name of the
Hey.
game.
Hey, we're playing that right now, aren't we?
Yeah, we stay victory lap, but you gotta be on your toes still a little bit. You can't completely check out.
Oh,
Or is it playing us?
Probably closer to that.
Unfortunately, we didn't get to see where it says Radical Dreamers because, well, I guess they say it when they're talking about kids, like in Links, but in Chronopolis, they talk about Radical Dreamers a little bit more.
If we did the Marbule side quest, it's also the name of
Oh, that's true.
the band.
Oh, it ate my input, or doubled my input or something. That was weird. So this cutscene right here that I'm mashing through, that's the one that PH didn't get a sub 640 from. I forget how long.
Cutscene's not that long. It's just enough, though. It was just enough in that case.
Yeah, just enough because he's like, literally his time was a 640 flat.
Yeah, so if you talk to the kids here, they kind of go through a lot of the story.
Yeah.
That's
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. I'm just making sure. Ouch.
There's those sounds again.
Oh, I was supposed to know about those?
It tried to tell us.
Oh, well. Hopefully Handy knows what the order is here.
What order?
You know, the thing.
But yeah.
And GG.
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 Yo, thank you, Evil Ash. Thanks for the GGs, everybody.
Yeah, really, really nice time. 6:48:47.
Nice. Yeah, I'll take a sub 650 on a marathon anytime. Pretty happy with that run. And now we get to hear the beautiful outro music here. Or I guess not outro music, but the theme here. This is my favorite music in the game.
It actually is a good reward just for finishing a run, honestly.
Yeah.
Probably worth stating here, this is considered the good ending because we actually do all of the elements in the right order and activate the Chrono Cross. If you just kind of damage this guy and win the fight that way, you still like technically beat the game, you just don't get the same ending.
I guess while we're on the topic, just like a last second fun fact. In all characters, we have to fight this thing 6 times, but 5 out of the times we are doing not this ending, right? Because we don't have to watch all of the credits and stuff like that every time we beat and go to the ending. But the game actually, if you do all of the stuff except the Chrono Cross, as long as you don't use another element, it's locked out. It won't do anything. It waits for you to use the Chrono Cross. So we end up doing the yellow, red, green, blue, black, white, and then just beat it to death. Oh yeah, I forgot I ran from Dario too.
Oh yeah, wow.
Yeah.
Sounds real good, actually.
And the fort.
Oh yeah, Lena walking in the fort with like 11 magic.
And you had to pick up the feather and fight an extra bum.
Oh, that's, yeah. Well, no, did I fight an extra one? I don't remember.
Yeah, one in Cape Owl.
Oh, that's
You
right.
had to fight the one Cape Owl, actually.
Didn't get the mini star though.
Yeah, definitely. All things considered, I was very, very happy with this. I'm not sure. Are we rolling credit? Are we like going through all of the credits, or what's the plan here?
Yeah, if you, well, I don't know how long the credits are, but if you want to like give shout outs and stuff while the credits play out, yeah, go for it.
Okay, yeah. It's not too long, and I think it's honestly one of the best songs in the entirety of the game. It's a wonderful set of credits. But yeah, the main thing is, shout out to the Chrono Cross community. Church, thank you for inviting me to come run it and show it off. Azala and Amart, wonderful commentary. Thank y'all for helping me so I don't have to try to struggle to do mental math and talk about the lore at all times.
And I know there was a lot of people in chat who have said they missed out on the game. I know that's completely for no reason at all, but it's on sale right now for like $10.50 on Humble Bundle, so
Yep.
you get it pretty cheap. Again, not that I know for any particular reason. Not that it's in my cart right now on Humble.
It's well worth picking up. You do also get the Radical Dreamers kind of like mini game thing from the Satellaview Super Nintendo, which was previously not released in North America or officially in English. And it's kind of really neat seeing how what they did with that game eventually turned into the plot that is Chrono Cross. It has a bit of a different vibe, and it is like a visual novel type thing, but excellent music, kind of worth checking out.
Yep. And now that if you sat here and watched all of Chrono Cross, you'll actually go back and you'll notice that a lot of the songs came from a lot of RD's songs got ported into Chrono Cross, including the Frozen Flame. That song came from Radical Dreamers.
I actually have to play Radical Dreamers still. I've not played it yet.
I think so. It's like I've never really been in a visual novel or anything like that, but someone who likes the Chrono universe, I played it, and I think like the ambience about it, and like I don't know, everything about the game just it's really cool for what it is. I think the music is really good.
Yeah, I guess the one thing I'll say is like you wouldn't necessarily expect it from how kind of like bright and colorful this game is, but the Radical Dreamers actual game is like much more of a horror vibe than I think you would guess.
That's interesting. Yeah.
For those of us who haven't played both that and Chrono Cross, would you recommend one before the other, or does it matter?
Not in terms of like the story, like the way they kind of wrote it. So okay, when Radical Dreamers was being made, they decided to make Chrono Cross, and so like you saw the first hour of Chrono Cross, like it is different a little bit in Radical Dreamers, but it'll share a lot of the same story beats for like the of Radical Dreamers. But you can play it in any order, really.
Yeah, I don't think it matters.
Also, I'll stop talking during this so that anybody who wants to enjoy it, they can. Also, I will say last thing, it looks like that the cutscene here is freaking out. That is fine. It is just a whenever you're running the game on fast disk speed, a PlayStation game, it does this for Chrono Cross. This is one of my favorite credits songs there is, honestly. And here we get a little bit of a live action shot, kind of implying that Kid is still looking for Surge everywhere, and it's modern time. And that is basically it. Oh, wait, I lied. I forgot there's one more cutscene in it. Just kidding. I was expecting Finn right there. There's Finn. Boom. Yeah, thanks for having me. This was a really fun run to do.
Yeah. Thanks for being on. I know I've had a blast. I'm sure everybody in chat has. Thank you for being on, for celebrating the 25th anniversary of this game. I know this is a legendary game. A lot of people love it, especially off the back of Chrono Trigger. So appreciate y'all being on and celebrating. Any of you have any final thoughts or anything you want to give?
I'm just glad it wasn't as cursed this Thursday. We had a little bit of prep. Yeah, and Chrono Cross can be a jerk sometimes, but it's still very fun to run, even when I was being a jerk. I think if anybody maybe saw the speedrun for the first time today and would like to learn, it is actually very friendly to get into, and the community is like super friendly. There's so many people who just love talking about the game and the mechanics of it that all new people have like 3 or 4 people at least from the community always in there every time they do a run, just to kind of talk about it and help them learn the run. So if that's ever something that interests you, there is the Chrono community Discord that you can join, and just reach out and people will help you learn.
Yeah, just thanks for having me. I'm still kind of a newer runner to Chrono Cross, so this is just really cool to, I was still learning things from both Izala and Handy throughout all of this, so that was pretty cool.
Yeah, thank you for coming on and commentating. I appreciate it.
Yep, I'll just quickly say thanks to Handy for inviting me on here, and Amart for co-commentating. It's, pretty, it takes a skill somewhat to keep up for 7 hours and bring the interesting facts out and stuff like that. And also thank you to GDQ for featuring this game for its anniversary, 25th anniversary, believe it or not. And thanks everybody for watching.
Yeah, chat was great. Thank y'all.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for all of you here, everybody watching. Absolutely great celebration for the 25th anniversary. Unfortunately, we don't have anything else for you tonight. We will be back tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern. We've got Sly Cooper, Sly 1, and all of Sly 2. I figured out I'm going to be there. I'm pretty sure the Sly 1 and Sly 2 any percents, but kind of was getting there to find. Have a great night, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow.